Alright, are we rolling? Okay. So, Five Nights at Freddy's. It's not looking so good. This right here, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the second one, not the first. Not 1 but 2. This is IGN. Gotta look at the review. Matt Donato says it is awful. Five Nights at Freddy's gives 2 sequels, video game adaptations, and getaway horror movies a bad name. Wow. There's your summary. Let's look at reviews. Okay, maybe open this. I hate pop-ups and stuff. The new scary movie, the new horror movie is coming out. It's for Halloween, just in case for, I said Halloween, Christmas. Didn't mean to show that, but it's advertisement, so it's not like
if there was a critic predisposed to enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's 2, you're listening to him. I defended Emma Tammy's critically panned first adaptation, and I've also written about the overblown curse of video game adaptations here on IGN. So let all that appropriately color my disdain for Tammy's malfunctioning sequel bright red like an alarm.
Abby, help us. Come find us.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 brings back the Henson Company's impressive animatronics for another creepy kids meal. But this time, they're bound to an atrocious story that underestimates how video games and movies are 2 hugely different mediums.
There's no way that'll work.
Well, to be fair, they blend the two. They really do blend the two.
Five Nights at Freddy's creator Scott Cawthon claims sole screenwriting duties this time, and the drop-off is catastrophic. Cawthon shoves Mike Schmidt and little sister Abby into a reassembly of his 2014 point-and-click survival horror sequel, reopening Freddy Fazbear's original location.
Nobody's been here for decades. Some little girl got murdered here.
Here, where William Afton began his killing spree, Abby attempts to reunite with her lost friends, these Animalian animatronics possessed by the souls of murdered children. What she finds is far more sinister, and unleashes a new evil from Freddy's derelict restaurant shadows, the marionettes. Afton's daughter, Vanessa Shelley, tried to subdue and hide the possessed puppet. But now, inhabited by the soul of Afton's bravest victim, it's vengeful and on the prowl. Before things get heated, let me confirm that the animatronics are innocent here. Jim Henson's Creature Shop doubles its presence with the inclusion of toy versions of Freddy's gang.
I will show you the way.
These sleeker, more metallic versions stand just as impressive as the fuzzier, let's say Chuck E. Cheese-like iterations we've already beheld, and they remain a masterwork of practical effects dominance. Foxy's Mangle form, this failed pull-apart activity experiment, gives a freakish junkyard appearance, while the marionette dangles and flails with a noodle-like uncanniness that juxtaposes Freddy's robotic motions. Tammy understands how to bring these not-so-gentle giants to life, and does so with larger-than-life appeal.
My father was a monster. You know that.
But that's where my praise stops. Wait, sorry. I'm here for the animatronics and the Newton Brothers Party Time score that's inspired by 8-bit soundtracks and cheesy kiddie restaurant tunes. There, that's 2 whole things I applaud.
So you wanna tell me about your bad dreams?
Now, it's time for the not-so-fun stuff.
Half of this town will be dead by morning.
Fazbear fanatics will know precisely what to expect from Five Nights at Freddy's 2, because Cawthon cares more about parading the hits than reworking his security guy in a room playability. Tammy's saddled with a screenplay that's cramming nutritionless Easter eggs down our throat like we're held hostage in a Cadbury egg production facility.
Everyone called it an accident, but it wasn't until years later when those 5 children went missing.
Is it humorous when Josh Hutcherson's Mike Schmidt mocks a discarded Freddy faceplate, dismissing its use as a disguise only for it to work later? Sure. But the first film is far savvier about transforming the sedentary Five Nights at Freddy's playstyle into a feature-length adventure. That movie hardly panders. Evolution reimagines Five Nights at Freddy's for theaters. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a step backward in that regard, trying to one-for-one gameplay elements without realizing how silly the functionality appears on screen. In the sequel, Tammy and Cawthon strive to provide a more ferocious horror bite, but they rely on only one method: jump scares. Cawthon introduces the marionette as a sock puppety villain that possesses humans and turns them into these bright-eyed demons. But the film makes frustrating use of the otherwise eerie imagery. I've already written a Cinefix script about the art of the jump scare, specifically how it's an additive and not the main course. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 disagrees and renders itself frightless in the process. Tammy leans into the most conventionally uninteresting tropes of PG-13 horror films when we're talking about terror. Anything interesting happens off screen, which includes beating jump scare.
I'm just going to stop it for a second because I want to look at the first jump scare, because the first jump scare, and I found this on YouTube, the first jump scare had nothing to do with horror. It was just straight up kind of, I guess they said, unplanned. Scale, not kale. First jump scare in cinema. I guess I gotta jump scare in film. Ah, cat people. This is the first jump scare. Yeah, I think it is a scary movie. I think Cat People is a scary movie. Oh, supernatural horror film. Okay. That's the jump scare, the bus arriving. Make sure I'm showing this right. Yep, okay.
Come on, sister. Are you riding with me or ain't you? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Did you see it?
show that again. It's because the increase in sound, it came out of nowhere, so. Yeah. Anyway, and ever since they've been doing it in films for a while. Apparently there was a remake. I don't mean to show anything from Avatar. There was a bunch of Avatar only social media reactions that I watched because why not, right? I'm against it. Not Avatar, but you know, of having early releases. I don't like early releases, and I've said that in my last live stream. Apparently, there's a Avengers Doomsday gonna happen during Avatar, which is why people want to go see it. Anyway, we're not gonna show that. That's the original. So they remade it 40 plus years later, 1982. It's a video game.
What happened here? You know what? Don't ask too many questions. Let's just keep going. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of ripping through the... excuse me? All right, well, I'm gonna go this direction.
Dude, you weren't that scared. Come on. You were not that scared. Pretend all you want. You were not that scared. Bro, this quality is like the lowest they got. Oh, 720. Okay. Hold on, that's super resolution. These are not super resolution. Whatever. That was pretty freaky. That was pretty creepy. And I'm just watching these just for the hell of it. You know, make it more entertaining. Sorry. Okay, so let's get back to review. Let's get back to the actual reviewing the film. What was it? Let's see.
Wait.
Keep it on. Are you ready for this?
Disposed to enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's 2? You're listening to him. I defended Emma Tammy's critically panned first ad, the not so fun stuff. I've already written a Cinefix.
Not sure if I remember what left off. Inside do we open it?
The game franchise is
Something about jump scares. I'm gonna have to like wait for it to buffer.
self-conscious and reactionary. Cawthon tries to beat
Is that low a little bit? This little red bar, let it go forward a little bit. Autoplay is on.
Complaints to the punch, which is a recipe for disaster in filmmaking. Don't get me wrong, Five Nights at Freddy's was viciously savaged by critics, but to backpedal almost feels like cowardice at this point. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 makes all the glaring video game adaptation mistakes that we have seen before, which stings even worse because its predecessor doesn't. The game franchise is a convoluted mess of continuity, which is already seeping into Blumhouse's films. Such narrative ridiculousness is more forgivable in video games, where interactivity is going to trump storytelling, but movies are a different beast. Without his co-writers, Cawthon defaults to a video game mindset that doesn't work the same in Hollywood.
It's always the same.
Worst of all, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 suffers from a horrendous third act problem, in that it doesn't really have one. Cawthon treats the sequel as feature-length promotional material for whatever comes next. The Marionette deserves so much better than this film, which does a whole lot of setting up without wanting to see anything through. Don't worry, that'll all get addressed in the sequel, Blumhouse promises as they count fat stacks of ticket sales. Cawthon pelts us with lore and rubs salt in the wounds, dumping reveal after reveal before a blink and you'll miss a conclusion that displays no fundamental understanding of filmic structure. The movie wants you so desperately to gasp at its cliffhanger ending, but all it does is make us want to cut the cord from this On the Fritz series. The cast is fighting tooth and nail to wrestle any modicum of intrigue from their roles, but there are Hallmark specials that read as more genuine than this movie. Elizabeth Lale's tortured daughter tries to bury us in Vanessa's trauma, but then pulls a gun on her spin class buddy mid-breakdown and we're not supposed to laugh? Hutcherson wanders aimlessly through the sequel, filling the void wherever he's needed. Then there's Piper Rubio, the victim of adult bullying by her science teacher because there's an important robotics competition the same day as a town-wide Freddy Fazbear festival. I can't make this stuff up, and it's all so hackily cobbled together. Skeet Ulrich, McKenna Grace, Wayne Knight, and Theodis Crane all deserve better in supporting roles that range from rage bait to nameless sidekicks. Frankly, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a bare minimum sequel. Everything it's doing lacks enthusiasm. As a horror movie, it lazily pushes characters straight towards danger, stupidly keeps them there, and ruins excitement by tipping every scare. As a video game adaptation, it trots out familiar mechanics and callbacks, but treats these thrown bones as a main attraction. It's an incomplete sequel, an underwritten coming-of-adolescence story, and as a PG-13 gateway horror film, it'd be laughed out of the cafeteria by the likes of Insidious or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Game over, pull the plug, reboot the system. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 gives sequels, video game adaptations, and gateway horror movies a bad name. Cawthon adheres too rigidly to the franchise's muddy mythology, coyly withholding some information and dumping exposition elsewhere, both at bafflingly wrong times. Tammy is a gun for hire here, bringing no secret sauce to the pizza party. The saving grace of outstanding animatronics is worth embarrassingly little when generic as sin is the nicest compliment anything deserves. No film is meant to please everyone, but even considering the die-hard fan base Cawthon has cultivated, it's hard to tell who Five Nights at Freddy's 2 will impress with a film so bad that it'd be a franchise killer anywhere else.
Outside AMC Metreon 16, about to go see...
I just messed up my video.
Hello, Modest Mikey again, outside AMC Metreon 16 in San Francisco, California. Just got off seeing Freddy's. Well, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I just want to see...
You know what? I'm just going to upload it.
Hey guys, thanks for watching our review of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I'm Clint Gage, and joining me once again, one of our favoriteest horror movie pals, Matt Donato. Matt, how you doing, bud?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
I'm tired.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that right up front because that's honestly mostly what I want to talk about. Because your review is great, is really good to read. But I do want to get a little more inside baseball here with this one because there's an interesting thing that happens with some movies, and I think this one in particular is a shockingly good opportunity to talk about it. It's movies that sort of don't want critics, which I actually think can be a good thing. But we can get into that in a second. I'm going to give you a chance to rant about it a bit first. Particularly, the thing with this one is that the embargo, right? They showed the movie to critics the Wednesday night before it opens, and they lifted the embargo, I think, while the credits were still rolling. I mean, literally, it was, 45 minutes after the movie let out? An hour, maybe? Something like that?
As a critic, you have to deal with embargoes. That is part of my job. That is the whole purpose of it. And, embargoes exist for many reasons. I mean, one of the reasons is the studio just wants to control the output of reception. Example is, Disney with the early Marvel stuff. There were, multiple rollouts. So, I was not at a level where I could see the first rollout at the time, so my review got to be in the second roll.
Right.
So much goes into it.
Yeah.
And in the case of Five Nights at Freddy's, this is very much a movie that's going to make all of the money without a review put out at all. Our reviews don't even really matter for this movie because, let's be honest, I just thrashed it. I just gave it the most negative possible.
3, yeah.
And I defended the first. I wrote my review for another website, but I'm one of the few positive on the first one. So I was supposed to like this movie.
Yep.
We're getting back to the embargo of it all. It's studios do this often, and I've been writing for over a decade at this point, and I can remember through my entire career, these bigger theatrical films, you are going to have to see it the night before and pump the review out for usually the next morning. Maybe you have till 11 a.m. or something like that, but an embargo at 10 p.m. at night is not something that is going to draw attention. So when a movie sees that specifically, it's oh, they really don't care about any critical reception, and it's not that they're even trying to hide it. It's just not necessary for them.
They don't need it, yeah, because the fan base is there and they're excited. Full stop. That's all.
It's like Avatar, Fire and Ash. They have an embargo that's still in effect, I think, until December the 16th. Which, if I show it on my calendar, I've got the calendar somewhere. If you get the 16th is down here, so this December, January. So for Tuesday, it's funny because it comes out Thursday. I've already got tickets for it, but yeah, 16th, and so that means that no one can really say anything about it. In a review for. I said that because so the social media embargo for Avatar 3, the name, lifted around December the 1st. That's why you have only social media reactions. Allowing initial reactions with full critic reviews expected by December the 16th. Ahead of its December 19th, 2025 release, showcasing stunning visuals, blah 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 blah. The point is they usually release movies entire. They release the reviews an entire 3 days before, and I'm just going to show a calendar without showing my business. I don't want to go all too far, so whatever. Anyway, so I wish there was a way to hide it, but never mind. So here's the 16th, right? And then you got the 19th. So you got a whole 1, 2, 3 days before. Really 2 days if you think the 18th, count the 18th. And they just kind of. A review is not supposed to be an out of theater reaction. A reaction is more personal and kind of immediate. I gotta talk about it kind of thing and tell you what I like and didn't like. But a review is more thought out, kind of sleep on it and polish it up like you're writing it, with your source materials, your references, your works cited page and all that, like you're turning it into your job, or if you're in school, it's an essay. And here's the early impressions of what critics were saying about that. And I know I'm going off of topic here because we're trying to do Five Nights at Freddy's 2 instead of Avatar 3, but they're talking about the visuals, they're talking about the technology, typical. They were going to talk about this for Avatar, of course. What to expect, a focus on Ash people, a new aggressive. You see, you're telling people what to expect. And when you do that, it's kind of like you're spoiling it. You're mildly spoiling it. They say mildly because you're not really completely spoiling it, but you're doing it mildly. And that's what makes it, that's why I'm irritated about it. It's pretty with review proof, especially with only a reported $250 million budget, and I heard Boardman. He said that they never really revealed the actual budget. Press screening invites were starting to go out for the film, and most of us, myself included, will be seeing it on the morning of December 1st. The social media embargo is set to lift on the 2nd at 1:30 a.m. Yes, a.m. The review embargo will lift on December 16th, 3 days before the film hits theaters. So actual spoilers. Can we please only tag posts on the subreddit that contain actual spoilers? So everybody says it's normal, but whenever you have a social media embargo, that's the same thing as an embargo for review. Why would you lift that so that people can talk about it in their social media reactions, but they can't really say all they want to say during their review? You know they're going to try to sneak around and kind of give you a mini review of it, and so it's going to be kind of more or less spoilery, or at least giving the whole thoughts out there, and even so much as giving your thoughts can either persuade or dissuade people. Like one guy said, it wasn't really good. That's going to turn some people off. It's not giving a review that's the problem. The problem is if you're so much as saying something about it, even if it's just your opinion, which is pretty much your reaction, I'm guessing. I'm going to unfollow this subreddit and then follow it after I watch the movie myself because I feel like I've already seen enough spoilers, leaks. They're not going to reveal the actual budget because that's not the public's business. So yeah, it's like some people, they don't want to hear about it. They're trying to avoid spoilers, including Tyrone Magnus, who I gotta find that video. But yeah, that's why they exist.
That's all that matters.
I mean, it's tracking for 70 million to open, and that's we are buying on this whole thing. And the only thing that matters to us though, it's on the critic side, and I'm sitting here going, cool, so I have an assignment I have to do. My review has to get to you guys as quickly as possible. It is now 10 p.m. at night, and I'm getting home because Los Angeles traffic.
Sure.
And haven't eaten dinner, haven't done anything, so you gotta bang your review out, try to get some sustenance so you don't fall asleep, and have it be well written enough, let's say.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like Avatar. You got to get some substance to keep yourself from falling asleep. For me, substance actually makes me fall asleep.
You want to be thoughtful for over 1,000 words about Five Nights at Freddy's 2. That's a big enough challenge in general. But it's funny because in the old days, and I've got more gray on my chin than you do, so I can say in the old days, it used to be a sign that the movie wasn't good, that the studio wasn't confident in it, to where if there was this kind of embargo turnaround, they would be like, no, this movie's going to be bad. That's the assumption. And then Marvel comes along and they start doing it more out of a concern for spoilers than anything else for those tight turnarounds. But then at some point, over the past couple of years, F1 is doing, I go see my movies and then I drive to an IHOP down the street from the theater and I write my review there because the reviews, the turnarounds are so tight. And so it's just become standard procedure for everybody to do it. But Five Nights at Freddy's, I think, is it seems to be a different case. And I mean, did it seem that way in the text of the movie itself? Like there's some awareness of what we're doing here with this sequel?
I think there's I don't want to say lack of awareness, because my main problem with the movie is how disjointed it feels, and it feels like it is a midpoint between two other chapters. And I very much do think they kind of said, well, everyone's going to be here anyway. Everyone's going to, come out for this movie, and the fans are going to know what's going on. Because to me, I think this did a way worse job of indoctrinating new fans into it. Like, it's a sequel, don't get me wrong, so you have to have some knowledge. But the way that it handled existing lore and introducing characters and playing coy, while at the same time hitting you over the head with some of this other stuff, like, it just kind of dumped a bunch of exposition on you and ended on one of the worst cliffhangers I've ever seen. And it's just kind of like, where'd the third act go? Like, I'm grasping at the third act as it's flying away, and then the movie just ended, and I'm like, oh, you're really going to tell us you got to show up in the next movie for most of the stuff you wanted to see in this one.
And it's tracking for $70 million, and they'll make a third one for 15, and that'll make another 70 million, and everything will be fine. The world will keep spinning.
Is breaking the bank on these with 30 million.
And as like I said at the start, like,
I think it's pretty smart. I like the cliffhanger. I did not expect it. I expected them to end it in this one, like end the whole thing with the marionette and the character Charlotte. I won't spoil it, but I expected them to end it, and they didn't. So I will mildly spoil it. It continues to another movie. There's going to be a third one, or a part 2 to Freddy's 2, if you will. They're kind of giving a part 1. This is kind of like Freddy's 2 part 1, and then there's going to be a Freddy 2's part 2. I don't know. I'm not saying that with any type of authority, but I'm just saying that because it seems like that's what they're going to do. You can see the rating is not that good. To me, I'll give it a 6. It's not really that good of a movie, but it's not that bad either. But that's just because I'm not into Freddy's Five Nights at Freddy's. I feel like if I say Freddy, you might think I'm talking about Freddy Krueger. But yeah. The guy Hutcherson, Josh Hutcherson, he's known for his roles in the Hunger Games. Upcoming. Yep. Five Nights at Freddy's 3, right there. Right there. There's no plot yet. We're probably talking about what, 2027, give or take. You already got your original cast. They're still gonna have Matthew Leonard. It's like they're not gonna let him go. Might as well just keep him, right? What movies is in? Long Gone Heroes. Okay. Alright, okay. The first one came out just 2 years ago. I can't believe it was 2 years ago, actually. It kind of feels like it was yesterday in a way. Was that with you?
It's not necessarily a bad thing for them to do it this way, because it is what it is. Like being savvy enough to know who you are, where your audience is at, and very strategically aiming for that's great.
Well, it's also the other conversation of like, embargoes are for the studio at this point. I don't think they are a kiss of death anymore as much, because it's a studio being nervous too. It's not only like, oh, we have something bad. I've seen plenty of great movies that the studio didn't know what to do with, so they hold the embargo, and then I'm like, yo, this movie's rad. I don't know why they held it. Go see it, or something of that nature. So the only thing I really pay attention to now as a horror critic is if there's no embargo. If you're sending me to the Thursday night opening screening at 7 p.m. and saying, oh yeah, like, just go
nuts,
watch
guys.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, no, that's the one time where like, now I'm nervous. Now I'm worried.
Yeah. No, it gets weird. It's such a weird bit of politicking with how they set the embargoes. It's a fascinating thing. And like I say, very inside baseball. That's our problem, not the fans' problem.
No one else has to worry about that stuff. The only thing we have to worry about is just not sleeping.
Not sleeping, right?
A healthy schedule or anything.
All right. Well, thank you. That's going to do it for us. Thank you again for reviewing Five Nights at Freddy's 2, giving it a 3. It's the first 3 I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, I felt felt bad.
It's hard sometimes, right?
It's hard doing that. Like, again, as a critic, I want to say we don't go into movies wanting to hate. Like,
that's the last thing I want to do.
Yeah, it's the last thing. It's the last thing we want.
But that will do it for us. We'll see you on the next one of these. And thank you guys for watching. And for more movie reviews, be sure to subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch.
Suit up and brave the unknown. Become the hunter and take on the world. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Will finally be able to come home.
Okay, so that was Zootopia review. I was gonna check out what that was. Pretty clever, actually.
That's what I saw it. I saw it.
It's actually pretty clever. Some jump scares are pretty good. I'd say more from independent films than actual, studio films.
What?
That was pretty weird.
What's happening to Renee's real?
You probably already know this one. The jump scare is actually in the thumbnail.
What's happening to Renee's real?
Like, that's the jump scare, the little demon in the thumbnail.
What's happening to Renee's real? Last night I had a dream.
My favorite jump scare.
There was something in there with him.
You kind of know where the jump scare is going to be because you just saw it, but also...
It was standing there in the corner.
Yeah. It's more to it.
I asked it, "Who are you?" And it said it was a visitor. I said, "What do you want?" It said Dalton. I can still hear that voice.
Anyway, I like this lots of stuff like that. There's lots of more. Let me kind of sing this one. Oh shit! It's a continuation we just saw. You can tell it's like a doll or whatever, but that shit is just like really creepy, huh? Probably watch a whole live stream of jump scares. He's like, it's okay. She left her cell phone all the way in her damn room, and of course the battery's dead, of course. Kind of cheaply, but you can see where it's effective. That shit's stupid. Bro's got Verizon, right? Oh my god, I'm looking at my box right now. He's got Verizon. Hold on, let me go back to that shot. Looks like it's a modern Verizon. Let me look at mine. Yeah, just ain't got the signal on it. Verizon Wireless 5G home internet. Didn't even show her face, it just showed like the head. Oh wait.
There was something in there with
I've already seen this, but
it was standing there in the corner. I asked it, "Who are you?" And it said, "Hear that, boy?"
What?
There was something in there with it.
That was one of the best ones of 2010 to me. Whoa. Yeah, that is another one, but whatever. Wait. That's a little awful here. Okay, good.
Please, no!
It said Dalton.
Dalton.
I can still hear that voice.
Please.
He said, I'm done. I'm done. It is pretty scary though, it's pretty freaky. Anyway, so yeah, that's the first review, and I'm going to my playlist for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Reviews are not looking too good. Oh, I feel like we just watched this. Did we just watch this?
If there was a critic predisposed to enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's 2, you're listening to him. I defended Emma Tammy's critically panned first adaptation, and I've also written about the overblown curse of video game adaptations here on IGN. So let all that appropriately color my disdain for Tammy's malfunctioning sequel bright red like an alarm.
Happy.
Hey, we kind of did, because you can see he does the whole interview.
So you gotta like bang your review out, try to get some sustenance so you don't.
Giving it a 3. It's the.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and move this up top. It's gonna change it, but you know where to start. God, Angry Joe, his shit's less than an hour. Whoa. Well, you know what, folks? Let's see what Jonathan Fuji says. I'm gonna have to, like, really... The views are bad. Really appreciate if you're watching this, by the way, if you're watching my live stream. Yeah. Alright, let's jump to it.
I need this year to be over. Can we at least try?
Don't we all?
Can we at least try? And I know what you're going to say. Oh,
No,
it's just for kids. It's for gamer. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. These can be good movies. These can be good movies. It has like a decent enough setup, okay? The practical animatronics are very cool. They look good. I appreciate the craft in them. But what are we doing? What is the dialogue is just Chat GPT to a T.
Bro said Chat GPT.
The performances, I guess I'm happy they got a bag. But to be honest, maybe I'm not. When I'm out here struggling, when I could have given more, I'm happy that all the gamers got their Easter eggs and cameos in here.
All the gamers. Seems like we're repeating that. He had to get his review from IGN because really all the gamers. HDMI. I'm gonna change my output for just a second. HDMI.
Here, and I'm not saying that with any sarcasm. I know how it feels to be a fan, okay? But this movie is insulting your intelligence, okay? It really is. The plot, can we have a little bit more? Can we have some story? We can do things in a better way in Hollywood if society wasn't crumbling. This is one of the worst movies I've seen this year, and I legitimately did not expect it to. I wanted to have a lot of fun because I think these movies can be fun, and there's like one decent enough scene in here. Everything else, get away from me.
Alright, this one's for all the gamers out there, and while you're gaming, don't get up. Just enjoy the sponsor of this video. This video is brought to you by Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen meals and a variety of options right to your door. Because sometimes you don't have time to cook a home-cooked meal. Or you just don't want to do those dishes afterwards. Look, I get it. Respect. That's why I bring you Factor. With Factor, you get a tasty hot meal ready in about 2 minutes, and you never even had to leave your house. 2 minutes, that's a fraction of the time it takes to cook the simplest of meals. And with holiday shopping, traffic madness, and full swing from now till the end of the month, yeah, now's a good time to stay at home, let the meal come to you. And Factor's expanding the experience with 100+ rotating weekly options, double the seafood and high protein meals, and Factor always understands that life is as life does. Sometimes schedules, they change. You can change your order out, pause, reschedule meals. I appreciate that. And 'tis the season, Factor makes a solid gift too. So head to factor75.com or click the link below or scan the QR code, use code JOHNSFB50, and new customers get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. And now, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I was such a fan of the first one. Hope this one's good. As for that last line in the intro, in the words of Homer Simpson, by the way, I was being sarcastic. So Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is the sequel to the surprise Blumhouse smash hit of 2023, Five Nights at Freddy's. This time around, the original Five Nights at Freddy's restaurant before it was franchised houses a secret. A secret that threatens to destroy the world! Or at the very least, a lot of people at a Fazbear Fest. Or one guy and his kid's sister. You know, whatever. But is this better than the original? Well, in some ways, yeah. In other ways, I kind of appreciate the original a little more. So word is, as I hear it on the internet, if it's on the internet, it must be true, you know. Supposedly, the screenwriter of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 heard the complaints, heard the critiques for the first film, and reworked the script for the second film. Look, as I was no fan of Five Nights at Freddy's 1, I haven't played the games. I kind of had a mental checkbox in my head, like, okay, before the second movie comes out, I should play the game. I still haven't done that. Replaying Mass Effect, though, not my first replay through. I just love those games. So this movie concentrates more on Vanessa, the daughter of Matthew Lillard's character from the previous film. Josh Hutcherson is in it. One of the things I kind of appreciate the first movie more now, at least his character in the first film did have more of an arc to him. This movie, he's kind of there. It's like this movie wants to revolve around that Vanessa character, but Josh Hutcherson's still around because he probably signed a 3-movie deal. So it feels like they're keeping him around without giving him something to do. But in the end, the coolest characters we want to see are the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic characters. I heard Five Nights at Freddy's, the movie, described as gateway horror. And it absolutely is. It's rated PG-13 fan service light horror schlock that exists to get the Five Nights at Freddy's fans into more Blumhouse films so they can spring the rated R movies on them when they're old enough to watch them, and hey, now they're fans. There was a satisfying kill in here. You see it coming a mile away. Like, when you first meet this character, you're like, you're gonna die because you are a piece of shit. I mean, he's just kind of awful. He's awful to kids, which makes him a different kind of awful. But there are moments in this movie, to be fair, also in the previous film, where things shine through, where I get why fans are loving the fan service thing and why they have a fun time in these movies. There's an eerie atmosphere at times, creepy animatronics that are just unsettling, and hey, they might very well kill some folks. They don't kill a lot of folks, but they might kill some folks. But man, the surface level characters and the dumb decision making throughout, I just can't with these things. But McKenna Grace is in this movie this time around. How is she? She's in the movie long enough to put her in the trailer. And just long enough. Easiest paycheck she ever made, man. I mean, good for her. I feel like marketing can do that with one actor and get away with it. This movie does it with 3. McKenna Grace, you blink and you miss her. Skeet Ulrich is in this movie for just long enough. Long enough for articles to come out talking about how Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lillard are in a new movie together. Matthew Lillard's in it for about as long. In fact, I think Skeet Ulrich might have more screen time than him. And never in the same scene together, so what's the point? I mean, of course they wouldn't be, but we're dealing with possessed animatronic robot pairs, so you never know. I am curious to know how the lore of this movie lines up with the lore of the game at this point. As I understand it, the game takes place in the Chuck E. Cheese from hell the entire time. This movie doesn't. It barely takes place there. But these killer robots find a way to go out there into the world. And in the end, I just didn't find myself caring. This screening had influencers and fans of Five Nights at Freddy's. Everybody, when the credits hit, started cheering and applauding. That's what I'll say about the movie. If you're a Five Nights at Freddy's fan, apparently you'll dig this movie. You dug the first one, apparently you will dig the second one. If the first one didn't win you over, save your money. This one's not gonna win you over, that's just a fact. If you've moved past the need for gateway horror in your life, what is there for you here? And the fact is, with Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I ran into what I ran into with the first movie. And that was not a gateway to horror, but a gateway to Ambien, my God. I don't know what it is about these movies. I feel like I'm genetically predispositioned. When the first frame comes on, I can feel myself. I start to nod away. I'm like, why am I so tired? I don't want to sleep. I have a review to do. But there I was for the first hour. I was just shutting down. Then the movie started to get going at a point, but that's also a point. It takes an hour to feel like it starts, and the movie could have been 15 minutes shorter at least. I mean it too. There were things in this movie pointing to the previous film, and I was like, I have no recollection of that. I imagine 3 will do the same with 2, and I'll have the same reaction. While I'm there going, why am I so tired? Shallow-ass characters, dumb decision-making, creepy robots are fun, but it's not a scary film. And there are plot holes that make this thing not make sense. And that's it. That could be the review right there. The rest of it's just me talking shit for a few minutes. In ways, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 made me appreciate things about the first movie more. Kind of makes me feel a little conflicted about the whole thing, but let's be honest, I'm just not going to remember it in T-1 day. Yep, already forgot, which means I don't have to think about it past the moment this video goes up. I concur, these movies are not made for me, but also I'm not made for them. Alright, so Five Nights at Freddy's 2, have you seen it? What did you think about it? Or what's a horror video game you'd like to see get a film adaptation? And if there has been an adaptation, it's fair to say you'd like to see that, but a good film adaptation. What happened to that Metal Gear Solid movie? That's just not happening now? But whatever it is, whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 brings us back to the pizzeria. We continue following our heroes of Mike and Abby, who are trying to move on with the horrors they just faced in the first movie. Well, at least Mike is, while Abby is still caught up with wanting to reunite with her friends. Something that actually starts to become a reality when the original location gets broken into and we uncover secrets we didn't know about before. That's all pretty much. I've got any spoilers. You guys, this will be a spoiler-free review. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It was a journey, following along the updates of that first movie and how it took 7 years for it to come to fruition. It felt like no matter how the movie was, good or bad, at least it finally came true, and for a lot of people, mainly fans, they really did enjoy that first movie. I think it even came to a bit of a surprise for Blumhouse and Universal with how big of a success it ended up being, because I'm sure they kind of regret putting it on Peacock and theaters the exact same day. Not making that mistake here on the second time, I was not only curious to see what the movie would build off of from the first movie. Would it lean more into just favoring the fans who just love it and are hoping they'll continue to feed into the franchise and make it so they can have their full trilogy? Will they actually backpedal a little bit and make it more friendly for casuals that were left a little disappointed or confused with that first movie? Heck, even if they do pander to the fans, will they return? Because now the magical, warm feeling of Five Nights at Freddy's movie is kind of over, because we got that. Will this one just not feel as special, and some people will just wait to watch it at home because it doesn't feel as big of an event as the first movie did? All I know is I was hearing them saying that this one was supposed to be bigger, bolder, more animatronic, scarier. They listened to the fans and they were going to make true on those promises, and well, I seen the movie. I sat down with Mr. Fazbear and Chica, and I'll say, yeah, they actually did listen a little bit to the fans. But I don't think it's going to do much to change the minds of anybody who was just not fond of that first movie. Which is kind of the first thing I wanted to get out the way here. Looking at this, I think if you are a fan of that first movie and you like what they brought to the table, you're going to enjoy this one just as much, maybe even a little bit more, because I do think it's true. They really stepped up. Now that they know there's a built-in fan base, that they will actually pay money to see this, the amount of money they put in for all sorts of animatronics, moments with them, locations and set pieces, yeah, they really did deliver on this one feeling bigger. Another promise that they said is that this one would be scarier. And look, it's still PG-13 at the end of the day, but it is for sure attempting to do more thrills and scares than the last movie. So a lot of people complain the last film didn't have enough jump scares. Get ready for jump scares galore in this one. When the kills come, although like I said, still a PG-13 movie, they do try to push the envelope a little bit, and I'll tell you, the opening scene of this movie, love that. That was honestly the peak of the movie for me, was the opening. I really loved seeing that flashback scene and the little moments with the yellow rabbit and what goes on with the girl that we see screaming in the trailer. Like, there was a little moment within that opening where something was real, and I go, oh, okay, they did that. And it gives you a little bit of goosebumps too when it's mixed in with that great score that they also had in the first movie opening credits. They really nailed it with that score, and it gets you in the mood for the movie. And I did get my answer to something I was wondering about. This movie is continuing to lean then on these films being for the fans. They've made their stance, and well, that's good for them, because they are the ones that have kept Five Nights at Freddy's going and as popular as it has been for so long. I kind of respect them from just going, hey, you either know this stuff or you don't, because the movie is very fan servicey. It's in a way where there's going to be a lot of FNAF fans watching this going, dude. I know in my theater I was in there with a bunch of fast heads and they were going crazy at the amount of Easter eggs, game mechanics, lore drops. I mean, a guy just had to say his first name and the audience gasps. Because as a fan, knowing the lore, the games and all that, you know then who this person is and why they look so devious. Yeah, I'm talking about you, crazy eyebrow guy. And again, from the fan perspective, I think that stuff was integrated in the movie in a way that just makes it so fun to watch. I find it more interesting what they decide to weave in from the games, what they kind of leave out. Aside also from like this one trying to be bloodier or just more effective with the PG-13 kills, the one scary aspect that I thought they actually nailed really well was the marionette. How the puppet was just used in the movie itself. It was getting to a point where I thought a lot of the marketing, trailers, TV spots were just giving away so much stuff in this movie, but there's a decent amount of things that were completely hidden that will come as a surprise to some fans. And the stuff, again, with the marionette, I found the most creepy. I thought they were actually pretty effective with that. There are some newer things they do with it also that isn't exactly from the game. So within the movie, like I said, it added for some creepy visuals. And so really those are the biggest positives I can give, is from a fan perspective, this is the movie you'd want to see and have fun with, and it delivers on it. It brings in stuff from the games you wanted to see explored. Tons of Easter eggs, callbacks, and even inside jokes. They do push the kills to as much as they can for PG-13. But now if we had to look at some of the negatives, and me being honest with it, if you're just not a fan of this series, this movie is not going to be for you. You can say this for the first movie, but even more for the second movie, because it just dives so much deeper into the lore. And at this point, you're either on for the ride or you're not. Watching this movie, not knowing much about Five Nights at Freddy's, it's like watching your friends laugh at an inside joke you're not part of. You're just like, oh man, they're having a good time. Wish I knew what that was about. Because a lot of the plot points, things that happen, character reveals, or moments that occur are just things that feel earned because you have the background knowledge of why they exist. But in the movie world, it feels random. It feels like, there's toy animatronics, okay, cool. Whoa, the Withered are here. How do you explain that? What's going on with this marionette? Like, it just feels so out of left field, and like the movie's making it up as it goes along. While a fan is not going to feel that way, because it's like, oh no, I watched a 3-hour video for why that makes sense. You're not keeping up, buddy? But even looking at it from the fan perspective, some negatives I did have.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that like this type of movie. Like, I was wondering why so many people were gasping. They were like, when they were laughing, they were like, oh! Kind of like they knew something. And I just like, what is it about this movie that they know about? Even at the end, some women were singing the song at the end. I'm like, how do they already know the song? And the movie just came out. Like,
I really wanted more Matthew Lillard, man. He's in this movie even less than he was in the first movie. I think a lot of that is on purpose because, again, if you're a fan, you kind of know what they're building up towards. And Matthew Lillard's already mentioned multiple times in interviews that he is the Voldemort of the Five Nights at Freddy's universe.
The Voldemort. So they're trying to bring him back from the dead? Is that what you're saying? I'm going to have to get out of the microphone anyway. Out of the microwave anyway, so.
Person, just like Voldemort in Harry Potter, he was only sprinkled in throughout the beginning movies until he became the overall threat by the end. And so I guess it's purposeful that Matthew Lillard is used very sparingly.
Yeah, Voldemort was never, in the first film, it was never this lingering presence. He was always a background threat. Until the fourth one, he in the very end of it, brilliantly, they bring him back at the end of the fourth one. Then by the time the fifth one, the Order of the Phoenix, he's more of a threat because he's out there and about. But he's still not all around the movie. The movie's not really about him. It doesn't really become really too much about him until like number 7 or something.
In this movie, which I wish they found a way to just still have him be a decent part of the movie, or at least have equal amount of screen time as the first film, because a lot of the reason of why I like the opening of this movie is the yellow rabbit stuff, and I'm like, I'd watch a whole movie of that. There's also this mystery character thrown into the movie that was kind of interesting. I would have liked them more if they fleshed them out, but we only get to spend so much time with him that by the time things are revealed and stuff is established, the movie has to come to a close, and it doesn't feel like we got to spend a lot with that repercussion. And jumping off that point, another character played by Skeet Ulrich, who is in this movie, he's another person that I wish we could have spent more time with, could have fleshed out, because you really don't get to flesh him out. You don't get to know who he is until the credits roll, and you don't even get footage with that. No, so there is a post-credit scene in this movie, and then there is a voice message after that as the credits are going on, and in that voice message you get more details about Skeet Ulrich's character than the actual movie provided, which I found kind of odd. It again goes back to that thing of like, oh, if you're a fan and you've done your homework, well, then you just know. But as a movie itself and doing its job and filling in on characters, it lacks in that department. So all this to say, look, fans were still going to enjoy this movie and have a good time with it. I still wish there was more killing or just violent things going on. The PG-13 rating is still holding back this movie. If we get to that, I don't give a damn how
old it is.
For
It's
sure
still
they got
funny.
to, right?
It's
I
still
would
funny.
kind of plead to Blumhouse that just take the leap. Give it the R rating, especially for the storyline you set up for that third movie, which honestly I'm really excited for. I need you to just have no limits with it and just take the leap. I think you'd be surprised how many more people would actually show up with the fact that it's gonna be an
Oh, it's just when you're
entirely
younger than
bloody,
me.
just
Yesterday it'll-
all-out thrill ride with that third movie. Small nitpicks here, but some of the voice acting with the toy animatronics, like Megan Fox really did make a difference as Toy Chica. Like, yeah, I had fun watching Toy Chica do her thing. At one point in the movie, she even looks at the camera and says, "You like my body?" And I'm like, "Yes, Toy Chica." Whole theater was silent, and I said out loud, "Yes, Toy Chica."
I didn't even know it was a toy. I thought it was just another animatronic. I didn't see it was a. It's about the size of the web animatronics. I thought it was like an update to the animatronics. I didn't know it was a toy animatronic.
Banned from that movie theater now. But I think the one a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, I can't wait to see what that sounds like," is the voice of Toy Bonnie, who we know is being voiced by Matt Pat. Good on him for doing a voice, but it is not gonna be the recognizable Matt Pat voice you know. If you close your eyes or if you watch the whole movie and then they told you, "Hey, Matt Pat voiced that character," you'd be like, "What? He did? That sounded nothing like him. I thought that was a chick." Kind of would have been nice though if it just said, "Hello, internet." Missed opportunity. 2 movies in, I think it still holds a little bit of that charm and marvel of like, dude, look at them bring the toy animatronics to life. The Withered, all these things going on. It hasn't completely faded, but it feels like that PG-13 and that over-reliance on knowing your homework before you see this movie, it's growing thin. All is to say, though, when I did see that post-credit scene and knowing what they're setting up for the third movie, it's my most anticipated film in this trilogy. So when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm gonna give Action 3 stars. I kind of was honestly hoping for a little bit more going on with the animatronics. You do get a couple sequences of toy animatronics running around the town and going after people for certain reasons, but it didn't last as long as I'd like, and I kind of would have hoped for a bigger body count with the amount of animatronics we get in this movie. Comedy in the film, I'm gonna give it 3 stars. I think they actually do a really good job of not just inserting the humor as the film goes on, but a lot of inside jokes, things poking fun at within the world of FNAF that the fan base will be able to have fun with. So that kept it entertaining as the movie went on. Drama in the movie, I'm gonna give it 2.5 stars. There is actually like a lot of things that go on, but the story at the same time is pretty thin. If anything, like I said, this movie feels more like it had to get through this stuff just so it...
Just let me tone it back to headphones. Since I got my headphones plugged in.
Can be the setup for the third movie, and even the big reveals or newer characters with like that mystery guy, Skeet Ulrich, it doesn't get to flesh them out as much as I would like. Suspense of the movie, I'm gonna give it 2 stars. Like, there is almost a kid-friendly feel with these movies. They are kid-friendly horror with that PG-13, and so it...
Freddy Carter plays Michael. His name is Freddy.
In that sense, you kind of know which characters are being set up to get killed and which ones are going to be making it out at the end. Horror in the movie, I'm going to give 2.5 stars. A lot mainly for the amount of jump scares. The marionette, though, I think overall is the scariest thing about this, and some of the stuff they do with the puppet I thought was cool, and also just the designs of the Withered moving around. Those were pretty scary also. When looking at the 3 C's, I really can't recommend this for casuals because you must be a fan. You must know your homework to fully enjoy this. It's just so reliant on that point. And again, that's just good for them for wanting to, you know, give the fans what they want. But it is going to leave some people behind. Critics are going to be extremely harsh on just the randomness of how things happen. There's honestly a lot of plot holes within the movie also that we'd have to get into whenever I do spoilers. So I'd more have to recommend it on a cinephile level just for the animatronics, how cool that looks, and the entertainment value from being a fan of the property. So when looking at Five Nights at Freddy's 2, like I said, for most people, this will actually be a movie I'd recommend to rent at home. But from the fan perspective, I think it's fun and enjoyable enough to watch in theaters. There's definitely a lot more we're going to talk about and discuss when I do my spoiler review, so stay tuned for that. I do think this movie is an improvement from the first, although that's not really saying all that much. It's really what this movie is building towards and where we're headed that I'm like, okay, that is just a movie I desperately want to see. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow me on Twitter at 3C Films or on TikTok at 3C Films. But as always, I'm Chris. Take care.
I don't want to watch the Angry Joe show right now. He's just kind of long. There's a shitload of these out of theater reactions for Avatar. Because it has to be one of those trending things. And now my damn browser, once again, is starting to have lag. Let's look at the score. Of course, there's no score for films right now. Like tomato meters for Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't have to refresh it because it's not gonna. I'll do it anyway. But there's not gonna be any scores for it right now. Look, it's the critic score right now. Tomato meter alone is 18%, and that the movie has yet to really have any audience see it because it's on a Thursday night. I don't know what the fuck is going on with YouTube. Embargo think it's crazy. What
is happening? So, we have a new clip for Avatar. Ugh. Fire and air. I always want to say fire.
See, I hate it when it does that.
I always want to say fire and ice. This is called You Need Me. Appears to be this fire goddess lady talking to the reborn badass military dude from the first movie. When I think about characters in movies that I would want on my team fighting, if I was going into battle, and I think of military, first off, I think of Vasquez, and I think of this dude. And interestingly, they're both in James Cameron movies. Interestingly, right? Yes, there would be other characters, but yes, these two would definitely be in there. Check this out. Drake 2.
That sounds like a fun weekend, but that's not what you really want.
What kind of freak session is going on here?
What you've never had.
What?
An equal.
Huh.
You want to spread your fire across the world. Yeah. I'll give you guns. I'll give you comms. RPGs. Well, that's strong magic. Command from a distance.
She's thinking about
like
that.
Lightning. The clans, as far as you can fly. They'll bow down before her.
James Cameron's CGI is flawless.
You want to take on anyone? You need me. I see you.
Oh. That was a damn good clip. I didn't even expect it to be that good. Flawless CGI. James Cameron's the man. I expect to have a good time watching this movie. I've seen people put out their out-of-theater reactions. I refuse to watch them. I will watch it myself in 4DX. And yeah, that was good. And I saw that sexual attraction there. I saw that. I saw it. So she's stroking the ponytail. I saw that innuendo. Post your comments down below. Let me know what you think. If you enjoyed my reaction, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and share. 10 million subscribers. Woo!
Yeah, I'm gonna go that far. Let's get back into it.
What's going on, everybody? It's an out of the theater reaction for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It's a sequel to the hit movie based off of the hit video game, hit book series, uber popular, especially in my house with my 14-year-old who loves this series. So I was excited to see it. I just rewatched the first one, which I hadn't really seen all the way through. So I just watched that. I know the lore because of my kid. So I'm going, okay, let's go and check this one out and see the sequel. Because the first one is kind of goofy, but it's still, I enjoyed it. And I think that the fans of the series really dug it. So I'm like, okay, let's go. I didn't like this one. I'm sorry. I know the fan base is, I think this is made for the fan base. I think the fan base is going to get it. Maybe not, though, because I think some of the stuff, some of the lore, I found the games creepy. I found the book series from the stuff that my daughter told me about creepy, and I wanted to see a little bit more of that. The writing just isn't great. The actors are good. They just don't have a lot to do. I don't understand the rules with the animatronics. I was really looking forward to the fact that both Matt Lillard and Skeet Ulrich are in another movie together. They're barely in it.
I'm telling you, you cannot do it like the fucking 90s did it.
Matt Lillard,
you just can't. You ain't got that fucking
But
charm.
they focus a lot on the Vanessa character, which I thought was great. She's really good.
Because they weren't looking for
Josh Hutcherson, who I thought had way more layers in his character of Mike in the first one, with the connection with Abby, and that story to me played a lot more than what's going on in this one. With and McKenna Grace completely wasted in this movie. So if you're looking at it as someone who is not a fan or is just not, if you're just going into it going, oh, I just want to go see kind of a creepy movie, I don't think the casual movie person is going to dig this one. I think that the Five Nights at Freddy's audience could enjoy it. I'm curious about how true it is to the actual lore itself, but I couldn't get past the writing. There's some really silly dialogue, very questionable decisions by the characters that are made. I wanted to see more with what was going on with Abby and Mike, and Abby just kind of repeats kind of the same kind of naive stuff that she does in the first one. I feel like she'd know a little bit better by now. Same with Mike. Mike does some things sometimes like, what are you doing? You know what? You just went through this in the first one. So yeah,
that doesn't mean you're gonna not repeat the same thing. It's just the first one. She's still learning.
To see more of what was going on in the games than this story. Maybe that's what the main thing is. I don't really like the story that they told in this one. So those are my just initial thoughts. I can't give a non-spoiler review yet. It's just my initial thoughts as I'm walking out. It's just a social reaction. So you get kind of the condensed thoughts. That's it for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which is a bummer because I did enjoy watching the first one, which my full-on reaction to the first one will be out on the channel tomorrow with my friend Tina. So anyway, are you a Five Nights at Freddy's fan? Do you want to see it? Do you want to check it out? Put your thoughts in there. Let me know. And as always, please subscribe to the channel, click like, comment, do all that and more. I appreciate it.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is coming. Listen, when they first announced that they were doing a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, for a good year and a half that it was in production and waiting for it to come out, I was beside myself excited about it. I thought it was such a great idea. It's legit, Rob, the only video game that is horror video game that's ever given me the creeps. No other video game ever has. I'm just built that way, I guess. It's just whatever.
Did you ever play Alien Isolation?
I have not played Alien.
That gets in your head.
Scary.
Okay.
And you have.
Wait, hold on. No, Resident Evil's not scary anymore. I think it was. 5. I never played the game. I keep hearing about this game, and I never played the game. I've never tried it. Is it on Steam? Video game series and video. Okay, Android. Okay. Windows Phone. Okay. Let's see it. See if I can find it in the App Store. Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, it's $2.99. Bro, I'm not buying a damn one of them.
It bases it on like your movement and the sound you make.
But yeah, like none of the Resident Evil stuff, none of the others never gives me. I mean, good games, but never made me feel scared or anything like that. But Five Nights at Freddy's, that one legitimately kind of freaked me out when I was playing it. It kind of gave me the goosebumps and chills as I was playing it. Right, it's really weird. So I was excited about the movie. Now, I went to go see the movie, and I did not love it. I didn't think it was the worst thing I'd ever seen. For me personally, I didn't think it was all that good, but a lot of people did like it, and it went over well with a lot of the fan base, and it made some really good money for what it was. I mean, it really did. So obviously, they're doing a part 2. Here it comes. And by the way, most of the other critics kind of liked Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Well, the reviews for Five Nights at Freddy's 2 are now coming out, and the critics that liked it before apparently don't like it now. Now, when I go over to the Rotten Tomatoes page, they're not giving a number yet. So I had to do my own maths. I wasn't told there would be any math on this test.
Well, their math wasn't mathin', so you stepped in?
I did some maths.
I'm going to guess 12%.
The last one I did, I think there might have been a couple more reviews added since I did it, but when I counted it up last time, it was 8 to 9%.
Wow. I thought I was low.
8 to 9%. Might be a little bit higher right now, might be a little bit lower, but it's not good. So let's go over and see what some of the critics are saying about Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We'll start with our friend Jeremy Johns, who says who did not like it, said there are plot holes that make this thing not make sense. It's pretty straight to the point. Culture Mix wrote, who did not like it, the lackluster and sloppy made horror flick Five Nights at Freddy's 2 only manages to confirm 2 truths in movies. 1, most sequels are inferior to the original. 2, most video game adaptations are terrible. Yeah, trying to change both of those, but apparently this one didn't do it. Mortal Cinema didn't like it and wrote, I like these movies better than most critics, yet I don't love them as much as I'd like. Daily Dead did not like it, gave it a 1.5, said, game creator Scott Cawthorn delivers one of the sloppier screenplays of the year, relying on video game logic to propel the film's narrative and displaying an utter lack of faith in the intelligence of his young viewers. Comicbook.com gave it a 1.5 out of 5, did not like it, saying simply giving the audience what they're expecting and winking at the cameo is easy. Subverting expectations and trying to push the material into new places would have been challenging, but is avoided at all costs. Diego Battle wrote, did not like it, said, while the dark humor only works in dribs and drabs, and while the acting is far from virtuoso, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 at least has the merit of opting for a more analog and handcrafted horror than digital. The Rap did not like it, saying the script is the quintessence. Is that how you're saying? Of lead.
Quintessence.
Quintessence, thank you. I was going to say the quintessential, but that's not what it said. Of lead. It lumbers from functional scene to functional scene at a Gollum's pace with a dismal of logic that borders on the contemptuous or the insane. Randy Meeks didn't like it. Said the plot of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a complete mess that, unless you're highly motivated, is confusing even when it tries to be simple. The New York Times did not like it. The story, overworked and drained of tension, is a watered-down cocktail of damaged childhoods and parental neglect, and whatever attempts at humor are mustered, save for the scenes involving the impish Ulrich, land awkwardly. Adrian Massent didn't like it, saying, while it delivers on the basics, it ultimately betrays what made the first film appealing. The mystery lurking in the shadows, the darkness of what is hinted at, rather than the empty and predictable scares put front and center. Richard Krause didn't like it. Hollywood Toto didn't like it. Then Fandom Wire gave it a 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. They loved it. Said with better scares and more surprises, Scott Cawthon stays true to Five Nights at Freddy's loyalists while improving remarkably all around, creating one of the strongest PG horror flicks recently. Well, I'm glad he liked it. Screen Rant didn't like it. Den of Geek did.
All right.
Barely.
2.5 out of 5.
Yep.
I don't know if that counts.
Well, they gave it a tomato, so
They just over the.
they just barely liked it. Bloody Disgusting didn't like it. NME didn't like it. The Associated Press didn't like it. Variety didn't like it. Game Radar didn't like it, and goes on and on and on. It might be lower than 9% at this point. All right. Now, I think the majority of the critics, I could be wrong about this. So let me look this up. Five Nights at Freddy's Rotten Tomatoes. I can't remember what the score of the first one was, but I think it was significantly better than that. Well, it wasn't great. It was 33%. It's 33%. But clearly less like it this time around. I wasn't a big fan of the first.
Yeah, the critics didn't really like the first one much either. 33%, 21%. The audience loved it though. 4.3 out of 5, 4.3 out of 5, yep. This one is even less. All critics 11%. Yeah, like 22% less. Yeah, so it's just not likable, I guess. I thought it was fine, honestly.
First one, even though I was excited for it. But, you know, when a sequel like this comes out, I go in with optimism, Rob, that the filmmakers looked at the first, figured out what worked and what didn't work, build on the things that worked, try to improve or eliminate the things that didn't work. Doesn't sound like that's what happened here. Now, again, we got our movie meetup coming next Tuesday, and I'm looking forward to going in with a full theater of people and having just fun watching this thing, whether it's good or bad. But now, look, Rob, obviously, Five Nights at Freddy's was never designed to be Shakespeare, right? Nobody's asking for it to be a Best Picture contender. Nobody's asking for it to, you know, have huge artistic merit. Just make it fun, make it enjoyable. And it sounds like a lot of people aren't having fun or enjoying it. Anyway, are you surprised to hear about this? What did you think about the first one, and what are you taking away from these reviews?
You know, I didn't love the first Five Nights at Freddy's, and I never played the game. But there's great potential here. And I was actually, to be honest, I thought the trailers for this looked pretty good. You know, I thought it looked like a bigger film than the first one. It looked really interesting. It bums me out to hear this, to be honest. And I think that, you know, I'm not saying that everything needs to be Shakespeare, but you can take an approach to everything that you're aspiring to be as good as Shakespeare. Within the context of a Five Nights at Freddy movie, you can go one way or another. And I'm always of the opinion that you try and always deliver. You take a premise. Look, an audience doesn't become a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's because of its camp value. Like you said, it's the only video game you've ever played that scared you. If that's the case, lean into that. But it seems to me like the people, it happens a lot with our IPs. Not just here. People don't take them Five Nights at Freddy movie. You can go one way or another. And I'm always of the opinion that you try and always deliver.
Yeah.
You take a premise. Look, an audience doesn't become a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's because of its camp value. Like you said, it's the only video game you've ever played that scared you. If that's the case, lean into that. But it seems to me like the people, it happens a lot with our IPs, not just here. People don't take them seriously. They look at them and go, ugh, it's just Five Nights at Freddy's, so we don't have to approach it like The Exorcist. And I'm like, you kind of do. You're not making The Exorcist, but what you're trying to do is take your premise seriously enough that you can inject it and imbue it with real horror. That's what your audience wants. They want to feel that when you go into a horror film, whether it's got a goofy premise or not, you want it to fulfill the premise of what it is. And if it can't do that, then you failed. And I feel that this bummed me out because I was really looking forward to this, and I'm depressed. You've depressed me.
Again, listen, a lot more people than I did like the first one, so maybe I'll like this one. I don't know. We'll see. Guys, we want to take a second to thank a sponsor of today's video, BetterHelp. Hey guys, we are right now in the middle of the holiday season, and this is always the time of year when traditions take center stage. For me, one of the small traditions I've had for myself since I was a teenager is taking at least one night during the Christmas season to just spend completely by myself, to just reflect on the year that was and how I want to improve myself in the year that's coming. The holidays can be joyful, but they can also be stressful, overwhelming, even lonely. So if you're thinking about starting therapy or getting back into it, BetterHelp is a great way to begin. BetterHelp has fully licensed therapists who work under a strict code of conduct, and they do the matching work for you. The way it works is you fill out a short questionnaire. They use over 12 years of experience to match you with someone who fits your goals. And if it's not the right fit, you can switch anytime from their tailored recommendations. With over 30,000 therapists and more than 5 million people served, the platform's average live session rating is 4.9 out of 5 from more than 1.7 million reviews. So this December, start a brand new tradition by taking care of you. Our listeners get 10% off at betterhelp.com/Campia. That's betterhelp.com/Campia. Guys, question is for you. Have you been looking forward to Five Nights at Freddy's 2? We're doing our movie meetup in Burbank of it on Tuesday. I hope I enjoy it. Whatever you guys think, jump down to the comment section below and let us know your thoughts. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching this video. Make sure you like the video, leave a comment, and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget, we have a daily podcast called The John Campia Show Podcast, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your favorite podcasting app of choice. Go and subscribe to it today so it'll be there when you need it.
Freddy Fazbear has returned in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Let's talk about this Blumhouse sequel and if it's good. So Mike and Vanessa are back. They've kept the truth from his sister Abby concerning the fate of her animatronic friends. But when Abby sneaks out to reconnect with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and more, it will set in motion a terrifying series of events revealing the dark secrets about the true origins of Freddy's. And then a long-forgotten horror spanning decades is then unleashed. Thus, we have Five Nights at Freddy's 2. You knew they were going to make a sequel because the first one was so daggone, I'm not going to say well-received, but fans seemed to enjoy their time, and it did very well, but they did the day-and-date release, and so it released on streaming and in theaters. If they would have released that thing in theaters,
you gotta plug it up though. Oh, it won't, because it's not hearing anything.
Time, and it did very well, but they did the day-and-date release, and so it released on streaming and in theaters. If they would have released that thing in theaters, Holy smokes. I like Blumhouse overall. I used to really champion them, but they've started to do sequels and some movies that feel a little lazy, a little rushed, and so Five Nights at Freddy's, it had to happen because of financial reasons, and most importantly, I want to know where fans fall. Critics can say whatever they want. There is no consensus at the time of this video. And even I can just sit here and babble. But at the end of the day, if you grew up with these characters, you're ingrained in the lore, and you love them, then you have no reason but to be super enthusiastic about this movie if it works for you. There will obviously be some preconceived notions there. But I want to start with the positives from my perspective, because I do have plenty of negatives with this film. First of all, the score. The music is phenomenal here. It comes to us via the Newton brothers, who have done like the Daredevil score. They work with Mike Flanagan numerous times. This may be one of their best, and that Five Nights at Freddy's kind of jingle, that theme song, is iconic, but mixed together with this very retro vibe makes the movie far more interesting than it has any right to be. There are also some shots in this film, transition-wise, that I was pretty happy with. I'm not overly impressed. It's not going to win the Oscar for Best Cinematography, but they didn't have to go so hard in certain scenes. The movie tries to do more jump scares than the first, and they did promise after the reception of the first film, we're going to try to be bigger, better, bolder, and maybe scarier. Now, a few of those, I don't think they were able to reach those heights, but they do try to be scarier. There's a kill at the beginning of the movie, so they started out this great sequence kind of establishing back in the 1980s the lore behind where they're taking this sequel. And we get a really brutal scene, and the way they reveal that to not only the audience in the scene, but the audience watching the movie was really cool. And I'm sitting back going, okay, we're already off to a better start than the first. If you don't remember how I felt about the first, I mean, you know,
I mean, it's all right. Like,
it did some things right. Mike specifically, Josh Hutcherson's character, felt way more well-rounded in the first movie. That relationship with his sister, I think, worked and flowed a bit better. We're kind of repeating some of those beats this time around. Now, the main focus is on Vanessa, and I not only like that performance, but I like her character in general. But that brother-sister relationship that we get a long, lengthy peek into this time around doesn't really add much substance. And then you've got a little bit of a spark, a romantic element that, again, they're trying to do something with these characters, but I didn't find Hutcherson's character interesting, his performance interesting, and I'm a big fan of the guy. I liked him kind of in the first movie, but he just has nothing to do here. Then you've got Abby kind of repeating some of those same mistakes, that the decision-making from some of the characters. I mean, and she's 11, so she has a bit of a pass here, but... And I'm not going to dive too deep into this. I do think some of the performances miss the mark. In general, I didn't love the characters this time around. Now again, Vanessa, by far the best. You dive a little bit into her past, that relationship with her father, and then you cast someone like McKenna Grace, and I'm like, oh, she's great. I can't wait to see what she does. And then... that's it. Okay, well, that was a waste of a good cast. It's like the ultimate form of rage bait. You have someone that good, you give her nothing to do, and then you have Josh Hutcherson as a nothing character, and there's so many nothing characters in this film, and I'm just like, But again, I'm approaching this as not a non-fan, but I've never really gotten myself into Five Nights at Freddy's, mostly because I'm doing this thing with this channel, and I'm doing a lot of movie things. I have 2 kids, and so it's like... a lot happened to where I've never been able to do that. And so I'm trying to watch this film and see those little moments, those nuggets, those cameos, those Easter eggs, those scenes and lines. And thankfully, my theater, very clearly, had a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's fans, because a line would happen, they would say a character's name, you would see something on screen, and everyone would be like, oh man! And I'm just sitting there like, all right, yeah, cool. What the hell is going on? I've done that before.
Yeah, I didn't know why the hell people were like fascinated with this, with you know, stuff like that. You know, I was wondering that myself. So, like, they seem to know something that I didn't know. You know, and part of me, I'm just doing some more file maintenance work.
It's very Avengers Endgame coded, right? You get those hardcore fan servicey moments. That's a little different because that had numerous movies to build up to. This has only had one, and I believe the writing is kind of rushing things along here. And but I can't truly speak upon how they handle the lore because I just don't know. That said, when you're not able to provide solid character work and it's kind of piss poor writing along the way, the pacing was really a struggle in the entire first half. I mean, Acts 1 and really most of 2 of this film were just kind of like, if you're not invested in this, you're not going to care at all. Like, if you didn't like the first Five Nights at Freddy's, this is not going to win you.
This is bad. This is very bad.
You've got your Matthew Lillard. You've got a couple of people who guest star, cameo, come over from the first in this film, but most of them have very little screen time. Didn't leave much of an impact, if any. There's a character in this film who's just the biggest asshole for no reason. And the moment you see him, you're like, oh, I know immediately what's going to happen. Like, it was so telling where that was going. But I'm just like, why are you...
I just can't, man.
Didn't leave much of an impact, if any. There's a character in this film who's just the biggest asshole for no reason. And the moment you see him, you're like, oh, I know immediately what's going to happen. Like, it was so telling where that was going. But I'm just like, why are you being so mean? Does anyone else see... Like, this is... It's just, it makes no sense. And so it's a sequel that does a few things better, more technically in terms of execution, but the character work, a lot of the dialogue, the script in general, and just the numerous amount of cliches that it's unable to steer away from makes it somewhat of just a ununique experience that I'm sure some of the fandom's going to have fun with. But I think of a movie like Dungeons and Dragons and how that translated what fans knew and loved so well while also delivering a really good movie with unique characters and fun moments and a great sense of humor and something that got you going and pacing that worked really well. I'm sitting here kind of like, I believe the fandom deserves better. They're probably going to enjoy this regardless, but imagine if this was actually like a high-quality, well-executed movie on top of all of the great nods and fan service. Sounds like a better, a more appetizing meal, if you will. But hey, we got what we got. I'm sure some people will enjoy it, so I need your thoughts down below. Let me know. What are you thinking about the FNAF movies? Which one's the best one? And start that conversation down below. I'd love to see it. Sorry for being so negative. I'm not trying to be. Liar! Take a second to share this video. Drop that like. Hit the hype button if you haven't already. FNAF 2 probably has a lot going for it in terms of fan service and those subtle nods. Beyond the appreciation for how much it respects its fan base, this one's rough. So many wasted characters, bland subplots, flat-out poor performances. Characters keep making the same boneheaded decisions, and the first half struggles to build any real momentum. It has a few genuinely cool shots and a fantastic score, but there isn't much substance here, especially if the first movie did not win you over. And I'd love to hear your thoughts down below. What do we got next?
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is pulling no stops. Game fans, you're in for a surprise. Movie fans, you might be like, what the hell am I watching? What's going on, buddy? Welcome back to a brand new movie review. Today we're discussing Five Nights at Freddy's 2. This takes place 1 year after the supernatural nightmare that took place in the pizzeria last year. Former security guard Mike has kept the truth from his 11-year-old sister, though, Abby, concerning the fate of her animatronic friends. But when Abby sneaks out to reconnect with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, she sets into motion a terrifying series of events that reveal a very dark secret about the true origin of Freddy's. Now, here's the case. I thought the first Five Nights at Freddy's was not a well-made movie, but it was one that I kind of enjoyed just for how bad it was. The script and story were not there, but the animatronics, a lot of that aspects were kind of quite fun, and I think overall the set design and the production design of it all really brought the film to life. And I think it actually brought the game to life, which is a game that I've never been like huge on, but I do like some of the lore, and I also love the concept itself of animatronics coming to life and killing people. And I think there is some really cool lore to that. So, putting that to prospect, I wasn't like out of my mind excited for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, but I was intrigued and interested with it, specifically with hearing what the director is saying, what Jason Blum was saying, and just the cast saying how, like, you know, we took the criticisms of the first movie and we're bringing and fixing them in this one. And I will say, for the most part, I enjoyed Five Nights at Freddy's more this time around. I think the sequel is overall better. But it also does have a lot of the same issues and even more. It's bigger, which necessarily doesn't mean it's better, but I found it to be more fun and entertaining, and it really honed in on some of the elements of the game, which as a fan of video games, I was impressed by. I'll talk all about that in today's review. Just leave me down below your guys' thoughts. Are you excited for this movie? Are you not? What is your favorite animatronic from Five Nights at Freddy's? I think the Marionette is actually one of my favorites, or Foxy. I have genuine terrifying memories of Foxy running down that corridor and finding that on the camera. That used to scare the hell out of me. So definitely let me know down below, and let's jump into this review. Now, to really set in motion like the best parts about this movie, it's easily 110% the set design and the production design. There's never a second in this movie that I do not believe that these animatronics are real, nor is this pizzeria fake. Every single element of it is always brought to life. And I thought the same thing in the first one, but it's, again, this film is bigger. The amount of animatronics, the amount of Easter eggs in here, especially for fans, they're going to love, but the amount of animatronics in this movie are to a whole other degree. In fact, there were more in here, and maybe it's just because I kind of stayed away from the marketing and some of the leaks, but genuinely, there was some in here that I was very shocked that even showed up, and the way that they brought that to life. And I think a lot of fans, especially the fans that were in this preview screening, were losing their shit at some of this. And they brought it all to life in such a horrifying but awesome way at the same time, and I thoroughly just love the way that they were able to do that. I have no qualms, no issues with any of the animatronics. I think the design of them are awesome, and again, they do such a great job of bringing them to life one for one. Freddy looks like Freddy, but you have all these toy versions of them, and of course we're heading back to the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location. And the location itself is gorgeous. Like, they have the river, they have Balloon Boy, they have the Marionette, which I thought what they did with the Marionette in here, which I'm going to speak about a little bit more in a second, was phenomenal. I think it actually is one of the most terrifying things in this. And it all kind of goes back to, like, what I really say about these movies is that Five Nights at Freddy's, the first and the second one, I think are like great entry-level horror films for kids. I know kids are really obsessed with these characters. I know that they like the games, but these are really great entryway horror for kids, like full in and full out. Adults, they'll mildly enjoy these. Teens, same thing. Yes. But kids is like where this is really gonna go. Where like when my son is older, these are like some of the horror films that I would probably start him out on first. And I really love that that is kind of like Blumhouse's wheelhouse with these type of movies. And I think there is a reason that they've kind of honed into that and not given into like going R-rated, which may annoy some people, but like that's not what the games were. And I think necessarily even the creator of all of this would even say the same. Back to the animatronics, I just love the design of every single one, even some of the surprise ones that I know were in some of the trailers, but I'm not going to mention which ones I really like. But they play into a whole element of how I mentioned that there's a lot of Easter eggs in this game. It plays all into that. And there's one sequence in particular that literally is one for one from the original game, where someone's sitting at a desk, typing away on a computer, and animatronics are coming after him. There's buttons, there's vents, there's a mask. They play it so well, and I absolutely love that. And again, the animatronics that show up in that moment, perfect. So well done and really executed that, again, fans are going to get an absolute kick out of on that one. Yeah. That's kind of where I want to segue over to the Marionette and really focus in on that, because I think everything they did with that, I've always found it to be the creepiest thing from the game, and I think it continues to be here. Same thing with, like, I think it's called the Mangled version of Foxy. Awesome. Really looks cool. Like the practical effects on that just look awesome. They really brought that character to life in a really cool way. They bring all the animatronics to life in a really cool way. But the Marionette specifically was the thing that really caught my attention. Now, without getting into spoilers, they have a human element to the Marionette that I found to be absolutely creepy. Very unsettling and actually gets right under your skin, and I think it is one of the best parts about this movie is everything that they do with the Marionette and actually how it ties into this entire storyline and how it brings these characters back in. I actually do think that, like, using this kid that necessarily, if you know the lore, you know what I'm talking about, but like necessarily like the way that is all brought to life, just really cool, and again adds to more of an essence of the marionette. And again, every sequence with that marionette actually really got under my skin the way that it was played out, and I think that's a good thing from the director. Also, just say this, I think Josh Hutcherson is so damn good in here. Same thing with Piper Rubio, who I do think is actually the big standout of this entire movie. I think she's so damn good as Abby, and I think she is one of the reasons to see this movie. Of course, Elizabeth Lull is also awesome in here as well. But I think a lot of people are really going to be talking about two people in particular, which is Matthew Lillard and Skeet Ulrich, who are playing William and Henry. They don't really give them a lot to do, and this is kind of going to segue into some of my mixed aspects of the movie. Their performances are good, but the things that I think make this film and would have risen this film above a lot of other things is not making this film feel like the middling chapter and more of a setup movie than anything else. And that's where I'm mixed on this movie, because as someone who's not close to the video games but can see where those video games Easter eggs are, there is a lot of fun to be had in this movie. And I can't deny that I didn't have fun with this movie. I laughed, maybe sometimes for the wrong reason. I cheered. I wasn't scared necessarily, but like I was entertained watching this movie, even through some of the bad dialogue, bad scripting ideas, poorly length movie. It feels way too long at times. And even like some of the dumb ideas and like kills that like should be more brutal, but as I said, this is more made for kids. The biggest detriment to this movie is the story. It doesn't feel like they know what story to tell and necessarily how to pack a runtime. There's a lot of cool Thor or lore and mythology in this, and especially when it comes down to William and Henry. But it just introduces elements. It introduces so much. And as I mentioned, there's so many animatronics, so many Easter eggs, that sometimes it feels like they forgot about the story. And the first movie didn't really have the best story either. But I would go as far to say I think the first one did have a betterly, at least decent story here. This feels extremely like setup. And I think that's going to mix some people up, especially when it comes down to the third act. The third act just feels like they're throwing everything at the kitchen sink and seeing what's going to stay in it. And there's some moments where I even joked to my friend that I was like, this is like the Avengers showing up. Necessarily, I liked the third act, but it also just kind of left me going, oh, that's it? Just kind of ends. And while I liked the ending, it didn't feel like it built up to that in a satisfying manner, because the story just wasn't there. Again, fans might be roasting me for this, for saying that, but I genuinely do believe that the story could have been stronger here. And I'm all for setup. Maybe the third movie will be even better, but I also could see it just kind of passing into the same case and where it's going to go. And especially with like what's set up, like, and knowing how the third game plays out, I really do hope, because it is risky, like, I'm going to be honest, it is risky if they really do try to adapt the third game, like, to a more of a T, but I actually kind of hope they do. And I think it could potentially help some of the story, but, like, also that runtime needs to be fixed. I don't know. In the end of the day, I just found the story to be very weak, and I think that kind of plays into some of the key pieces. That's going to disappoint some people, especially like people who just go to this wanting to get something decent out of it. Because especially like the lore and mythology, it's just like I felt like you could have built on that a little bit more. Just like how the first film, I think, did it in a very great manner. Oh, great. More of a good manner. I think this one could have probably done the same instead of just more feeling like setup after setup after setup. Okay, we got to get the third film. Even like giving a heads up, there is a post-credit scene, which I think fans will also dig. But that's the one thing that rubbed me the wrong way. That leads into a mixed category because I did like some of the elements, but overall can also linger to some of the disadvantages of this movie. I mentioned the script's not great, the dialogue can be pretty terrible, and the kills aren't memorable. The memorable pieces is the set design, the production design. And that's actually like my biggest criticism with the movie is the fact that like most of the movie doesn't take place at the pizzeria. I think that was like a terrible idea. I don't know why, but like why did we not have it there? You had such a cool location, such a cool area you built up, and you just like barely use it. Every sequence in that area is the best parts about the movie. Everything outside of it, I felt like it could have just been elevated having it there. Maybe it's a budget restraint, maybe it's something of that nature, but like I just personally didn't feel it too much. Coming off as ranting, but I still did enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I just think I look for films to be better. Nights at Freddy's 2 absolutely could have been a better movie. And I think in some ways it is. It's a bigger movie. I think it's more enjoyable. I think the story could have been absolutely worked on a little bit more, same with some of the dialogue. But I do think, and I will still contend, it is a perfect entryway level horror film for kids. That is what these movies are, and I still contend that there is fun to be had for fans. Fans will probably love this movie. I did not love this movie, but I had fun with it. So with all that said, I'm going to give Five Nights at Freddy's 2 a 3 out of 5. Thanks once again, guys, for watching this. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe link, comment down below again.
I did not love this movie, but I had fun with it. I don't say shit like that, you know. You liked it, you didn't. Don't play games.
Hello, people of the internet, my name is Johnny, and welcome to my spoiler-free review of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The film is officially hitting theaters for Thursday previews. It's also just straight up out in select countries. So today, I'm giving you my honest thoughts on the movie, of course, spoiler-free. Tomorrow, on December 5th, the wider release of the movie. We're gonna have a spoiler review talking about the ending, post-credits, Easter eggs, all that good stuff, but today we're sticking spoiler-free. I just got home actually from Hollywood, the red carpet premiere for the movie, and I'll have a video going over that experience up pretty soon.
On the same time as Avatar.
Hollywood, the red carpet premiere for the movie, and I'll have a video going over that experience up pretty soon. So this spoiler-free video is gonna be repeating a lot of what I said in my initial reactions video when Scott flew us all down to Orlando to check out the movie early. So apologies if I'm repeating myself here and there, but I am able to go into a bit more detail in this video. First up, I just want to glaze the opening. This opening really sets the mood for the movie. It is so good, so tense as well. It gets you excited. I thought the first movie had a pretty good opening, but this second one, oh my gosh, it takes the cake. And it really just gets you right into the lore, the story of the movie, introducing you right away to the brand new characters, the brand new setting, and then transitioning to that FNAF theme song by the Newton Brothers. Oh my god, bro. Chills. Absolute chills. I would also like to glaze, if you allow me, Jim Henson's Creature Shop. The practical effects in this movie are so well made. The animatronic characters, the pizzeria set, they're so insanely crafted. We're so lucky to have them a part of this franchise because they bring these characters and these locations to life, and they just look absolutely incredible, especially the animatronic characters. They look like they've been pulled right out of the game. I think the suit actors did a much better job in this movie than they did the first movie, and also I was pleasantly surprised by the voices for the toys. Helen Goff is of course amazing as Toy Freddy. It's a little bit different than I think what we're used to with Toy Freddy, but again, I think Kellen does a really good job. Matt Pat as Toy Bonnie is completely unrecognizable. I think if you didn't know that Matt was voicing Bonnie, you would never have guessed it was him as the character, but it does really fit the character. Same thing with Megan Fox as Toy Chica. Absolutely. Iconic voice that is pretty similar to what we hear in the past from Amberly Connors. But of course, Megan Fox does a little bit to make it her own. I will say a few nitpicks while we're talking about the characters though and their voices. It does feel like the characters lost a bit of emotion and personality about the characters though, and their voices. It does feel like the characters lost a bit of nitpicks while we're talking about the characters though and their voices. It does feel like the characters lost a bit of emotion and personality with their voices in this film compared to their other iterations with their voices in past games like UCN or FNAF AR. In the movie, they go for a much more monotone, robotic, kind of flat voice, you know, delivery. And while again, I think the voices themselves are really good, I would have preferred more, again, emotion, personality with the deliveries, but again, I think the voice actors did a fantastic job. Another small nitpick with the animatronics animatronics is that, of course, when they're walking around, because they're giant robots, you hear the heavy footsteps of them moving around. But then also there's scenes where they're like sneaking around places, sneaking up behind people, and the people don't hear the giant footsteps, like conveniently they are gone. Honestly, I do think that's a pretty big problem with these FNAF animatronics, is that it's hard for them to really sneak up on people. Like, they don't move super fast. Again, they're giant robots, they're loud. But overall, it was just absolutely amazing to see these characters brought to life on the big screen. Again, Jim Henson's did a fantastic job. I love the FNAF 2 cast of characters, the toys, the wizards. You got Balloon Boy in there as well. The puppet absolutely is done incredibly well in this movie. Of course, with how many animatronics there are on top of the human characters, which we're going to get to in a second, it does unfortunately lead to less time with a select group of animatronics that I am really upset about. But the scenes that they do have is absolutely fantastic. Maybe I'm being a bit obvious here, but you see it in the trailers where Mike is actually playing FNAF 2. I think they did a fantastic job actually adapting some of the gameplay. You likely know this about me, but one of the biggest critiques I had for the first FNAF movie is that Mike never really played FNAF. He never closed a door, never really checked the cameras, tried to conserve power. Here, though, he's actually incorporating a lot of mechanics and elements from the game. Of course, they have to twist the mechanics a little bit to have them fit inside the movie universe, but actually seeing FNAF 2 adapted up on the big screen was just so amazing. I really do think they did a fantastic job adapting it. I guess as we're talking about Mike, let's move on to some of the human characters, which I think for the most part did a pretty good job. You can tell that the actors are getting more comfortable in their roles. They're embracing this universe, the characters. Some of the dialogue and character dynamics I'm not super big fan of. It is kind of hard to talk about the character dynamics because so much of this movie relies on those character dynamics between Mike and Vanessa, Mike and Abby, Vanessa and William. It was kind of jarring sometimes and surprising the directions they went with some of the dynamics. Of course, you know, there's the typical dynamics you're expecting to see between William and Vanessa, but then there's dynamics with other characters that I'm like, I'm more so just confused why they would want to go down that path after setting up, honestly, completely opposite directions with some of those character dynamics. Again, it's kind of hard to dance around it, though at the same time there are dynamics that are done incredibly well that I was so excited to watch unfold on the big screen, finally getting some backstory between William and Vanessa. That's the main one I'm referring to here. It does kind of seem like they forgot that side plot as you get further into the movie, but still amazing to see, but I would have liked a bit more time with that. Speaking of people I would have liked a lot more time with, Matthew Lillard and Skeet Ulrich unfortunately are not in this movie for a whole lot of time. When they are there, they absolutely steal the show as always. You can really tell in this movie they are saving these characters for something much bigger in the future. Though I do think there's going to be a lot of people who are upset seeing all the marketing like, oh, the Scream Kings are back, and then they're in the movie for maybe a couple minutes. And then for other actors joining the film franchise, you got McKenna Grace, who, again, absolutely steals the show. I was super pumped that she was included in this movie, and I think her time on screen was done fantastically. And that whole scene, really, with the paranormal investigators crew investigating around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, super tense, super unsettling. That's one of the main things we talked about in the Orlando, initial reactions video. This movie is very unsettling. Big fan of those jump scares as well. Trust me, you are going to see a lot of jump scares. Of course, it's FNAF. There's going to be a ton of jump scares in this movie. I think they were done much better than the first movie. The premiere was my second time watching the movie. The first time was like a week and a half ago, so I've had time to sit with the movie, and I truly still stand by the fact that it is eerie, it is unsettling. Mostly in part due to the puppet, who I was not expecting the direction that they went with the puppet here, and honestly, I'm still kind of debating if I like it or not, but it really does make for some nerve-wracking, unsettling scenes with this character. For other positives, of course, the theater goes absolutely crazy anytime there is a big lore drop or secret character that you can spot. Trust me, there's a lot of Easter eggs, and we'll absolutely have a video breaking down every single Easter egg and secret in the movie. Now, as I alluded to earlier, a lot of the negatives I have with this movie revolve around plot and character dynamics, which obviously I'm not going to get into here, but I do think I've seen it even within the FNAF fan base already. Some of the story decisions, character dynamics, plot, that kind of stuff is going to be pretty jarring for FNAF fans. Even the diehard fans, they switch up the lore quite a bit here, and it's going to be interesting to see how it's received in the community, because even myself, I don't know if I'm on board or against some of the decisions and changes that they've made with the plot, with the story, with the characters. And on a similar page, I do think critics and general audiences are still going to have a bit of a tough time following the story. I do think they do a much better job at explaining the characters, the plot, the story, everything, the lore in this movie than they did the first one, which took pretty much up until Act 3 to fully reveal everything. This one, from the start of the movie all throughout, is giving you the story, you know, revealing the characters, explaining what's going on, the objectives for the movie. So while I do think they do a much better job at explaining the lore to the viewers in the second movie than the first one, this movie expands the film's universe's lore a lot. New characters, new backstory, new animatronics, new locations. Like, there is so much expansion here in the film universe with the second movie, which is really awesome, but also a little bit worrying with how they're making these films. Of course, for us FNAF fans, it is amazing to see this world expand even further and understand more about the lore of this film universe. Of course, drawing a lot of influence from the games, but on the flip side of that, to general audiences who were very confused with the lore of the first movie, expanding it even further in a film that has a shorter runtime than the first movie. I do think it's going to be hard to keep up and follow if you're not too familiar with already the inner workings of the FNAF game lore. If you weren't sold with the first movie story, the characters, the locations, again, the lore, you're not going to get won over by this second film, unfortunately. Obviously, FNAF fans who want more expansion with this film universe, the characters, the lore, you're going to love this movie because it does exactly that. But with folks who were already not on board with the first movie, there's not a whole lot this second one offers to get you on board. And that's why I'm still pretty split on the filmmakers making these movies for the fans, because on one hand, it is so amazing and surreal to see the lore be expanded on the big screen, to have moments in this film that were made literally just for us FNAF fans to freak out and get excited about. But again, on the flip side, the people that aren't FNAF fans have no idea why people are freaking out about that, have no idea why it's in the film. I'm really passionate about these movies, and again, I feel very honored as a FNAF fan to have these films be made just for us, because it is, again, so amazing to watch these movies as a FNAF fan with FNAF fans. Get excited about every little detail, every secret, you know, every character that we know from decades past get adapted on the big screen. But also, I mean, we saw just how much the low critic score tanked the reputation of the first FNAF movie. I really don't want that to keep happening with this film universe. I want these movies to be enjoyed by everyone, if you know FNAF or not. I think that's very important. I do appreciate everyone working on this movie desire to make films just for us fans. I really would love for everyone, if you know FNAF or not, to be included and appreciate and love these films. Because is it just me, or is it kind of a shame that us FNAF fans are the only people who get to enjoy these movies? Man, really went off on a tangent there, huh? At the end of the day, I think if you're a fan of FNAF, you're gonna like this movie. If you like the first movie, you're gonna love how much they expand this film universe, bring in the characters that you love from FNAF 2, actually adapt the game. I do think even some FNAF fans are gonna be pretty split on the direction that they go with the story, with some of the character dynamics at the end of the movie. But in terms of people who aren't FNAF fans, again, as much as it sucks to say, I don't think there's a whole lot in this second movie to get you on board with the film universe if you were not on board with the first one already. But I'd love to know, what are your thoughts on the movie? Again, we're going to have a full-on spoiler review coming up tomorrow, talking about the ending, the post-credits, because there are two. There's a mid-credit and a post-credit. Definitely stick around for those two because they have crazy implications for the future. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'd love to know what are your spoiler-free thoughts on FNAF 2, and I'll see you all tomorrow for the ending.
Five Guys at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
I know, but
too.
I fancy a burger.
Yeah. Okay. So this is. I mean, I know you've been awaiting this.
Yes.
What
happened in Five Nights at Freddy's 1?
I'm so glad you asked.
Yes.
So this is the sequel to the 2023 slasher fantasy, which was based on the video game franchise, created by Scott Cawthorne, who's an executive producer, did the script with Emma Tammy. So the setup originally is there's the night watchman in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is named after an animatronic bear, and the player in the game would be menaced by animatronic characters and traps. And then in the film, the animatronic characters were ghost children possessing the robot animals. Bear, and the player in the game would be menaced by animatronic characters and traps. Hawthorne, who's an executive producer, did the script with Emma Tammy. So the setup originally is there's the night watchman in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is named after an animatronic bear, and the player in the game would be menaced by animatronic characters and traps. And then in the film, the animatronic character...
I have a
script with Emma Tammy. So the setup originally is there's the night watchman in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is named after an animatronic bear, and the player in the game would be menaced by animatronic characters and traps. And then in the film, the animatronic characters were ghost children possessing the robot animals or something. Anyway, so now sequel, Josh Hutcherson, Elizabeth Lale, Piper Rubio, Matthew Lillard reprising their roles, Wayne Knight, McKenna Grace, other people joining the cast alongside Skeet Ulrich in a cameo which literally makes you go, sorry, who's that? Oh, all right then. And then when you finally figure it out, you go, I really like the Scream movies a lot more than I like this. And there's also a bit in it in which a car runs over an Elm Street sign. And you go, yeah, fine. So this is apparently set, it's just after the first film, about which, I mean, the plot of the first film, I just can't be bothered to remember. So Abby is now separated from but attempting to reconnect with the animatronic spirit possessed friends that led to the events of, and then it turns out that there's more than one Freddy's. There's an original Freddy's, and also all the robotic animals. There's now a new breed of them, so there's 2 of everything and 3 of every plot strand.
I always love it in the a plot description where you lose the will to live just explaining the story, because we kind of know what's coming.
So much plot and so little point to any of it. I mean, there isn't any point in trying to do a synopsis of this because it's just like none of it makes any sense and none of it's interesting. And I saw this because it was just the one screening, and I was there with Kim Newman, my horror maven, Kim Newman, my great friend. And Kim, I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, he said at the end of it, he said, how can you mess this up? It's killer toy robots. How can you mess this up? And the answer is so many ways. And every one of the ways of messing this up is explored in this just bum-numbingly dull, boring, world-building movie, which is like building... I mean, the Winnie the Poohniverse world is actually more interesting now than the Five Nights at Freddy's. So... as before, 15 for strong threat and horror, but neither of those things are true. There isn't any strong threat, and there's virtually no horror. I mean, points of it, I was struggling to stay awake, and this was in a day in which I'd seen 3 other films, at least one of which was quite hard going, but had kept me gripped all the way through. And this, you think, oh, it's killer toy robots, animatronic possessed, but just all this, and I'm speaking as somebody who thinks that magic and Dead of Night and things with talking toys are just inherently scary. I mean, I was also thinking, watching this Funhouse, there's a Tobe Hooper movie Funhouse, and I haven't thought about or seen Funhouse in a very long time. And whilst I was watching this, I thought, okay, maybe I should go back and watch Funhouse, because maybe it's an absolute masterpiece. So you get 2 sets of everything. So you get 2 sets of the locations and 2 versions of the creatures, and then the original location that nobody had talked about before, and then there's 3 intertwining narratives, at least one of which gets forgotten halfway through because they just couldn't be bothered. There's this newly menacing marionette. I think the marionette's new because I don't remember the marionette from before, but possibly was there before. I've just forgotten, and I'm at a loss to recall this stuff, and I only saw it yesterday. We're recording this on Wednesday morning. I saw it yesterday at the end of the day, and it's made no impact on my brain whatsoever. I mean, the whole raison d'etre of this franchise is dormant, apparently dead and destroyed big animatronic animals whose eyes suddenly light up, or dormant animatronic, apparently dead robotic animals that suddenly bash on the windscreen of your car and it goes bang when they do it. And then all this plot, so much plot I mean, just so many plot strands. You go, I don't care about any of these things. I don't believe in any of these people. The only thing that you've got going for you is big, apparently dead, reanimated, robotic animal with big teeth whose eyes light up and who bashes on the windscreen of the car. And I mean, there is, as I said, there is one particular cameo in which the camera creeps up behind this person, creeps up, and then they turn around and you literally go, sorry, who that? Oh, is that who that is? And the other thing is, it doesn't help that before these two movies came out, Nick Cage, who I keep wanting to call Nick Cave, Nick Cage basically made Willy's Wonderland, which essentially is Five Nights at Freddy's, but in which he doesn't say anything. But that's a film in which he's a drifter. He winds up in this place. There's all the creatures, and he just beats them all up. And I mean, the trailer was better than the film, but at least it just consisted of Nick Cage, not Cave, beating up a bunch of big animals. I mean, and the worst, there's not one, not two, but three endings, all of which set up another film coming. So there's going to be more of this in, 18 months' time. And I'm going to have to go back and revisit this review to remind myself what happened in this film, only to discover that even the next day I couldn't remember because I couldn't be bothered. It's bollocks.
It's time for another Five Nights film.
Now, this woman here has made repeated little copyright claims. I'm going to use her video anyway. I don't care about her feeling like she's entitled to copyright protection, because I'm giving all of these videos, I'm showing every single reference to every video that I put in my live stream. Every one of them. It's including in the description. It's called videos used. You can see it in the description. So she could fuck off.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is out today. It's been 2 years since I saw the first one, and I was really perplexed at the time by the mix of somber lore as well as the live action telling of the lore. Now I understand where they're going in terms of atmosphere with this franchise. I'm really...
Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of her accent. I don't care. I'm gonna make fun of her accent because I think it's funny. She's Australian,
to see if they can step up to the plate for the second, because they have said, the director and the writer, that they have received the feedback from the fans, and this new sequel will have more of what people were looking for. More jump scares, deeper lore, which I think the lore was pretty deep for the first film, to be honest, and very muddled. But they also said at the same time it's going to be more accessible for a wider audience who does not know the lore. If you don't know the lore, I did do this video. It's a very brief 10-minute overview on all of the characters within the Five Nights at Freddy's universe. I have played the first game. Yeah. I know a little bit about the lore from research, but I know in the first film they did twist it. So the first Five Nights film was about a troubled security guard who begins to work at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Just a little reminder, this is Josh Hutcherson's character, and he was working as security at the mall, but he freaked out because he saw a man take a kid, and it really brought him back to his childhood and what happened with his brother. So he ends up getting this job.
Oh my god, we don't need a recap of the first one.
As a security guard at this really strange off-brand Chuck E. Cheese with animatronics, but it is shut down. So he just has to watch over it at night. And at night, these animatronics come to life. He's also looking after his kid's sister, and he is going through a dispute trying to keep her under his custodial care. The first film was a hit, believe it or not. I know that the IMDb score says otherwise, and a lot of reviews, including my own. I was really on the fence with it, but it was a huge monetary success for Blumhouse with how much they put into the film and how much the return was. So this sequel will take place a year after the first film, and we do follow the same characters. Josh Hutcherson is playing Mike, and he is returning with his kid sister that does not know the true darkness behind what happened in the first film. She doesn't understand everything. He is still kept in touch with Vanessa, who is Elizabeth Lull, but there will be a new generation who comes in and maybe gets messed up in this, is what we see from the trailer. Don't worry, this is all very surface level stuff. I don't know anything that actually happens in the film, but this is just the setup for the movie. Because McKenna Grace is in a lot of the promo material, I'm really hoping they don't kill her off at the start, but I think that they might. That's my prediction. We also have Skeet Ultridge appearing in this film, along with Megan Fox's voice as Chica. And of course, Matthew Lillard is back. I do think it's really important to watch the first one before the second one. I haven't seen the second one yet, but because it's taking place a year after and we're following the same characters, it would make sense. I did rewatch, so it's fresh in my mind. Sorry for the long intro today, but I thought it was really important to kind of really prepare ourselves to get back into this universe and set the scene. I wonder if it's going to be as full of dread as the first one, if there is going to be any tonal shifts. That is my big question for today. So we're going to go together, we're going to go watch the film. I'm going to let you know spoiler free if they have made these changes that they've promised. The director for the first and second film, Emma Tammy, has said she has taken on the feedback from the fans. So let's see if this is any different, if it's a step up from the first. Let's go see Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Let's go.
Yeah, she's got to show herself, getting the ticket, getting in the car, going to the theater, driving there, walking past all the posters, all this extra shit, show her feet and all this. A goddamn influencer has to show other people. Has to show off the merchandise like they're paying her to do it. Has to show herself going. You watch this in D-Box? Wow, why? Why the extra pay fee?
Hello friends, I just
now she's gonna give a review within her goddamn fucking car.
Someone is parked so close to me. I cannot put me on camera trying to slide in, but I just got out of the film and
no shit.
I think I have finally figured out what doesn't work for me in these films, but I will say I do think that there has been an improvement, and I understand the feedback and how that was incorporated into this movie. So Five Nights at Freddy's 2 has some really fun elements, but the number one thing is the new characters that are implemented in this film I found to be very fun and more scary than the first. They did incorporate a lot more jump scares, but they still keep very much in the PG element so that they don't have to up their ratings. And that makes sense. Like, they want teens to go out and watch this movie in the cinema. So very much still cutting away. We don't get to see much gore. I was wondering at one point, because there was this scene where they were showing a little bit more, how much they would show. But yes, cutting away before anything really significant happens. But they did have a lot more jump scares, and I will say it is more scary than the first. And there is a character that I feel like is the
Let's see. I want to see if the first one's PG-13. Okay, it was. The first one was PG-13. That'll go to 5.
Reason for that, and probably the reason I'm glad I got to see it on the big screen. This film did keep the same tone as the first. A lot of dread, a lot of somber energy, and I think I was more prepared after seeing the first film, knowing it's the same writer and director and returning cast, that it would carry through, and it very much does. I find my issue with this movie and both of the films is the tension and the way it builds. It goes on a roller coaster, and although the Newton brothers do the music, which is great, there's a lot of silence, and I don't think it does well at tension building. We go into dream sequences just like in the original. A lot of different elements are incorporated, a lot of different side stories, and a lot of different characters, but I feel like pulling the viewer in and out of all of these elements and then trying to build tension along the way, it just doesn't happen. And I feel like the climax, even for this film, which was how I felt in the first film, it just isn't making much sense structurally to the viewer. It doesn't feel like we're on this climactic journey on a roller coaster to take off like you would in any other kind of horror slasher movie. And it's fine to break the structure, but only if you're going to replace it with something better and something that's really still going to keep you entertained and in the moment. I feel like all of these peaks and flows just don't work to keep the viewer you know, on the edge of their seat and really immersed in the scares of the film. It doesn't feel like a scary movie, and it's based on a very scary game. I think this game is really scary. I honestly feel like this movie and the idea and the way that they've done the production would have worked really well as episodes for a TV show. I do think they look great. It's very specky. I love the world building and the way the animatronics look. It's amazing. It's amazing. I love that element. I love how it's incorporating practical effects and CGI and really replicating this world that a lot of people love in a franchise that a lot of people love. But I do think because of the way it dips and flows and because there is so much lore to this story, it would work better as a TV show going through the episodes, because it feels like you kind of end on not even a climax, but everything is up and down constantly, and it just doesn't feel like it gives that whole tentpole to the film. It doesn't feel like a satisfying, wrapped up in one film kind of production. Does that make sense? I will talk about some things I really liked in this movie. Again, the jump scares were way better. I also think it's a better payoff for anyone who's played the game. If you played the second game, they have incorporated a lot of the gameplay into this, which I thought was really good in parts of it. Again, it takes a while to get there. I will say it does feel long because of those drawn out moments and those silent moments, them trying to keep it somber and dreadful instead of just going straight into scares and the tension. But I really did like the gameplay aspects. I thought that was really cool. And the way the lore is built into that. I went back through and had a look at some of the lore behind the second game. I'm actually going to drop some stuff in the description. I'll put it down a little bit so you can't see it, but just some stuff that really aided me to know before seeing this film about some certain characters that are included in this movie. It's not spoilers for this film, but it is information you can find online and the information that would aid you knowing more about the characters that are involved in this film in particular. I want to help you guys have the best experience, you know? I need to say other positive things about this film. I feel like Vanessa is explained so much better. Her intentions, her motives, everything about her, I really liked in this movie, where she seemed so odd in the first film. I think that she's better explained in this one. They also start with a flashback from the 80s, which I think aids the whole production. I don't agree that this is accessible to all audiences. You definitely have to see the first film, and although you can watch it and kind of get the idea of the lore behind it, I think it's very convoluted, which that's what the lore is like. It's very convoluted and messy, and I just don't think you're going to get the same payoff if you're going to walk off the street and just start watching these movies. You have to suspend your disbelief a lot in these movies and just really get into the idea that this is taking place in an almost alternate universe, because there are a lot of aspects to do with the animatronics just baseline that don't make sense and have quite big plot holes if you're being too logical about things. But it's a horror movie, you know what I mean? The other thing I absolutely love, and I'm not going to say too much on this, is McKenna Grace and how she is incorporated into this film. So cool, and worth to see it for that alone. I wouldn't say on the fence with these films, but I'm starting to understand what they're doing with the creation and the lore, and I appreciate them for the fanfare, but that's what they're made for. They're made for fans. And if you're a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you'll definitely get a kick out of this one, but just be prepared for some somber, slower moments, but they are balanced out with some jump scares. Although I just don't feel like the tension building feels very satisfying in the end. There are some really cool elements though, especially for people who played the games. I gave the first film a 5 out of 10.
Alright, next.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Critical Overlord here. We're going to be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's 2 in this video here today. This will be the spoiler-free review for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So this film is directed by Emma Tammy once again, also written by Scott once again. It is starring Josh Hutcherson, Elizabeth Lyle, Piper Rubio, Matthew Lillard, Skeet Ulrich, McKenna Grace, and several others. And 1 year has passed since the supernatural nightmare at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The stories about what happened have been twisted into a campy local legend, inspiring the town's first ever Fast Fest. Former security guard Mike and police officer Vanessa have kept the truth from Mike's 11-year-old sister Abby concerning the fate of her animatronic friends, but when Abby sneaks out to reconnect with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, it will set into motion a terrifying series of events, revealing dark secrets about the true origins of Freddy's and unleashing long-forgotten horror hidden away for decades. So, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, in a shocking twist of fate, proved itself to be the best horror movie of the year. It's a cinematic achievement that deserves to be praised as one of the greatest sequels ever made, and I am totally kidding. I didn't like this movie one bit, but it is an improvement over the last. The first movie is bad, The sequel is just a messy improvement that gives me hope that one of these movies will inevitably be more than just barely watchable, which is what this sequel is. It's barely watchable. It's an entry-level horror movie that's fine being nothing more than a giant stepping stone to whatever awaits us in the third film, while relying way too much on jump scares and asinine cliches along the way. Allegedly set 1 year after the last movie. Now I'm saying allegedly because unless I'm crazy, when you see the film it'll make sense, but this film jumps 20 years later after starting with a flashback that was set in 1982, meaning it's actually 2 years since the last one, if my math is correct there. But the synopsis of what's out there says 1 year after, and I know that movie was set in 2000, but the math isn't mathing. This would be 2002, which is 2 years later. Mike and his sister Abby have moved into a new home though. He's trying to date Vanessa, who was revealed to be the daughter of William Afton. He's lying to Abby about what's going on with Freddy, Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie, claiming that one day he will fix her friends. After a group of paranormal investigators go missing at another Fazbear location, Abby's days of feeling alone and mistreated are about to be put behind her, as Freddy and his friends plan to knock off every adult in town, turning Fazfest into a bloodbath. Now, I will say Scott did a better job crafting an engaging story here. I will give him that. Better doesn't mean good though. I'm barely invested in Mike and Vanessa's attempt at being a couple due to Vanessa being completely unreliable, and Mike himself flirts with this early on before being more direct about it later in the film, being more direct in regards to how unreliable Vanessa is. Vanessa is not a compatible partner, so that dynamic is impossible for me to connect with. Aside from that, when they're apart, the two characters, again, they're just very dull protagonists, so combining them isn't really doing anything for me. Vanessa has a more compelling narrative this time around, since Five Nights at Freddy's 2 digs deeper into her trauma related to her father, but the problem is Vanessa isn't who carries this story mostly. It is Mike, and he's severely underdeveloped as a protagonist. I do not care about him one bit. And then he makes the absolute worst decision ever after he is educated on how to beat the new threat. A very eye-roll worthy moment that cemented him as a character I'll probably never root for as long as he is a protagonist in these movies. The lie he's been feeding Abby is completely overlooked as the story progresses. Nothing is done with this to enhance the dynamic between these siblings. Mike is simply flat and a poor excuse for a protagonist. Henry, who Five Nights at Freddy's diehards and even the most casual fan like myself know to be very important to the lore of this story, is only here for a cheap reaction. He's just as underutilized as Mike is. The film exposition dumps so much material you'd think that his relevance to what's unfolding could have just been included in these exposition dumps. But no, his appearance legitimately feels like they just wanted to say the OG Scream Killers appeared in a Five Nights at Freddy movie together. That's literally what the appearance felt like. But guess what? It gets worse. Just let me keep cooking. Let me keep cooking. If I haven't made myself clear, the characters are not what has been improved. Abby is semi-relatable and likable, I'll give her that. I did sympathize with her situation and didn't want her to keep falling victim to the manipulation of these animatronics. But aside from that, still iffy on her too. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 provides a lot more tense moments and a stronger catalyst for the events that unfold. That's kind of it as far as writing improvements go. There's a moment with Mike that reminded me so much of the games. I was like, finally, something I desperately wanted to see in the first film. And when it happens, many people who were dying to see this moment from the games in the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. It was very reminiscent of that. But the characters involved mostly remain weak. The newcomers connected to the lore are bench warmers at best, and jump scares occur far too often. Yes, the jump scares I know are present in the game, but even the game doesn't feel like it's slapping us around with them every other second. And when turning this into a movie, formulaic scares like that can get old very fast. Even when the gag has gone stale, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 insists on throwing in more jump scares that stopped being effective about 5 scares ago. Its biggest sin is how it handles the villain. Let's just say screen time would have been nice. This reveal is worse than William Afton's because while he wasn't all over the first movie, he shares scenes with Mike and has a big connection to Vanessa, making the reveal somewhat impactful. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 abandons any scenes with protagonists, gives you one scene with a group of characters and this villain who are not as important, then drops this massive landmine on you during the third act, expecting you to care. It does not help that one of our 3 main characters is linked to this person in a major way. Nothing about this reveal lands well, mostly due to the film establishing the person as the villain during the first act. Then this person is never seen or heard from again for a good remainder of this film, which does a big disservice to their role in all of this. When their reveal comes, it's honestly like a duh, but then there's other added elements that just fall flat. Exchanges between characters post-reveal don't evoke any kind of reaction from me because the story forgot the audience along the way. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 undermines its villain even further by allowing a character to dispose of them in quick fashion. Look, I'm all for a good laugh, but Five Nights at Freddy's 2 constantly injects humor at the worst times. It recycles a couple bits from the last movie, like a cab sequence and Mike being called an asshole, none of which were funny. The humor is at its worst when tense scenes are capped off by one-liners that work against the suspense or prevent the animatronics from being genuinely terrifying. As impressive as they look, I cannot take that away from them. The aura and intimidation from the games is still missing. Chica disposed of one annoying character in a brutal way. I really enjoyed this scene for establishing Chica as a credible threat, until a joke was inserted immediately after. Then I snapped out of it and was like, oh, that's right, you all are just a bunch of comedians. But they aren't supposed to be. They shouldn't be. I don't recall any of the games I played growing up being particularly funny either, so I wish they'd just eliminate the comedy altogether. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 seemingly understood that the human characters in the first film were not impressive to a lot of people. They accepted that, did very little to make them better here, and then tried to lean on the animatronics more, which almost worked if not for their threat constantly being insulted. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I think Josh Hutcherson's best performance is in Bridge to Terabithia. He just seems like he didn't want to be here though in this film. Elizabeth is fine, but Piper Rubio, McKenna Grace, and Skeet Ulrich are the standouts for me. Even with his small amount of screen time, Ulrich's portrayal of Hank captures his inner pain and frustration towards all of this Freddy nonsense very well. Abby annoyed me in the first movie, but Piper was never the problem. It was just the writing. I thought her performance here was great compared to her two adult co-stars. No one sold the threat of the animatronics and the eerie environment of Freddy's better than McKenna Grace. Not a lot of speaking from her character when this is all going on, but her facial expressions are just simply remarkable. The film is very fast-paced, a decision that makes tense moments feel too short. Post-reveal exchanges come and go, giving you little time to digest it all, and everything in between is almost forgettable. I know what happened, as will anyone who watches. You all will know what happened. But the film seemed to be in a rush to the finish line is my point, and it doesn't always work in its favor. The Newton Brothers score remain one of the stronger aspects of these movies. I can never take that away from them. They always put together a competent score when I see their names attached to any project. If Five Nights at Freddy's 3 happens, I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking this, but we have to get a new writer. I believe a good movie is possible, but not if Scott is the one writing them. I gave the last movie a 3 out of 10, and I'm giving this one a 5 out of 10. But what did you guys think about Five Nights at Freddy's 2 if you've seen it? Let me know all your thoughts down in the comment section below. If you haven't already, of course, make sure you go ahead and subscribe, turn on post notifications, and never miss a video. In the description, I have links to all my social media accounts. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can message me there, of course. Let me know if there's any movies, news, or reviews you'd like me to cover in the future. And with all that in mind, guys, I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Not looking too good. At all. Next.
What's up, guys? In today's video, I got to see the FNAF 2 movie early. So I'm going to go through my thoughts on the movie, what happened, what led up to everything, and what happened in between. Now, at the end of the video, I did record quite a few clips, and I'm going to put them all at the end. So it's going to be like meeting different people, Matt, Pat, a gift box that they actually gave us with like a bunch of stuff in it, and some other stuff. It's just going to be a fun video, so be sure to stay tuned to the end, because like I said, if you guys want to see like actual vlog footage and stuff, that'll be at the end. But let's get into this. Okay, so I'm going to start from the beginning. So I got an email from Scott. He's like, hey, you want to come see the FNAF 2 movie early? I was like, yes, of course I do. Yes, please. It's going to be in Orlando. So I was like, yeah, I'll be there. So yeah, we ended up going over there. It's, it's a drive for us. So me and my brother Extra drove over there. And we actually got to meet up with Daco, FNAF John, Raz, Johnny Blocks, Kellen. So we had like a big party of us, and it was so much fun hanging out with them for the weekend, by the way. But we all met up at City Walk, which is where the theater is. It's right outside of Universal Studios, so it was very cool. It was such a cool experience because like there's all these lights everywhere, and it looks so crazy out there. So
hold on. Okay, this is Orlando and not Los Angeles. I guess both of them have City Walk, because I know there's a City Walk in Los Angeles.
We walk in though, and there's a big line of people. Now, apparently for this event, you know, you could either win tickets or just get invited. I don't know. It seemed like the people that we spoke to were like, you know, they ended up winning tickets, and they were big fans of the series, which I thought was really cool. By the way, shout out to Jackson. That was somebody there that actually won a ticket, and he was a huge fan of FNAF, and I thought that was so cool that he was one of the people that won a ticket, because you could tell he really, really loved FNAF, and I think everyone else there was also a big FNAF fan. So we ended up going in though. We check in, we meet Matt, Pat, and Scott. That was great as well. And we go to the theater, we sit down, and we actually have reserved seats. I thought this was so cool. I've never seen this before. My seat had like a picture or like a little white piece of paper with my name on it, and I sat, you know, next to Raz and FNAF, and of course my brother Rexter, and Daco and Kellen. Everyone else kind of sat in different places. But yeah, we watched the movie. It was great. It was absolutely fantastic. I will say, and now keep in mind, I can't do spoilers here. I have to be very vague, but I will say, if you were a fan of the first FNAF movie, I thought it was great. I thought that, you know, if you're a fan of the games and a fan of the series for a long time, I think everyone can agree the first movie, you probably loved it. This one is even better. It's even better. I think the second one, if the first one was good, this one is great, fantastic, in my opinion, especially if you're a fan of the games, okay? So if you're looking for, like, if you want to see if the movie was good, yes, it was absolutely great. It was fantastic. I loved it. Now, like I said, we can't say much, but I will say the animatronic designs, really good. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen in the trailers and stuff like that, the teasers. They look so fantastic. They look so good. The voice acting, great on everybody. Even hearing Matt Pat as Toy Bonnie was really cool as well. I think you guys are gonna be like, whoa, wait a minute, that's him. Whenever you hear it, it's really cool. Now, in terms of the kills, even better than the first one. Like, there were some that when we were watching, me and Raz and, you know, everyone next to us, we were like, whoa, I cannot believe that happened. Like, I can't believe they showed that, you know, certain parts of certain things. The kills were really good. Now, in terms of the storyline, like I said, I can't really say anything, but for me, for someone that's not really into the story too much, I was able to follow along very easily. I could tell what was happening. In terms, like, when the games come out, I'm always kind of like lost. No, this time I was able to like really get what was going on and follow along very well. So, like I said, the most vague way possible. That's how I'm going to say it. Now, in terms of the set design, stuff like that, I thought everything was really good. If you're a fan of FNAF 2, there's going to be moments in this movie where there was at least for me, you know, from personal experience, there was moments that I was like pointing at the screen and saying, oh my gosh, they did it. Oh my gosh, there's that. Oh, there's that. There's so many moments that you're gonna be like, oh, I know that part. Oh, I know that part as well. Yeah. Oh, there's gonna have moments that you're gonna freak out. Trust me. There's so many things that, like, we were freaking out. There was moments that John FNAF was next to me. He got up because he was so excited. He was grabbing my arm because he was like, oh my god, oh my, like, he was freaking out. So if that tells you anything, yeah, you're gonna like this one. And I can't really say anything. I don't want to say anything that, you know, I'm not supposed to say. So I will say one thing. Stay to the end of the movie, all the way till the end, okay? Don't leave early. Stay till the absolute end. Yeah, after the movie, we went downstairs, and they had like a FNAF party, which is very cool. And you know, there's a cool little like picture booth where it can actually turn you into the marionette. I'll show you this stuff after, because I actually have it in like a gift bag thing that they gave us. So yeah, they had this cool like photo op thing where you could actually become the marionette. It was very cool, which, by the way, oh my gosh, I can't say anything, but just the marionette, you guys are gonna, yeah, it's, oh my gosh, it's crazy. But anyways, they had that, and then they also had like posters, and like you could even get like the toys. They had toys that they were giving out, like the, you know, that you can get them in Target and stuff like that. I don't think they're anything like new, or they are new, but they're not like anything exclusive. But yeah, I got like a toy Freddy toy. I should have had Kellen sign it. I completely forgot. I got a poster, and then the popcorn tin. So as you guys know, different locations, like one of them has like a Faz talker, which is like the big walkie-talkie that's in the movie. This one had the show stage, which, like, you know, the FNAF 2 animatronics on it, Balloon Boy. I'm sure you guys have seen it. So I ended up getting that. And then, the actual design of the area around us, it was very cool. I can throw up some pictures, actually. I took some pictures. There's actually some footage I took right here. So, yeah, look at this. This was so cool. So, you got Celebrate with the toy animatronics. You've got the gang with the puppet in the back. And then if you got, like, the, you know, one of the original posters with, like, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Toy Freddy, and Mangle. All of them in the movie were so good. If you're a fan of Mangle, oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. But, yeah, they had that, like, little dining area. And then back here, like, this big poster where you can do, like, photo ops and stuff like like that. But yeah, it was a very cool party. It was a very cool experience. Once again, thank you so much to Scott for actually having me out there. He was such a great guy. It was so nice to finally meet everybody. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. So yeah, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna include some clips of meeting everybody and other fun stuff that we did, and then I'm gonna open up the box of all the goodies that are inside of there, and you guys can see that. So let's get into that.
Hello everybody, welcome to my channel.
It's so dark.
Hello everybody. Hello. I want to be the star today.
There you go. Doc, are you excited?
Yeah, I am very excited. I'm that excited I brought the puppy with me.
Look at that little guy. Braz, excited?
Very excited. I didn't bring any dead bodies with me.
What's in the bag? What's in the bag? And there it is.
There it is, guys. Going in.
Guys, we got our food and drink. And we're gonna go see the movie now. Okay, guys, we just finished the movie. All right. Everyone's thoughts. What'd you think?
It was cool. I liked it. Loved it. Loved the lore.
Yeah.
What's FNAF?
Okay.
Lore, Easter eggs, amazing. Good.
Big.
It blows your mind.
Yes. Thoughts on the movie? What'd you think?
The movie is bigger, bolder, scarier, and full of more lore than you can shove into an animatronic chest cavity. That's not a theory. That's a fact.
Right on the spot.
All right, so let me show you guys what we ended up getting inside of this box right here. So this is the bag, Cinemark, shout out to them. The bag got completely destroyed, by the way. We had to carry this around with us for like hours. It was like a full workout session, carry this bag around. But, all right, let's get into the fun stuff that's in here. So first of all, they had these right here at the, at the Cinemark, which obviously we had to buy one. Me and Daco got one. You got Toy Bonnie, Toy Freddy, and then obviously Balloon Boy and Toy Chica right there. It's just a really cool cup. FNAF 2, you gotta get it, all right? I think it was like $8. I'll gladly take that any day, any time of the day. All right, next up, though, we've got, let's pull out this. So this is the little figurines that they had. They had one for every animatronic. I only got one because obviously, I didn't want to be that guy that was like, let me get one of each. So yeah, I got Toy Freddy. Obviously, because we were with Kellen. So, yeah, check that out. Very cool. He's definitely going to go up on the shelf, dude, for sure. Yeah, just a cool little figurine, free. You can't go wrong with free, dude. You really can't. All right, so after that, though, we've got this. So as we were leaving, I don't know who they were, but someone was like, yeah, just take the box. Just take it. So I did. Yeah, it's just a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza box. It's very cool. They had many things, and everything, like, at that party was just slowly disappearing as the night went on. So I think you were just allowed to, like, take stuff home. Because I saw people taking home, like, signs and stuff and all this different stuff. So after that, though, we've got a poster. A little poster. I had to fold it in half, and it kind of got, beat up a little bit. But, just a little FNAF 2 poster. They had this at the first movie as well, which I got. But yeah, just a cool little poster. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I'll find something to do with it, though. So after that, though, we've got the big boy right here. I'll pull it out. So there might still be some popcorn in this, by the way, from the movie, but don't mind that. All right, so we move this over. Here we go. All right, so here is the big one himself right here. Look at this, dude. You got the whole crew singing and dancing. They might be a little bent because they were like... I don't know how they survived this trip. Look, Balloon Boy right there. You got Toy Bonnie. You got Toy Freddy. And then Toy Chica. This is so sick. I don't know how much this costs. I want to say it's like $70. We got it for free for going to the event. But it's very cool. It's way cooler than I thought. It's completely metal. And look at the little details. Like, look. You've got right there, the little posters. You've got more posters on the back. The Paper Pals. It's just... They did a very good job with this. For sure. I think it's very cool. Now, inside of it, when we got there, they gave us a free drink and a free snack. I never ended up eating mine, but, Bunch of Crunch. Dude, if you don't get the Bunch of Crunch, I don't know what you're doing, all right? You got to get the Bunch of Crunch. It's one of the best snacks ever made. And then a shirt. So this was on our seat whenever we sat down. I mentioned in the vlog, which I have it right here, or in the video. Look at this. I kept it. It says reserved for Fusion Z Gamer. It had it on our seat. I thought it was so cool. It got popcorn butter on it, but it was so cool, dude. Look at that. That's awesome. So yeah, I kept that. And then this shirt right here, which if I can unfold it with one hand, I'm doing all this with one hand. Not exactly the most professional setup here, but it's a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza shirt. Just very, very cool. Look at that. Just a cool little shirt, all red. I'm going to definitely stand out wearing that. And then we got this. I'm not sure what this is. It's just like a little postcard sort of thing. I don't know. It's cool, though. It's cool. It's got all the animatronics on it. Pretty cool. Nothing on the back. Okay, but yeah, that is everything I want to say. Oh, I almost forgot. These are funny. These are so funny. So, look at this. You guys are going to laugh at this, but because it looks...
So, you give me a reaction, you just doing a deboxing.
So funny, but I love it. Check this out. These are the little... Here, I'll just set them up here. These are where you can turn into the marionette. I don't know if you guys can see it. I did like the creepiest, weirdest faces I could do. But yeah, isn't that cool? Like if you shift, it like... You know, you turn in and out of the puppet. Yeah, that was just cool. They had like a little photo thing. And the people working there were so nice. Everyone there that we met was so incredibly nice. And like, you know, you could tell they were just happy to be there and you know, to be working on this. Yeah, that was just cool. They had like a little photo thing. And the people working there were so nice. Everyone there that we met was so incredibly nice. And like, you know, you could tell they were just happy to be there and you know, to be working on this kind of thing. But yeah, that's everything. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And I'll...
Wait, Skip. Thank you.
Hello, we're about to see the FNAF 2 movie 2 weeks early. I'm so excited, I'm absolutely pooping myself. Hello, I just got back from seeing the FNAF 2 movie and I'm going to talk about it. No spoilers whatsoever. First reactions. Here we go. So first of all, for some context, I was invited by Scott Cawthon to go see the movie about 2 weeks early at Universal Studios Orlando. Hello, I just met Scott Cawthon. I have my Slurpee and I'm ready to see the movie. So basically they stole our phones for this and then we went into a private little movie theater where there was MatPat, Dako Razbowski, Fusion Z Gamer, Kellen Goff, and Scott Cawthon, and it was honestly a dream come true. I couldn't even believe I was there. And on my seat was this, a piece of paper saying that is my chair in the movie theater. I'm keeping this for the rest of my life. I'm getting it framed. And also on each one of our seats was this popcorn bucket. I never in my life thought I'd actually get one of these, but it was on each one of our seats along with an exclusive t-shirt. Movie theater, I'm keeping this for the rest of my life. I'm getting it framed. And also on each one of our seats was this popcorn bucket. I never in my life thought I'd actually get one of these, but
it's a popcorn bucket.
It was on each one of our seats along with an exclusive t-shirt. If you recognize this shirt, it's the exact one I got from the FNAF party that was in LA a couple weeks ago. And then the movie started. And obviously I can't talk about any plot details whatsoever. Hi everyone, I just saw the movie and I loved it so much. The lore is crazy. I can't wait to talk to you about it. I'm so sad I have to wait a couple weeks to talk about it, but it was amazing. Amazing. So I'll talk to you more in a second. Bye-bye. Immediately can notice this movie is so much improved from the last one. Overall, my general thoughts are they absolutely turned up the horror for this one. There are absolutely more jump scares in this one. There are Easter eggs that are like blink and you miss it Easter eggs that only the hardcore fans will see and find and notice. So yeah, the movie was scarier. It was definitely a step or two up from the first movie, but you know me, I like the lore. I love the lore. I'm John FNAF. I love the lore. And I gotta say, the lore was wild. In this, it was a lot, and I'm still thinking about it, and I just saw it a few hours ago, and I obviously can't talk about any of that until the movie comes out, but when you guys see this movie, especially the lore people, you will lose your mind. And the word of the day for me so far has been the word satisfying. I am so satisfied. Obviously, I don't know how the fans are gonna feel. I don't know how the people on the Reddit are gonna feel about this movie, but I, as someone who is deeply invested in the lore and knows every single little bit about this lore, I am absolutely satisfied with the answers this movie gave. And I just can't wait to talk about them, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say, but I think you'll love it. I think you will love the movie. I also gotta say, all of the actors in the movie were absolutely incredible. Matthew Lillard did an amazing job. Skeet Ulrich did an amazing job. Josh, Piper, they all did an amazing job. I also want to say the voice actors for the animatronics, Megan Fox as Toy Chica, Kellen Goff as Toy Freddy, MatPat as Toy Bonnie, were all amazing. Megan Fox, if you had any doubts about Megan Fox, she was great. Like, I didn't even think about, oh, this is Megan Fox doing a Toy Chica voice. It just sounded like Toy Chica.
Yeah, I didn't recognize her at all, honestly.
Me, you know, it totally made sense. And when the animatronics started talking, it didn't feel wrong. Like, it didn't feel weird. It felt natural. And that was something that I was kind of like curious to see if the talking would be a little cheesy or something like that. No, it's perfect. And there are some great comedic moments as well in this movie. The theater was laughing, the theater was screaming, there was lots of jump scares. I was jumping out of my seat, and I can't emphasize enough the Easter eggs in this movie. I mean, Scott Cawthon made a Reddit post the other day about don't get this movie spoiled for you because there are things in this movie just for the hardcore fans, and he was absolutely right. I will say that there was a moment while watching this movie where I literally got up out of my chair and stood because I couldn't believe what I just saw. That's a little teaser for you. I was losing my mind and everyone else was losing their minds, and I can't wait to talk about it with you. Scott and Blumhouse did such an amazing job on this movie. It was incredible. It was everything I was hoping for it to be. And it was extremely satisfying from a lore perspective. I can't wait to dig deeper into what I now know about the lore. Oh, also, there was a little party afterwards where there were like things you could take pictures in front of. There was also food. There was pizza and like pulled pork burgers and stuff like that. And there was chicken wings and stuff. There was drinks. It was really fun. It was a dream come true for me. And I just wanted to say thank you all for watching my videos and supporting me, because I would have not been there if it wasn't for you. So thank you for everything you've given me in my life. I'm extremely eternally grateful, and I can't wait for you guys to see this movie. Scott and Blumhouse did an amazing job. I just can't believe this is my life. So thank you so much for watching. That was my initial reaction to FNAF 2, and I can't wait for you to see it December 5th. Bye-bye.
Oh, what's poppin', people? Look, you know what I'm saying? Just left the theater for seeing the new Five Nights at Freddy. Now, this is gonna be a little different. It's gonna be out of theater, but this is gonna also damn near be a review, because the review embargo and the social media embargo pretty much go up at the same exact time. So I'm like, why not kind of do a 2-in-1? Quickly, I will say, man, look, I wasn't a fan of the first one at all, even though I played the games growing up, but I'm not too deep into the games, but I played them, you know what I'm saying? But you know, my biggest problem with the first one was that it just like felt like the plot was just messy. It just didn't really know what to do, but the animatronics looks great, right? And I will say with this one, the animatronics are back to looking great. I was going to say visually, I was like, God damn, the animatronics look really freaking good. And they know they look good because of the fact that they show them off a lot. Like, you guys remember the first one, animatronics were just stuck in Five Nights at Freddy, right? Or stuck in the building. Now it's to the point where, if you guys remember like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that, now they're like out the building, so they're kind of like wandering around, trying to kill people and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, that's cool. You're bringing these animatronics out and you're having them do more. So I said, from a visual standpoint, it does look great. You know what I'm saying? Just like you said, the animatronics look great. I will say they have some really good imagery also. You know, I was like, God damn, like these shots that they're setting up actually look really, really good. Like, to be completely honest, I'm like, it's kind of getting me. And I think, honestly, if you're a fan of the first one, like, the first one really wasn't scary at all, right? But I think this one was actually a little more scary than the first one. So they do a lot better with the horror. So I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I was really, look, I'll put it to you like this. If you are 100% a fan of the game, I think you'll like this movie, because I was enjoying the first two halves. Like, I was enjoying way more in the first movie. But when it came to that third act, they go Easter egg nostalgia crazy, y'all. And I don't know if I was really feeling that. You know, people to the left and right of me, they're like, oh, that's so-and-so. Like, oh my God, like, you know what I'm saying? So if you're a big fan of the games, you're gonna be like, oh my God, like, you're gonna go crazy in the third act. But for me, it just felt like that's when it became sloppy. And then I was just sitting there like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Like, you got all these animatronics doing, I don't want to say too much, but I was like, you got all this stuff going crazy, and it's like, I feel like we're losing focus here. So I'm gonna say, like, I think it's better than I think it's better than the first one, but it's still like, it's an alright franchise, y'all. I mean we get what they're trying to do now. Like, we're gonna cater to the video game fans, and we're gonna make our money, you know. So and they're gonna keep making them, y'all. There's one thing I did forget to mention. So if you guys, like I said, are big fans of the game, there is a big part in the movie where it's like, oh, that's straight out the game. You guys remember straight up how you play the game and you're sitting in a chair and you're trying to make sure the animatronics don't get in? Yeah, that's in the movie. That was probably one of my favorite parts, just because I'm like, oh, that's straight from the video game, right? So that's probably my favorite part, and the audience loved that part as well. They gonna literally keep making them, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, for me, I liked it better than the first one, but I think these movies are alright, y'all. I hated the first one. I think this one was alright. But I guess full review will come out on Double Toasted, but this is pretty much my out of theater and review.
Did Five Nights at Freddy's 2 live up to the hype? I just saw the movie, so let's talk about it. So similar to the first FNAF movie, if you are already a fan of this franchise, you'll probably be pretty satisfied with this movie. But if you aren't already a fan, this movie is not gonna make you one. I can only imagine the sheer amount of parents that are going to be confused by what they just watched. But as a FNAF fan, I think the movie both improved in some areas over the first, but also did some things worse. So this movie did promise to be bigger, scarier, and more action-packed than the first movie, and it is. This movie did a much better job at actually just being a solid horror movie with some pretty good intense moments. Like, any scene with the animatronics in this movie is good. Also, for any of the book readers out there, if you've read the Twisted Ones, there's gonna be a scene in this movie that really stands out to you. But the one area where this movie, I think, falls flat is in the actual story. It is much messier than the first movies. It's definitely not outright bad, but it has equal parts good and bad moments throughout. But overall, I do think this is an improvement over the first movie, but at the same time, they do set up the third movie at the end, and I honestly think that's going to be the star of this trilogy when it comes out. But to all FNAF fans out there, I would give this movie a solid 7.5 out of 10 and would definitely recommend you see it.
Internet, hello you absolute lovelies. Let's talk all about Five Nights at Freddy's 2, a movie I was very much looking forward to all year that actually exceeded my expectations. This is a movie for the fandom. This is a movie that dives very deep into this world, but a movie that I found very approachable as someone who does not know the deep lore. That is not like I am with comic books and things. If you're new to this page, I cover movies, I cover TV, and I cover lots and lots of comics. I read about 50 to 70 comics a week, and I review things from that lens. I also break down my favorite comics of that week, but I'm very much in the nerdy and genre content space. So what I loved about this movie was it was something that is deeply nerdy, that has so much lore, that is full of Easter eggs and all these things, but I don't know that world. So this was like me getting to watch a Marvel movie with me. This was like me getting to experience a DC deep dive, but from the outside. Because usually when I'm watching this nerdy stuff, I know a lot more of the intricacies and details. I know what that panel means. I know what that villain is. But here, I watched this at the world premiere with the biggest fans in the world. I got to see it and hear all of the inside jokes amongst each other, but I got to see it as just a movie. So the movie itself is a follow-up to Five Nights at Freddy's, which came out during the pandemic, which got a day and date release theatrically and on streaming. This one is getting a 3-week theatrical window, which makes me very happy. It got to premiere at the Chinese theater. It got to have a bigger rollout, and the success of the first one, I think, really allowed this movie to breathe in a different way. The first film is very much a entryway point into this world of Freddy's. It is a really cool, experimental, very of that fandom's like, let's show the world what this is. This second one trusts that you've seen the first one and trusts you to go along for the ride and really doesn't let its foot off the gas. This movie is a lot bigger, a lot bolder, a lot more stylized, and it has a lot of moments that I could tell everyone around me was waiting for, was building up to, was, oh my god, they said the thing, or oh my god, that's that guy. There are characters in this that appear for a couple moments that everyone lost their mind over, that I'm sure are a huge Easter egg or some fandom. There's also shots that feel like some of the very limited gameplay I've seen. I'm not someone that watches a lot of gameplay, but I have seen the world of Freddy's, and there are shot-for-shot recreations of iconic moments that I have seen through the zeitgeist. There are moments that are gameplay-like in the actors' performances, because you can tell that when you play the game, you've got to do this task, and you can't do them simultaneously. So there are moments that are stole straight from the gameplay, and also that are visually pulled straight from the gameplay. There are actual shots that feel like you're playing a game, and that is so cool. The characters, I think, are even more improved here. I think our two leads are so clearly full of chemistry, but also so sure of themselves in this character set. And there's also something I found really interesting about this one, is I feel like millennials had a lot of metamodernism. It's something I talk about a lot. Metamodernism is my favorite concept in media. So there's postmodernism, and then there's metamodernism, which is postmodernism, and it's kind of sincere irony. It's meta awareness through sincere comedy, and it is stuff like what Lord and Miller do. It is stuff like Dungeons and Dragons. It is stuff my cat wanted to be held and then just decided against it. It is stuff like especially what Lord and Miller and like Dungeons and Dragons and those movies. Deadpool is like the extreme. This movie feels like the next generation's humor, and it's almost back to camp. And every generation has different comedy wavelengths. Obviously, the 60s had a little bit more camp than the 80s, say, and the 90s started to get into more of the cruder humor, into the evolution of where we got with the Apatow stuff. And this feels like Gen Z's version of camp. And I say that with a lot of love, because it is very sure of itself. It knows exactly what it is. It knows what it finds funny. It works. It lands. But I didn't see a lot of camp in my era of comedy to the scale. And this, I think, finds a really beautiful way to make really interesting moments funny. Wayne Knight is especially amazing in this. Wayne Knight, you know, from Jurassic Park and amongst lots of other things in the 90s. And it's interesting to see my generation get repped with the old guard, right? Like the parents and the teachers, like Skeet Ulrich and Matt Lillard back, and Wayne Knight. Like, all those people in this movie are my generation's heroes and aspirational figures. Like, Skeet and Matt teaming up again after Scream is so, like, that movie was what I think this movie is for this generation. Like, I saw Scream way too young for it to be an R-rated movie. This is a very hard PG-13 for that generation, and in that way, you've got the eye lines with, you know, McKenna Grace, who's sensational in this. You've got Josh Hutcherson playing like that middle ground, and then you've got, you know, my childhood heroes like Matt Lillard, and that really works for the comedy and the tone and all the things. So let's talk about the actual actors in this. McKenna Grace is one of the best actors of her generation, hard stop, and this was another take of her that I hadn't seen. She's got 100-some credits. She's been working for so long. She's so good. It was so cool to see her in this role, and it's a really fun role, and I don't want to give anything away. If this video does well, I'll do a spoiler review. I just don't know if my audience, you know, has that Five Nights at Freddy's thing, and if they do, I really want to talk about this more, so please leave a comment, let me know. I do want to dive into the spoilers, but McKenna Grace is so good here.
Yeah, you know,
I also really like the supporting characters. The kid from Final Destination, the newest one, he's in here. There's a few actors I don't know that I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for because they were great in this. And then obviously Josh Hutcherson, I forget the female lead. The two of them have a really great friction and chemistry and build on the first one. The little girl from the first one, grown up a few years, definitely still has that gravitas. She has also mastered that camp, this new wave camp, with getting these lines of dialogue that are funny intentionally, but in canon wouldn't be as intentionally funny, and that's a really hard line to walk. She's fantastic. Matt Lillard is so much presence and gravitas, man. There's a sequence with doors and a hallway that is so good and so powerful. His voice, his command of the screen, top notch as ever. Skeet Ulrich in a really fun role that I really enjoyed, where he popped up and how that all worked out. Really dug that. We've also got a few new characters from the world of Freddy's, and the way they use the different animatronics here is insane. There are different types of animatronics in this world, and it goes into trying to make, I don't know what's a spoiler, this is tricky, so I'm going to be very vague, and again, if you guys want spoiler, I just don't want to say anything that might be a spoiler if it isn't, but I wouldn't know. There's an old Freddy's, like a proto, first Freddy's, the one before it franchised out. They go there, and it feels like purely living in a video game map, and there are different animatronics there, and it's really cool to see that evolution in the story in the sequel, and it's really cool to have like cameos and moments that feel like big and important to the game without necessarily knowing how they tie in, because I got to have that fun. The villain is also so perfect. The first film obviously had using those characters and the way that all developed. This one has to evolve somehow. The marionette concept is a great evolution, and the idea of, you know, Wi-Fi and the technology evolving and the visuals of evolving, and the marionette visuals are so scary. This does walk a hard PG-13 line. This does do a really good job balancing what you can do in a PG-13 but still keeping it so people can go see it of all ages, and I think that's what the fandom wants, and I think they got that. It is so scary when it needs to be. It's got great horror elements. It feels like a Blumhouse film, but does walk that very hard PG-13 line. So impressed with the acting, impressed with the tone, impressed with the world building. I had a blast watching this in a theater. I highly recommend you see it in theaters. It is so much more of a movie for movie goers and people that are in the fandom than I think the first one was. And I don't mean to insult the first one in saying that. I just think the first one had a lot to do to welcome you into this world and to walk all of these different paths on eggshells. This one just drives through. And it's a bolder movie, and it's bolder for the fandom. And I think that's the highest compliment I can give it. It is so braggadocious in its confidence, and I loved that. I really dug this movie. I had a great time with it. You know, it is not my fandom, so I'm sure there's a lot I missed. It is not something that I know the details of, and that made it more fun for me because I didn't feel like I was in work mode. I got to just enjoy and play in a movie, and everyone in it loves it, and you can tell and you can feel it. So another hit on Universal's hands, another big swing and a hit and a home run. That's the word I was looking for. Another home run for Blumhouse, and I really hope people dig it as much as they. I hope people show up and dig it as much as they did for the first one because I think it is a more than worthy successor. I had a great time with it. My cat wants attention, and I was giving him attention before we rolled, and then he jumped off, and now he's upset and he's staring at me right there. Got to give that cat some pets. So that is going to do it for this conversation. I want to talk spoilers. I want to talk the third act. So if you guys want to see a spoiler review, let's grow this one. Like, subscribe, comment, do all the things that help it grow, and then I'll do a spoiler one if we hit some numbers in this because I have a lot more to say because there's a lot of crazy twists and turns it takes, and I don't know if they're spoilers. So that is going to do it for this review. I appreciate y'all. Go check out Five Nights at Freddy's playing right now in theaters or within a couple hours, depending on when we're watching this review, but probably right now. All right, I appreciate y'all. Like, subscribe, comment, all the stuff. Five Nights, what a good time. Appreciate it.
So my friends always make fun of me because they say horror video games are way scarier than horror movies, which, that's fine. I love the horror genre. It is the best genre. But I've never played a horror video game that scared me, which is fine, but maybe it's because I watch horror movies way too much. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 stars Josh Hutcherson and is about anyone can survive 5 nights. This time, there will be no second chances. From director Emma Tammy, who also directed the first FNAF movie, we're talking her sequel, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. This movie has a lot of excitement behind it because this fan base is huge. Like, I didn't know there was 10 plus years of lore for this franchise. Over 15 video games, novels, like, it is insane how much this fan base loves this franchise, which is really cool. I've played the video game twice, maybe 3 times. I've seen tons of gameplay growing up when it was, like, at its height of, like, how much excitement there was. And then that first movie came out. It made a lot of money for Blumhouse. I was not a fan of it. I did not like that movie. So going into this one, there was no hype for me. I was like, listen, I'm just hoping it's going to be better than the first one. A lot of you diehard fans were really respectful to me. They're like, hey, you're not a diehard fan. I get it. I'm a fan. I like this movie. And that's cool for you. For me personally, I just watched the movie. I just watched the second one. And I can clearly say this is not a franchise for me because I did not like this one either. I thought this movie sucked, okay? That is my opinion. You can go form your opinion. You can get excited. I want you to be excited because when I saw this movie today, there was people in my theater who literally clapped at just names being said, little moments that I had no idea what it meant, them clapping and laughing, and people seem to have fun with this movie, and they seem to be like big fans of this franchise. So let's get straight into this review. First things first, the biggest positive is Jim Henson's puppet work. It's amazing. The animatronics are amazing. I will say that word. I love seeing just a practical animatronic robot walking around. That is so cool. And the puppeteers are amazing. I loved all of that kind of stuff. I also thought the opening scene was pretty interesting. I was like, okay, good job, Blumhouse. It's PG-13 movie, but that's a pretty dark opening scene. I was like, this is what I'm here for. Because the first one really was like, hey, we're PG-13, but we really want to be R-rated. So that opening scene, I was like, okay, I'm okay with this. This is okay PG-13 rating horror movie for me. That's about it for my positives. I'm sorry. I did not like this movie. I mean, okay, it's a well-produced movie. It's Blumhouse. The budget's $36 million is what it says, so it's a little bigger than the first one, which was $20 million. It's a good-looking movie. There's good sound design, sound mixing.
It's weird, man.
But this movie is for the fans, okay? Like, this movie is like, hey, that first movie, we had to get a lot of general audiences, whatever. This one, this is for the fans. We want fans to go see this movie. That is really cool. That's totally fair. Video game franchises, they've been hit or miss. A lot have been good hit lately. But this one, to me, was like, okay, so this is like
for sure video game fans. So starting over the negatives, I thought Josh Hutcherson's character in the first one, he had an interesting background that I feel like that did nothing with it. I never latched on to his character. In this movie, they give him nothing. I mean, his performance is very dull. Like, I feel bad for him because I love Josh Hutcherson. I grew up with him. But, like, he has nothing to do in this movie. And then you get, like, McKenna Grace, Skeet Ulrich, Matthew Lillard, like, these big names that are on the red carpet doing press for the movie. I think all of them together in this movie are shown for about 7 minutes. McKenna Grace, she has a very minor role, probably in it for like 5 minutes. She's fine. Skeet Ulrich gives the best performance in the entire movie. He's in the movie for 2 minutes. I'm not kidding. He gives the best performance in my opinion. And then Matthew Lillard, which I love Matthew Lillard. Scream, Shaggy, you name it. He's in the movie for about 50 seconds. Maybe like a minute and a half. Like, super disappointed in that, because in the first movie, I thought he was semi the best part. I was like, okay, in this one, I guess he'll become more important. Hell no, because minor spoilers with the first one, his daughter in this movie, Elizabeth Lally, whatever, I said last name wrong, which she's fine in the movie, but they give her this whole trauma that you've seen before. She's trying to move on from her dad, but she can't. Like, you've seen this plotline before. Then you have Josh Hutcherson's little sister, who's a little older now, and she misses her friends, and she wants to go into the science fair and build a little robot because Wayne Knight is a really mean teacher. And then the robots come back. And then another version of the robots come back. And I'm like, what is going on here? This script is horrible. Like, it never develops anything. Like, I feel like I'm watching a movie that's just with a scene. And there's nothing that's cohesive. Like, I don't want to spoil anything because I don't know what the trailers really did show. But there's a new main antagonist from the Fazbear Club. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to say the name because I feel like that might be a spoiler. I'm not sure. But I thought this whole new antagonist was stupid. I was like, listen, the animatronics are really cool to look at. Those are cool. This new character, the CGI green screen used on it with live people, I was not a fan of. I was like, this isn't scary at all. Which, again, this movie is supposed to be, it's a horror movie. It's Blumhouse, but, like, this is definitely, like, for kids. Like, it's guaranteed for, like, if you want to introduce a young kid to horror movies, this is an okay movie for that. For me, who has seen, like, a lot, this is definitely, like, one of those horror movies I'm like, okay, like, these jump scares are really annoying because half of them are, like, fake jump scares. There was, like, one decent jump scare. I was like, okay, that creepy image with that sound design, good job, movie. You got 1 out of freaking 10. And then they try to add comedy in some of these horror scenes. I'm like, the comedy does not work at all. It's because of the dialogue. Some of this dialogue, I mean, it is just, it's not good. Like, most of this movie, there's no good dialogue. And like I said, all these performances are very stale. Like, no one stands out except Skeet Ulrich, who was in the movie for 2 minutes. His dialogue is very generic. You've heard this dialogue before in many movies before. But how he performs it, you're like, that is a good actor. Like, when you see this movie, you watch everyone, you're like, oh, okay, they're good. Skeet Ulrich is in the movie for 2 minutes, you're like, that's Oscar-worthy compared to everyone. So, again, like, there were many moments my crowd was into this movie, clapping at names, things being shown, just like the first one. So, I am not a fan of this franchise. The animatronics are really cool, but it's not scary at all. They have ideas and these new characters that are completely just wasted, like Matthew Lillard. Like, I would have loved to seen him way more in this movie. I mean, Skeet Ulrich, like I said, McKenna Grace, very small role. Josh Hutcherson, dull, whatever. And then it leads to the ending, which I won't spoil, but they know they got a third one because this leaves you on a cliffhanger. And it's the most, like, rushed cliffhanger I've seen in a while. There's a character that we see early on in the movie, comes back in the end, just completely just, like, exposition dumps everything about his character, and then not even a minute later, the movie ends. I'm like, oh, I thought, like, they were setting up one more little ending piece, but no, they were just like, alright, see you in the next one. Okay, cool. And then there's a mid-credit scene, which I was like, I thought that was going to be the movie. Like how the first one left off, the mid-credit scene, I'm like, I thought this was going to be that movie. So I guess the third one's going to be that? I don't know if I even care to watch it, to be honest. I'm going to give Five Nights at Freddy's 2 a D. And if I had to choose between the two, I honestly would say the first one is better because the first one felt cohesive. Like I saw that the creator of the video game wrote this movie. I feel like he was like, all right, here's what the fans want to see. Oh yeah, there's character and story I gotta write. That's not part of this movie. And it's a really bad script with really bad dialogue. This was bad. This was a really bad movie. But hey, go see it if you want to see it. And if you really like it, I'm jealous. Tell me down below why you think this movie is awesome. I want to know. And you guys enjoy this movie review. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye, everybody.
The first Five Nights at Freddy's was a surprising movie. I mean, while it wasn't the scariest, it did provide a great entry point for those looking to get into horror. Well, the sequel is now here. So should you revisit the creepy animatronics of the abandoned pizza place, or is it better to just sit this one out? 1 year has passed since the nightmare at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The stories about what transpired there have been twisted into a campy local legend, inspiring the town's first ever Fazfest. Former security guard Mike and police officer Vanessa have kept the truth from Mike's sister Abby about the fate of her animatronic friends. But when Abby sneaks out to reconnect with Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, it will set into motion a terrifying series of events, revealing dark secrets about the true origins of Freddy's and unleashing a long-forgotten horror hidden away for decades. So once again, we're treated to a PG-13 semi-tame horror. And unlike the recent PG-13 Predator Badlands film that showcased a bunch of violence without red blood, here we don't get to see as much of the violence, but we do get to see the red stuff splatter across the screen. Now the cast from the first movie returns with a few new additions in some minor roles. There's Wayne Knight, McKenna Grace, and re-teaming with his Scream buddy Matthew Lillard, Skeet Ulrich makes an appearance. The story here focuses more on the events that kicked off the entire killing spree that then led to the possessed animatronics. We're taken to the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and we get to see a heartbreaking and lonely sequence that's then going to serve as the foundation for the rest of the horrors that we watch play out. Now, the lore is effective, and although the story doesn't delve too heavily into all that transpires, the point is made so that we can quickly get into the point of the movie, and that's to see demonic robots wreak some havoc. Admittedly, Charles E. Cheese adjacent robots, they're unsettling, but there's a new visual that we get this time. It's freaky. I mean, I got chills the first time it was introduced, and then through subsequent actions, it became even more of a nope. And some of the character design and makeup, it looks very similar to another horror icon that happens to dwell in the sewers, but this still has its own twist to make it horrifying and wrong. The story progression, it works to capture an efficient and moving story, but the majority of the acting, it just comes across as stiff and uncertain. Josh Hutcherson and Elizabeth Lally, who play Mike and Vanessa respectively, their dialogue delivery, it's stoic and typically lacks a lot of dynamics. Now, there are a few scenes where this isn't true, but on the whole, they feel disinterested in what's going on and in each other. And some of this could be because the story's attempting to hint at a possible romance between the two, but their chemistry, it just didn't click. Piper Rubio, who portrays Abby, she does a decent job of being a believable 11-year-old who's lonely and kind of an outcast. I wish this story had given her more to do emotionally than just mope around and be depressed. Even when she's having success or a good time, she doesn't come across as having any sort of joy. I mean, it does make her a sympathetic character, but it also makes her very flat, which is right in line with several of the other characters. I appreciate that the story still retains some comedic moments too. There's not a ton of them, but the bits we get, they usually land, especially with Hutcherson towards the end. His timing and delivery break Mike out of this detached and placid demeanor to create some moments that elicited a bunch of chuckles throughout the theater. And because this is more of another entry-level horror, I am able to overlook some of the wonky plot devices and actions. Like towards the end, when a threat is still very present, everybody lets their guard down and just calmly leaves the setting. It's like they all instantly forgot what they had just been dealing with, and then their collective amnesia made them all tranquil and collected. Meanwhile, by itself, this is not a huge deal. There are some further sequences, though, that the story delivers that these then come across as sudden and abrupt. So despite the cold and wooden performances and some rushed elements within the plot, I did have fun with Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The creep factor is effective, thanks especially to a new creature addition, conjuring up images that are nightmare fuel, especially when combined with choreographed movements designed to make the hair stand on end. The darker tone of the plot, along with the overarching loneliness a character's face, creates an ominous and foreboding atmosphere that leans into the unsettling narrative arc. This isn't the scariest or most freaky movie, but it's still a good option for those who haven't ventured too far into horror and want to get a taste before diving headfirst into the deep end of the genre. And don't leave before the credits are over. There's mid and post-credit content that you won't want to miss. There's no sex or nudity, a little profanity, then a bunch of violence. I give Five Nights at Freddy's 2, 3 out of 5 couches. Okay, so what do you think are some good entry-level horrors for people to get accustomed to the genre? No telling horror newbies to check out Martyrs or something messed up like that. I mean, play nice. I would love to see some recommendations in the comments below. If you enjoyed this review, please give it a like. Also, don't forget to share and subscribe. I'm Chris. This is Movies and Munchies. Thanks for couching with me.
What's up, guys? I hope you're all doing well, and thank you so much for popping into my review for the highly anticipated sequel, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And we've got the same cast returning, including District 12 tribute Josh Hutcherson. And he's joined by his little sister Abby and Vanessa, characters from the first film. And she's being haunted, Vanessa, the daughter of William Afton. The opening scene of the film, I think, is really good. The film itself, I don't think, is great. And even from that first scene of the movie, the dialogue was absolutely horrendous. Like,
the adults are talking.
This little girl's coming to every adult. Hey, help, help, help. Leave us alone.
Yeah, the dialogue was unrealistic. It was normally if a little kid went up to adults and asked for help, they would be like, most of them would be like, what's wrong? They wouldn't be like, the adults are talking or get out of my face. You know, they wouldn't do that.
Lone kid, whatever, scram. And I was like, okay, we'll see how the rest of the film pans out with the dialogue. But the visual aesthetic with the practical effects and all that is really good. And it's really interesting. And I love to see these big animatronics come around. And in this film, they're in it more, I feel like, than the last one. There's definitely more for them to do. And I would be lying if I said I was not entertained by this film. I was entertained by it. But I guess most of that time I was entertained, but acknowledging that it wasn't a good movie. Because my main issue with this film is the dialogue. The dialogue in the movie is just trash, amateurish, and laughable, to be honest. I think the actors, the adult actors are good. The child actors, I thought were all bad, including the main sister. Didn't really care for her in the first film. Here, she didn't impress me either. But the adult actors are fine. They're capable actors, and I think the director has the right mindset. Maybe she should not be involved in the screenplay department. You know, give story credit to her. She's the director of the film, you know. She can go off and tell a writer, okay, this is the story that I want, you write it. Because the dialogue isn't strong enough for that story that's taking place. I feel like if the script was better and not as hollow and surface level as it was, the movie probably would have been a lot better. Matthew Lillard and McKenna Grace are also totally wasted, by the way. Totally wasted. It doesn't feel fresh. It doesn't feel new. It just feels like more of the same, which I find entertaining, but there's just no substance or depth to it. It does set up for a third movie. Stick till the middle of the credits. There's a scene, a very important scene that plays, that I thought that scene was going to happen at some point throughout this movie. It did not. So we'll have to see. I'm sure this movie's going to make buckets of money. But yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I didn't hate the movie. I don't think it's a good movie. This is like a guilty pleasure type film. I think the first one is an okay movie, but not a great one. I think this film is not a good movie, you know, but not a terrible one. So Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is getting 2.5 out of 5 stars for me. I didn't mind watching the film, and I'd probably rewatch it again. I just can't recommend it to like a newer viewer because I just don't think that there's anything in here other than mindless entertainment. That's where we're at with Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Guys, comment down below. What's your thoughts on the movie? Also, don't forget to hit that subscribe button for a bunch of reviews coming in the future, including some big awards buzz films, Sentimental Value, and Hamnet. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter and or X at Ranking72. That's better for me. Thank you so much for watching my review for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And until next time, over and out.
Nice dialogue, buddy. Over and out. Look, we talking shit about dialogue. Over and out. I see.
Alrighty, just got back from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So this is going to be as spoiler free as possible, guys. If there are going to be any mentions of anything that could be considered a spoiler, I am going to be delving into certain little plot points, but don't worry, I will give you a nice little warning and a timestamp to jump to. So it feels like yesterday since the first film. Chloe and I were in the apartment next door, and that particular day when I saw the first film, came home, did my review, that was a stressful day and a half. I remember sitting in the cinema watching the first film, and I get a text from my mom. She's like, oh, by the way, the house next door is burning down. I'm like, do you need me to help? She goes, no, it's fine. And yeah, that's always been embedded in my brain with the first Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, like I said in the review for the first film, I have not played the games through and through. I have played all but like 10-15 minutes of the first game, and I thought it was a neat concept. I'm like, this is cool, this is creepy, and that's pretty much it. So I don't know the full lore of everything Five Nights at Freddy's and the characters and stuff like that. Mind you, when I saw this film, like I literally got home like 5 minutes ago. There was a dude in front of me who was also by himself, and I love going to the cinema by myself. I don't know what the big hoo-ha is when people give you shit about it. I love it. It's cathartic, it's peaceful, it's nice. But there was a dude in front of me who was like my age. And he obviously knows the lore. He knows it all back to front. Because this dude was giving a running commentary and rattling off certain characters which I didn't know about. So for once, I was actually thankful that someone was fucking talking out loud in the cinema. So we have pretty much the main cast returning for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We also have the addition of Skeet Ulrich, Wayne Knight, and a few other cast of characters. Now we've got the same director and the same writer. The writer is actually the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, which is usually a good sign. It usually means that things are in good hands. You have someone who has been there since day dot. This is their brainchild, and that's what I like, especially when it comes to other films, and it's always carried through with the same writer, creator, whatever. Now, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 takes place 1 year after the events of Five Nights at Freddy's. So we have Mike and Abby, brother and sister, who are trying to move on from the events of the first film, just trying to live a normal life, all while the town is celebrating Fazbear Fest after the events of the first film. The town is like embracing and obsessed with what happened at that pizzeria a year ago. Now, this is where I'm going to delve into a certain plot point, so I'm going to put this here and a timestamp here as well. So we do open with a prologue and a flashback to the 80s, and this is what really hooked me with this film. We see a young girl at the pizzeria at a birthday party. She sees another girl being taken into the back by someone very spurious looking in a certain costume. She goes out there and you see something horrific happen to this kid. And from then on out, it's the spirit of that kid. And things happen. We're introduced to another animatronic called the Marionette. And throughout there, it's Abby and Mike being roped back in, and then Abby being reunited with Freddy, Chica, and the rest of the crew, and quote-unquote reunited. So my biggest gripe with the first film is I wanted to see more carnage. I wanted to see more scares, and apparently Matthew Lillard, Jason Blum, they heard all the feedback, took it all on board, and I will give this film credit for trying to up the ante with the gore. My biggest gripe is there is gore there, but unfortunately, most times out of 10, it's out of focus or just out of frame, accompanied with some sound effects. And I understand that because if you go the route of blood and guts everywhere, front and center, you're going to lose a big part of your audience. And fair enough. It's box office. I get it. And the first film made a lot of money, so it's one of those things where there was going to be a sequel no matter what. And how do you progress the story when it was pretty much wrapped up in the first film? I think also, and this is in the trailers, taking those characters from the pizzeria and out in the open, out in public, that's where it kind of loses it for me. But I think that was probably the best way to move forward. I'm just one of those people where I love the intimacy of the first film and the intimacy of the original concept of Five Nights at Freddy's, keeping it in the pizzeria. That is where it gives me the creeps. That's where it gives me the ick. But Abby's reunited with the animatronics by proxy. It's one of those things where Mike has promised her for a year that he will go back to the pizzeria, fix the animatronics. And it's when one of Abby's classmates is like, why don't you just go in and fix them? She goes, oh yeah, what a good idea. And then all the events of the film just start to fall into place. So this film also has a lot of convenience plot armor in it. And also at the very end, there is the trope of we're introduced to someone and it's like, who are you? What are you doing here? There are other actors in this film that old and new that were completely wasted, and with the marketing it felt like they were going to have a lot more screen time. Now, another little spoiler warning and a timestamp to jump to: this film ends on a cliffhanger. I really appreciated that, because throughout this film, where you've got pockets of,
I did too, mate,
great little jump scares, great little creepy images that are for the most part taking place within the pizzeria, or in this case we have two pizzeria locations. We have the OG one. We also have McKenna Grace, who plays a character who has a kind of Ghost Adventures type YouTube channel, and she makes videos about that, and then she gets swept up in the animatronics and
like Shelby Oaks
and the spirits that inhabit this original pizzeria. I don't know if this is going to be capped off as a trilogy. I don't know the full ins and outs of that. But I think this was the only way forward. It really wasn't the way forward for me, but I appreciated where they're trying to expand the mythology, even though in the games the mythology has been expanded, but putting that to film. How can we progress this as a film? How can we progress these characters? I think a good comparison for me is when Freddy comes out in the pool party in Elm Street 2. Even though I do love that scene, having Freddy in the boiler room where he's most powerful, I think that's where he's most creepy. And it's like the animatronics as well, when they're in the pizzeria and everything's contained and claustrophobic. That's what works for me. Though I do appreciate them trying to do something different, the writer, the creator of the whole franchise trying to do something different. He's like, how can we expand it and go bigger and bolder and better? And then that leads me to think, how are they going to go bigger in the third film? So guys, I think this is one of those things where the creators, Jason Blum, the director, they've looked at the first film and said, okay, we've started here, how bigger can we go? And I like that they've brought characters over from the original film. I like that they are somewhat trying to expand upon the mythology. I think, to me, just taking those characters out of their creepy, wouldn't say comfort zone, but their lair, where they are, for the most part, in charge, and they're out and about interacting with the general public. And I think that's where it loses that power and that creep factor. Though I do love the marionette. I wanted to see more of the marionette. I wanted to see more of McKenna Grace's character. There is so much great little pockets of creepy imagery. And again, they've tried to up the gore factor, but at the same time, it's restrained because, again, you are going to lose that big part of your audience, kids. It is going to be interesting to see where the third film goes. And again, if it is going to be capped off as a trilogy. And yeah, the animatronics, they look fucking incredible, man. It seems like they've got a bit of an upgrade. I like that there's different variations of the same character. So you can always bank on them looking great. They look great in the first film. But again, I think the story gets a little bit too convoluted and relies too much on the convenience plot armor and the reveal of certain characters and the underuse of certain characters that were front and center with the marketing. I'm like, is that it? Dude, come on. But again, you have memorable characters from the first film that are no longer useful in a way. So I guess Scott Cawthorne's like, well, okay, they did so well. How can we inject them into this film, even if it is just for a minute or two? I think also when it comes down to it, the first film, this film, and the eventual third film, these films are for the fans, like hardcore fans who know the games, all the other pieces of merchandise and media, who know all these characters back to front. This film is definitely for them. So I hope that it this film does indeed do it justice for those hardcore fans out there, like the dude that was sitting in front of me when I was watching this film. And with that, I'm going to be giving Five Nights at Freddy's 2 2.75 billion stews out of 5. So guys, once you see Five Nights at Freddy's 2, drop a comment below, let me know your thoughts. Again, I understand going bigger and bolder, it is definitely going to work for some people. I just love the claustrophobic feeling of the first film. Love you guys, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Let's talk about Five Nights at Freddy's 2. This is the sequel to the very, very successful Five Nights at Freddy that came out in 2023. And of course, we know the whole situation there. They decided to release it the same day on Peacock, so the movie couldn't really go to its full potential, right? Nonetheless, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is looking to potentially make up all of those losses they had and make sure that we go for that third film. Because yes, indeed, we are going for number 3 after the finale here. So of course, if you're here, you've watched the movie, or you just don't care to watch it and you want spoilers, hey, totally fine by me. Keep watching, keep subscribing, keep commenting. Trying to get to that 50k subscriber goal right now before the end of the year. That's a huge goal of mine. But let's talk about the finale of Five Nights at Freddy's and hit that subscribe button, or else you're gonna be seeing Balloon Boy somewhere. But anyways, this movie starts off in 1982, where we get the lore for Marionette, or the puppet. We basically find out that a young girl named Charlotte was here at the original Fazbear's, and we see William Afton here as well in his Springtrap costume and everything, or should we say Springtime Bonnie at this point. And we realize that at this moment in time, Mr. Afton is very active killing children. One thing we have to know about Charlotte is that she is very attached to the puppet Marionette, a little animatronic that comes out and controls all of the other like animatronics here, which of course include Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. And this is only in this restaurant here. It doesn't work in all of the other ones or the franchises. So this was ahead of its time because the Marionette's able to control them through wireless technology. Well, what happens is that Charlotte is waiting for the animatronic to come out because she doesn't feel close to anybody else here. But Vanessa, as a young girl, is here and is trying to get Charlotte to come with her and sort of make friends with everybody else. And she doesn't do this because then she sees a young boy being lured by William Afton in the Springtime Bonnie suit, and she decides to go and investigate what's going on. None of the other adults or parents care when she's telling them what just happened, and we see that Charlotte meets a grisly fate as she saves this boy because Afton kills her, and we see that she then goes into the trapdoor where the Marionette is, as the Marionette is holding her and lifts up in a very ominous opening. Honestly, this was one of the dopest things in the whole movie because this was so dark and so scary and menacing. I thought they did an exceptional job with it. We go forward 20 years later after the events of the first film, where we see now that Vanessa, Mike, and Abby are trying to live a normal life, or as normal as it can be, right? And Vanessa is still dealing with the guilt of what happened with her father and trying to overcome all of this trauma that she has, and it's not working. Mike is trying to move forward with Abby, and Abby also isn't able to make it out of the past or what happened at Fazbear's. She still feels that her friends are there, which of course are the kids inside the animatronics. Even though Mike says they're broken and there's no way for them to come back, she decides to ultimately go and find them, but of course they're not there. When her and Mike go back to Fazbear, she does find a little Fazbear talk toy that she takes back, where she hopes that she can be able to speak to her long lost friends. It doesn't seem to work either, and we see that she's just having a rough time at school as well. She has a asshole of a teacher. I will tell you, this teacher went above and beyond to be an asshole, and I was so like, okay, this is getting out of hand at some point, because even he goes and tells Abby, don't join the science fair because you're gonna lose and make us look bad. Just get out of my face, basically is what he's saying. And everybody in the theater was pissed off at this guy because they were just waiting for him to get his, and I promise you, he gets his. We then get a bit of McKenna Grace's character, and she's like a paranormal investigator. They have like a YouTube channel or a TV show. I think it would be a TV show here because I don't think YouTube's invented at this moment in time. I think we're like in 2002 or 2003, right? So of course it's like a TV show, and they go investigate these weird places. They decide to go to the original Fazbear's that we saw in the 1982 opening, and they want to investigate what's going on here after they got a tip from somebody called Mike, which is is not the Mike we know. This is another Mike here, which is going to be a very crucial character for the ending. Just hold on. But what happens is we see the group get picked apart by Marionette, who is the animatronic that's come to life and controls everything in this Fazbear's location. And the guy is working with her. The guy's working with Marionette, or Charlotte.
Okay, go back. This actress, you know who she is. She's going to be in Scream 7, as well as the new Hunger Games movie. Now, if you pay close attention, think about 3 actors. There's 2 actors from the Scream franchise, at least the first one. And then there's 1 actor from Hunger Games. It's up to you to figure out who it is.
Is not the Mike we know. This is another Mike here, which is going to be a very crucial character for the ending. Just hold on. But what happens is we see the group get picked apart by Marionette, who is the animatronic that's come to life and controls everything in this Fazbear's location. And the guy is working with her. The guy's working with Marionette, or Charlotte, who is inhabiting this animatronic here, and it seems that her music box has been broken. Now, Marionette the puppet needs this music box in order to keep her asleep. So we end up seeing this group of Scooby-Doo investigators get killed, and they are starting to really push the PG-13 rating here because it gets a bit gruesome and kind of scary, I will tell you this. We see that in this new Fazbear location, there are also new animatronics which are dubbed the toy animatronics because they're shiny and metallic, and they look very different from the animatronics from the first film, and this is the same thing with the games as well. Abby is eventually lured here by Marionette, or Charlotte, who sort of makes herself come off as the original Fazbear animatronics that Abby is known to have become friends with in the first movie, because she wants to lure her here in order for her to get a perimeter code that's going to unbind them from here, because right now all of the animatronics, including Marionette, are just binded to this Fazbear location because of a perimeter code that Vanessa had set in place. Vanessa realizes what's going on here and decides to go to the original Fazbear location to confront Charlotte about this after she heard from Abby about there being a friend that was helping her with her science fair project, which was of course Chica, she says. But it was so interesting for Vanessa to hear that it was at the original Fazbear location where of course those kids weren't. So this is somebody else's doing, and she knows it's Charlotte because Vanessa and Charlotte were friends in the past, and she realized that Charlotte's spirit had lingered here. And Vanessa tried to help her as much as she could and realized that her friend was suffering, so that's why the music box was put in place, so that she could just sleep and potentially just move forward with life. But of course you can't just bury things and expect them to be buried and never come back up, because they indeed will simmer up. So bottling your emotions, bottling your dead friends to a animatronic at a Fazbear location that has been abandoned for over 2 decades, yeah, that thing's gonna come back up at some point, which I thought was great to see with the themes of the film and all of that. But we see, of course, that we have Charlotte now threatening Vanessa with killing Abby if she doesn't give her the perimeter code. So Vanessa obliges and gives the perimeter code, and we see as Abby's able to set free the animatronics onto the world. And Charlotte's plan here is to just kill every single parent out there for what happened to her. It doesn't matter if your parents weren't there. It doesn't matter if your parents were kids at the time. They're parents now, so she's gonna kill them. Any parents. Very, very interesting plan, I will say. So we eventually see that Abby goes out with the animatronics, unbeknownst to Abby at this point that all of these animatronics she's seeing are just being controlled by Charlotte, the Marionette, and not really her friends from the first film. However, she lets them loose, and we see the teacher that was an asshole get his and get killed right there in the school, and it was one of the more bloody, violent deaths here that really pushed that PG-13 to its limits. I think the people at the rating place were like, ooh, yeah, this is getting dangerously close, my friends. However, we see that Mike and Vanessa are able to put a stop to all of this by disarming the wireless control that Marionette has, as Mike's able to do this in a lot of callbacks to the second game, which I thought were so cool. The callbacks here are always the dopest things about the film, and I really did enjoy seeing them. But we see somebody else is able to turn this back on, and also we find out that inside the toy Chica was actually Marionette, and this is where she decides to attack Abby and seemingly possess her, just as she did to McKenna Grace's character earlier in the film. Now, the fight fight ensues between Vanessa and this marionette possessed Abby, Mike's able to come through and save the day with his friend. However, we see that the other animatronics are back and kicking, and they are about to close in on Vanessa, Mike, and Abby and kill them. But we eventually see that the other animatronics from the first film come in, save the day, kill the animatronics, the toy ones, and are pretty much like, yeah, that took everything out of us. Now, the other animatronics came through because Mike had gone to ask for help at the old Fazbear location from the first film and just wanted them to save his sister. And of course, they had this bond and they were going to come save Abby. But now that they've gone out of the perimeter and used their animatronic powers, this seemingly just kills them now. And now they're dead, so they are going to be free. But they also tell Mike that now that we're free and gone from that location, we can hold William Afton back. Springtrap is coming back, and we see that in the final shots. We find out that the person that had turned on the animatronics being controlled through the Wi-Fi now was actually Michael Afton, who is Vanessa's brother, who has come back to avenge their father for what happened to him in the first film and wants Vanessa to join him. But it seems that Vanessa is trying to move forward with her life as Michael escapes, leading the animatronics to kill Mike, Abby, and Vanessa. But Mike's friend's able to come through and get Afton down, but I don't think for too long. I think we definitely will see more of Michael Afton in the next film. Now that the animatronics are all dead and also that Marionette seems to be gone, we see that Mike and Abby decide to move forward with their lives, abandoning Vanessa and leaving her here in the darkness, where Marionette eventually captures her and possesses her at the end of the film, setting up, of course, the third film, Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where we're gonna have Springtrap as our main antagonist. At the end of the film, we do see that Springtrap is being brought back to life. We see that they are already setting up the haunted horror house that's going to be the main event for Five Nights at Freddy 3. And it's going to get a lot darker real quick. I really did enjoy these scenes with William Afton that were scattered throughout here. Even though he was more of a ghost and a memory for Vanessa, I still think that's going to be so dope to see. Also with the introduction of Michael Afton, his son now, that's definitely where we're getting to some very, very good stuff. At the end of the post-credits scene, after the credits roll again, we hear an audio of William Afton's business partner trying to warn Mike about how to handle Marionette before he is seemingly attacked. So I do wonder that if in Five Nights at Freddy 3 we will be getting more of the backstory and lore to Freddy Fazbear's, which could be interesting to see, because I thought when they went back to the 80s here, that was the coolest part of the whole movie. So I'm excited to see them go back in time even more and showcase this whole thing. William Afton, of course, is such an interesting character, and the way they portrayed him here for the moments and minutes he was in definitely gets me hyped to see him like take center stage in the third film. So we'll see. Basically, this whole movie revolved around Vanessa never being able to recover from her trauma, bottling all of that up for what happened to Charlotte back in '82. Also her father being a child killer, and knowing this whole guilt was eating her up, it would eventually come back up and resurface as Marionette was let out of the box, trying to get her revenge on all of the parents. But of course, this was all being led by her own brother, Michael Afton, who was just instigating because he also wanted revenge for what happened to their father. So very, very interesting stuff here. Sets it up really great for the next film because it just ends on a huge cliffhanger. Vanessa being possessed by Marionette, Mike and Abby clueless to all of this, and Springtrap coming back to life to seek his revenge on Mike as well. So we're definitely excited to see where this is going. I do have a theory video I'll be posting, so stay tuned for that. Hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out on it. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on the ending, and if you're excited for Five Nights at Freddy 3 in the comments below. But as always, that's going to do it for me. I'll see all of you next time. Stay safe, stay positive.
Welcome back, everyone.
Alright, we're going to take a break. Take a little break because I have to go to the restroom. Right. I'm going to turn off my camera output. Yeah, just a little bit. You actually activate it. Make sure this is in the best quality. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's fine. they make them pretty close. It can't just be on top. I'm trying to have something. They don't really happy, but they want. Yeah. Funny. It's fucked though. But it is. What do we need? I have to. Okay. Change it to HDMI.
Welcome back everyone to another Penguin Z Plays On video, and today I've came back from watching Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and this is my spoiler-free review. So first things first. First, I want to get my thoughts before walking.
Yep. My bad. Eagles.
Into the movie. I am a FNAF fan, or at least I was. You can go back in the beginning of the channel. I used to only drop FNAF videos. I was a FNAF fan, and I still am. I was just obsessed back then. Now I'm not obsessed, but I know so much about the FNAF lore and everything where if I see an Easter egg, I'm gonna go, I know! I don't know if this is a hot take or what, but this movie is super mid. And it kills me to say that because I love FNAF. And I really wanted to love this movie, and I mean love this movie, because you're gonna hear me say a lot of things that I like, and mostly one thing that I hate. I mean, I'm gonna do a spoiler review probably this weekend where I can get into more detail why I think this movie is mid and why I just hate something about this movie. Because in this video, I'm not gonna be able to explain too much, but I'm gonna explain the most I can. So, I want to talk about my positives, okay? My positives, so much. When they said they are gonna be upgrading the horror, the suspense, the story, everything is on another level. The animatronics are 2 times bigger. They look amazing. The horror in this, peak cinema. The one thing I mostly didn't like about the first movie is that the first movie basically had no horror. It was not scary. This movie, there are jump scares, not crazy jump scares, but it will like get you like, oh, you got me. And the kills, woo, okay? This is a PG-13 movie, so don't expect anything crazy, but they do use their PG-13 level to the max. So that's that. Characters in this movie, you still kind of care for. I really still enjoy Mike and Abby. But then I feel like Vanessa's character, okay? She had a lot of stuff to do in this story. And I didn't really like her. I don't know what it was. She just felt very odd. I'm not trying to blame the actor, but her lines in the movie and the way she speaks just kind of gets me like, where's Mike? Because her character, yes, it's an important character, a part of the story, but it's like, you sound very stupid, and what you've done is very stupid. I'll probably get more into that in my spoiler review. Another positive I have is the looks of this movie. Like I said, the animatronics, all the toys, all the wizards, all look amazing, and I mean, that's what you're supposed to expect, right? They all just look amazing. The pizzeria looks amazing, and I gotta give them to the first and second acts, because the first and second act, whoo, peak. I was watching those first 2 acts and I said, this movie is probably better than the first one. I was like, this is honestly amazing. Everything is looking good. Kills, the story. I'm gonna talk about this very quickly. All of the wizards barely in the movie, but they're very cool to see. The toy animatronics, only Toy Chica gets used the most. And when we got that announcement like last month about the voice actors of Matt Pat and Megan Fox and the other dude, Matt Pat and the other dude barely get lines, and they don't really affect the story that much. And also Matt Pat, you won't even realize that is Matt Pat in the movie, okay? You're not gonna be like, that's the guy from Game Theory. His voice is completely different. But Megan Fox as Toy Chica is a role I did not know that I needed in my lifetime. Because honestly, yeah, you probably could have chose any other female actress out there, but Megan Fox honestly does a good job as Toy Chica. But those are my positives. And this is something you're gonna realize right now. Most of my negatives are at the ending. And I can't really talk too much about the ending, but I just want to say this. This ending is, in my opinion, some out of this world, goofiest out of this world ending. I really hate this ending. There's a plot twist I enjoy, but they rush this ending so fast. When this plot twist happens, it can't process through your brain because it just goes by. They don't give you time for you to process the plot twist, the ending, what's happening. Everything happens in like 10 minutes. And then movie done. That's what I do not like. In my spoiler review, I'm gonna talk about really what I don't like about this the most. But my main thing was that this was rushed. Ending was completely rushed, and I needed more. You guys will enjoy the music. The soundtrack's peak cinema. And there are 2 post-credit scenes. One post-credit scene. The other one is like how in the last movie there was the fast talker was at the end of the movie. You have something like this in this movie too, but it's very different, and it connects to a third movie where, yes, there's going to be a third movie. I think we already all know this because they already had a picture deal with Matthew Lillard. And the way this movie ends, wow. Stay for the post-credit scene because this is absolute cinema. For real though, I love this movie. I really do. I really enjoy this movie. But this movie, I'm telling you, is just meant for the fans. Really it is, because there is so much in this movie where if you have a dude that's never seen nothing about Freddy, he doesn't even know who the bear is, he's not gonna know what's going on, because there is so much stuff which is gonna get you like, I know that. But then there's so much stuff as a casual movie watcher that doesn't know nothing about the lore, and it's just gonna be like, what's happening? Because there are so many things that I wanted more of. Matthew Lillard as William Afton, wanted more of, but it makes sense. He's basically dead. Henry Emily, barely in the movie in one scene, and that's it. I cannot believe the disrespect they put on this guy's name. And in my opinion, this movie is only enjoyable when the animatronics are on screen. I don't care about anything else but when the animatronics are on screen, because when you have the side stories of Mike and Abby, not saying they're not enjoyable, they're just not enjoyable, because I want to see animatronics being spooky, not animatronics being happy. But with all of this out of the way, it's now time for me to rate the movie, okay? I'm gonna rate this in 3 ways this time, okay? I'm gonna rate this as a horror movie, a regular movie, and a FNAF fan movie, because this movie is meant for the FNAF fans and not a usual moviegoer. So as a horror movie, FNAF 2 is a very good PG-13 horror movie, but a very mid/bad horror movie. But it is way scarier than the first one, where I'm gonna give it a 7.5 out of 10. It's a very decent PG-13 horror movie. Not better than some Insidious or whatever. Guys, this is Five Nights at Freddy's. This is a Freddy Fazbear movie, okay? I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, it's not spooky, terrible. This is meant for the fans. That's why I'm here. For a fan's point of view. If you are a fan of the franchise, like me and a lot of other people, you are really gonna enjoy this movie. This movie is fun, it's happy, it's sad, it's mad, it's horror, it's really fun. And that's the reason why I'm gonna give this movie an 8.5 for a fan. If you're a fan of this movie, it's going to be an 8.5 or even higher, because you're going to enjoy lots of stuff in this movie. And I really, for some reason, enjoyed Megan Fox's Toy Chica. Now, okay, the reason I did this is so if I rate this movie bad as a movie, you guys don't need to blame me, because honestly, I would rather give it an 8 out of 10 as a FNAF fan, but we're going as a real movie. A movie where you are a critic or you just love movies and you're trying to watch this movie, I'm going to rate this Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Out of 10, I'm going to rate Five Nights at Freddy's 2 a 6.5 out of 10. It is a really good movie for the fans, a really good starter horror movie trilogy, what it's going to be. And I really enjoyed this movie for the fans and in my opinion. The movie itself, story is off the charts. Ending is super rushed and very bad. And people are just not going to enjoy the Easter eggs that Scott Cawthon puts in here. So, Scott, anybody that's a FNAF fan, I am agreeing with you. I love this movie. I'm super excited for the third one. Or if they even make more, a fourth one, a fifth one, I'm there. Hey guys, that is it for today's video. I'm Penguin Playzone, and like always, everybody, peace out.
All right, let's move on, and we're gonna kind of go with this story, and then kind of transition into some of the things that I've seen recently. But one of the things that I saw recently last night was Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Now there's a report about how this movie's going to do, and apparently it's going to open lower than the original did. So Five Nights at Freddy's sequel opens in cinemas this Friday. PG-13 horror sequel is reportedly on track for a robust 35 to 40 million debut in 3,300 North American theaters, reports Variety. That means that the game-to-film adaptation will make its $36 million budget back on its opening weekend. Something any movie franchise would envy. However, this isn't just any movie franchise. The first film debuted in late 2023 was even more gargantuan hit than expected. Its title premiered with $80 million in its domestic opening weekend in cinemas and was by far Blumhouse's biggest opening to date, ended its run with nearly $300 million in global revenue. It was seen as doubly impressive that the title debuted day and date simultaneously on streaming service with Peacock, and to this day remains the biggest box office opening weekend for a day and date release. That the sequel, which is exclusively to cinemas only this time, is tracking to debut with less than half of what it filmed is not good. Taking into account the first film potentially lost several million in ticket sales due to the same day release, it's really not good. Blumhouse is coming off a brutal year at the box office, a string of flops, and Black Phone 2 is the sole success so far. Zootopia 2 is expected to rule again with a further 44 to 50 million, a 50% decline from its 98 million. Film has hit 616.7 million worldwide in its first release. Tarantino's Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair's re-release is expected to earn 5 to 10 million. That's more than impressive, considering that movie is going to be close to 4.5 hours long. That's $5 to $10 million for 4.5 hour movie is is great. Great. Okay, so let's start with the story itself. It's concerning if you're Blumhouse that this is a major fan base, like a major fan base. My 14-year-old loves the amount of times I've heard these freaking theme songs, and I know who William Afton is and Michael Afton and the kids and all that. I know all this shit because of her. I had never really even seen the first one all the way through. I didn't think. And I'm going to reiterate this because, my God, I said it on the Out of the Theater reaction last night, and people don't listen. I'll reiterate. I had not seen the thing all the way through. So what did I do? I watched the whole movie the whole way through with Tina. Put a reaction up, which will be up pretty soon. And I watched the whole thing. Then I went and saw the movie, the second one. So I knew, and it's okay. And I liked the first movie. There's a lot of holes in it. It's not a great movie, but it's fun. From what I hear, very different from the games and everything too, from what my daughter tells me. I didn't like the second movie. I thought the writing was terrible. And Matthew Lillard, I was hoping was going to be, like, him and Skeet Ulrich are in this movie together again.
Wonderful.
They're barely even in it. And McKenna Grace, who I love. This kid's great. She's wasted. Everybody else is fine in the movie. They're good in it. It's just some of the dialogue and the story choices. But maybe it is for the audience. But if the audience is only going to bring in 25 million, that's a problem for week 2.
Yeah.
It's not the big problem for week 1. It's the problem for week 2 is that the returning audience is going to be there. So are you worried if you're
So happy to be with Nutrafol for as long as we have been, because it's the holiday season, and man, oh man, what a gift, what a thoughtful gift Nutrafol could be. Because if you give Nutrafol, you give the gift of stronger and faster growing hairs. It really is an ideal gift for anyone who deserves a boost of confidence, science-backed support heading into the new year. And this holiday season, Nutrafol is the perfect gift for anyone on your list. It could be for your mom. It could be for your aunt going through menopause. It's maybe a friend who just had a baby and is experiencing postpartum hair shedding. Your husband, your father who relies on his baseball hat to cover things up. Yourself. Or anyone looking to support their overall hair health. It's probably not something you've ever even thought of as a gift. Trust me, they're going to be thanking you later, giving something that someone actually needs instead of a mug or a t-shirt or a gift card. I'm telling you, it's thoughtful, it's impactful, and it is a way to show that you really care this holiday season. You can feel great knowing that Nutrafol's hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified. It really is the gold standard in third-party certification. Give the gift of confidence this holiday season with Nutrafol. Now, whether you're treating yourself or someone on your list, visibly healthier, thicker hair is the gift that keeps on giving. Right now, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription plus free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com. Use the promo code Christian. Nutrafol.com, promo code Christian. $10 off. Nutrafol.
Oh, absolutely. Because they're also, they're coming off of a year that's not super banner for them. Black Phone 2 did not do well. And this was
Black
a
Phone
movie...
2 did. Black Phone 2 did do well.
I thought it didn't.
No, that's what they said.
It was the only one that was good.
One that did well.
Only one that's good. Oh, that's my fault. I'm so
Yep.
sorry. Listening, God.
Yep.
And so, see, people don't listen. You're
I
right,
know.
Christian. Don't listen to any of us. But they haven't had a great year overall. And their whole big thing, too, was doing these nice kind of shoestring budgets and then profiting off of that. That's been their whole kind of model that's made them so successful, and also doing innovative storytelling and everything. The first movie, too, they made it an event. I would go to the Regal in North Hollywood, and there would be kids all cosplaying, which was absolutely terrifying to see small children dressed as these freaky little characters. That's also because I'm a baby and everything scares me. But I don't feel the same hype around this in general, too, going into it. And I know also I'm not a part of the horror community. That's not something that I gravitate towards. But my friends who are, my podcast partner, Amy, who loves horror.
You could take these movies. You'd be able
Oh, yeah. Five Nights. I can play those games, too. I love them.
Yeah. I like I saw the games. The games are creepy, way creepier. Yeah.
They're really creepy, and it's but they're a good time. But I haven't heard a lot of people, excited about it to begin with, aside from having, the first husbands of horror back together in it. So it's very disappointing to hear that they're not in that much. And I just feel like, again, the first one kind of felt like lightning in a bottle because there was such low expectations for it. It was, doing that day and date and stream of you could stream or you could go see it in theaters.
Yeah, right. Which was crazy that it delivered in the way that it did.
Yeah.
So maybe it has maybe it has a bigger debut than they think. So
Could.
I wonder, but it's one of the movies that I saw. One of the other movies that I saw was Marty Supreme, which I'm going to release my out of the theater reaction for that today. I won't release all my thoughts on it. I want people to see the out of the theater reaction, which I shot already, and I'll let people watch that today. But he will probably win Best Actor for this. Yeah, this is a very solid film.
I gotta be honest, everything about that movie, I'm like, these are really great actors, but I could not care about.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
That's good. That's good because I really enjoy his acting and everything.
Yeah.
And I like Gwyneth.
It's a trip, man. It's a circus.
Okay.
It's a circus. And it's a pretty fascinating story a lot of it. It's not, they pull some inaccuracies and, make a movie and things too.
Sure.
So I'll release that one soon. The other one, based off a true story, was The Luckiest Man on Earth, I think it was called. Luckiest Man in America. I can't remember. It's the one with Paul Walter Hauser. Are you a Luckiest Man?
The game show one.
Yes. So are you familiar with this story?
Yeah, where he basically just kind of figures out the algorithm essentially.
So, but
to the game.
Yes, but do you remember that game show?
No.
Press Your Luck. So I watched that game show all of the time as a kid. Like I remember watching it in the summertime. I have a very vivid memory of right before I went to play stickball in the park with my friends, having a glass of iced tea and watching Press Your Luck. Like I would watch that show, and it was
when was that on?
80s, and Peter Tamarkin was was the host of it, and so this guy he's an ice cream truck driver, unemployed guy for a bit, and he cheated the system, and he figured out the algorithm, if you will, or the pattern of the board, and the highest amount anyone had ever won, I think, was something like 15 a glass of iced tea and watching Press Your Luck. So I watched that game show all of the time as a kid. Like I remember watching it in the summertime. I have a very vivid memory of right before I went to play stickball
I think he's talking about Dumb Money.
in the park with my friends, having a glass of iced tea and watching Press Your Luck. Like I would watch that show, and it was
When was that on?
80s, and Peter Tamarkin was was the host of it. And so this guy, he's an ice cream truck driver, unemployed guy for a bit, and he cheated the system, and he figured out the algorithm, if you will, or the pattern of the board, and the highest amount anyone had ever won, I think, was something like $15,000 or maybe $17,000. He won $113,000 in one. In what's it? There's so much that they had to split up into two things, and so I'm telling the true story about it first, and then I'll get into the actual movie itself. And I was watching because I knew the story. I remember it as a kid, and I remember, and again, over the years, and even when YouTube became a thing, they pushed it out there, and so I knew right away when I love Paul Walter Hauser. So when I saw that he was playing, I was like, okay, great, I'm interested in this. And then I started watching on YouTube. And my 8-year-old starts watching it with me, and at the end, she goes, "Oh, he didn't cheat," and I go, "Technically, you're not wrong." She's like, "Wasn't in the rules that you couldn't do that." She's like, and I go, "She's not wrong because they paid him his money." Because of that, it was not in the contract that you couldn't do that. You just shouldn't have done it, but he did.
Yeah.
So he cheated the system. What they also said was, if he would have stayed, he decided to stop playing. He could have owned CBS. He could have played for millions and millions of dollars and walked out of there and been going on for months. But anyway, that's the story. That's a long-winded way to say I didn't love the movie, because I loved Paul Walter Hauser in it. But what they did do after a bit, for the fascinating part of where they got to it, then they do this whole thing of things that didn't happen and made things to just make a movie. And it was like, well, I know that didn't happen, and that seems so far-fetched, and it lost me. So
That's a shame.
yeah, he's great. I love Paul Walter Hauser. He's great.
He's good in
the movie.
everything.
He's great, but this one it just didn't work. I saw Hedda, which is a Nia DaCosta, Tessa Thompson movie.
Yeah, they had a Gabler adaptation.
I felt like I drank a bottle of NyQuil. I was so bored, and I wanted to love it because I love Tessa Thompson, and she's really good in the movie. But I thoroughly disliked the characters. I felt like it was the same scene again and again and again, and it felt like it was a 12-hour movie, and I think it was just around 2 hours, but it felt forever. So I did not love that movie. That's that one. I talked about Train Dreams. I watched.
Ooh,
great movie.
I was interested.
Depressing.
Okay, cool.
Depressing.
Yeah.
But great. And Joel Edgerton should be in the conversation for Best Actor. He's great. So if you haven't, that's available for everybody on Netflix right now too. You check that out. And it's just a story. This guy, simple guy, lives in the woods, and with his wife, baby girl. But he goes out and he's a logger. So he takes him away, and just things happen, and it's it takes place in like the in between like the 20s to like the 50s and around that. Yeah. But it's solid. So I would say if you're looking for some of those Oscar performances, that's one.
It looks beautiful. I was watching an interview with the two of them, and they were talking about how they used so much like natural light, and it was just like, nope, we're just outside near this cabin. That's
Yeah.
it. It's just us and the DP, no one else, which seems
beautiful.
like such a cool, intimate way to film.
It's you can tell. I don't know if I talked about this yet. Hamnet, I finally watched.
Were you okay?
Oh, it's did you see it?
I haven't yet, but I'm going to on Friday, and every person I know who has kids, I'm very worried about them seeing.
Yeah. It's not easy with that, right? That aspect of it. And I told my wife, I said, look, it's a beautiful movie, but you shouldn't watch it. But it is the definition of beautiful. Chloe's out. She should win Best Director.
Wow. Okay.
It is just a beautiful movie, and I don't just mean in this way that it looks. And I always forget and I won't after this year, but the lead actress should be the one who wins Best Actress.
Gosh, yeah, she was. I always forget her name too. She was in The Women. I'll look her up real quick.
But they'll tell us in the comment section in a second here too. But
Jessie Buckley.
Jessie Buckley. She's
incredible.
She should win.
Yeah. She's good in everything too. God.
I have seen mostly everything at this point that I think most people are going to be nominated for. Maybe there's something else. I don't know what else I should see. But I mean, look, I thought Julia Roberts was amazing in Afterthought. I really did. But Jessie Buckley is and Emma Stone was great in
Begonia.
Yep, but Buckley should be the front runner. Should be the front runner. She is so good. And then what else did I see? I don't know if I talked about Rental Family. I think I did. Rental Family, which is that's a sweet movie. It's a very, very sweet movie. But I think I talked about that recently. And then what else? Is that everything else that I've seen? I think so.
Have you seen Anaconda yet?
No, I have a screening for it soon. I like that they're kind of taking the piss, as the Brits say. With this one, so I'll go and check it out. But no, I haven't seen that one.
Okay.
And I saw Avatar, obviously, and I think Warfare. Someone said I never talked about Warfare. I did see Warfare, and I saw that a little while ago. Again, a very solid movie. It to me didn't have the structure of a regular movie, and this is not a criticism on it. This is clearly a retelling of a military thing that happened, very similar to what Black Hawk Down did, right?
Sure. Okay.
And you can tell that the people involved were there, and that they recreated this and put you in there, and it is intense. It is real. I didn't question it for a second. I'm not gonna say I wasn't emotionally invested. That's not true at all. I was definitely emotionally invested. I did, like, when the story itself. I'm like, okay, it wasn't like, all these other movies. People are like, it's gonna be in your top 10. It's not in my top 10. I think it's a really good movie, solid movie, and not an easy watch at all. And I think for military people, they'll probably resonate to it even more so, and rightfully so. Very solid movie. Very tough watch. Probably never watch it again. Not because it wasn't good, just because it's not an easy watch. That is very tough. Good performances.
That was one that I'm so bad about doing that. I'm just gonna wait till I get my screener. That's what I'm gonna watch on my screeners, and I take the whole SAG voting really seriously. For those of you who don't know, too, SAG does this wonderful lottery so that it's just random which members get to be part of the nomination committee, and I got to do that a couple years ago.
That's cool.
And it was the best. And so I love doing the screeners so I can also just be a total obnoxious person and pause and rewind a scene and be like, wait, hold on, that's such a good moment. Ooh, that's great. So that's when I am looking forward to just kind of breaking down and also being able to literally take a break and walk away when it gets a little intense.
Easily, yes. And that's the thing is that I am part of SAG, but I wasn't voting on it for SAG. I was voting for Critics' Choice because the audience made me, and they were right last year, because I was talking about, how I feel like the Oscars. And there was that big report. People didn't even see everything.
Yeah.
And drove me nuts. Someone's like, well, you're part of Critics' Choice. Did you see everything? I was like, I saw most of it. You got to see everything too if you're going to criticize them. I was like, you're right. So I watched everything this year. 100%. You got to, if people call you out and you bullshit, you got to make it not bullshit. So that was so I've been watching everything. I'm trying to watch every single thing that I can, because I want to be able to, accurately, because I still say, and not just because I'm a part of it, I would say even if I wasn't, I still feel like the Critics' Choice Awards are the most credible awards out of all of them
I
because
think they're incredibly balanced.
it's because critics have to watch everything.
Yeah.
You have to watch. That's their job. Their job is to go and see everything and watch everything and know everything. And there's certain people inside of the Academy, they just are in it because they got clout, and they're not watching everything. So yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot there, guys. What do you think about the movies that I saw? What do you think about the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff? Put all your thoughts in there. Let me know.
Guys, a lot of people have been asking, why am I in Florida? Why have I got the Popeyes Freddy Fazbear drink?
I have no idea, mate.
Why am I dressed up right now? Why am I too tall that I can't even be on frame? Hello? Where should I put you guys? Here, with my messy bed. Okay guys, so the reason why I am in Florida is because I am checking out the FNAF 2 movie tonight. So, a very, very early screening. Scott Cawthon invited me to check out the FNAF 2 movie early, like 2 weeks early, which is insane, with a bunch of other FNAF content creators as well. Very excited, very nervous as well. Yeah, so that is why I'm dressed up a little bit smarter for this, because, you know, it's extra special. But don't worry, if I get invited to the premiere, I'll dress up smarter, trust me. So yeah, a bunch of other creators as well have been invited. Raz, John, FNAF, Johnny Blocks, Fusion, Rexstar, Kellen Goff as well. So yeah, I don't even know who's there. I have no idea. This was so last minute, but I'm very, very excited. And yeah, guys, I get to see the FNAF 2 movie, which is insane. It's insane to think about. I'm actually very, very nervous. I will vlog a little bit of being there. Obviously, I can't vlog watching the film and stuff, but I am allowed to give like a first review of the movie. If you remember 2 years ago, basically what I did on that screening when I was in London, just giving my first thoughts about the movie. No spoilers or anything like that, of course, but just my first initial reaction to the movie. It's going to be very exciting. So yeah, I am going to go now, and yeah, I'll see you all at City Walk. That's where we're going to be watching it. It's Universal City Walk. So yeah, I was debating because Springtrap. I feel like Springtrap matches this outfit more with the trousers, but you know the puppet's in the movie, so I'm just going to stick with the puppet. I could do both, just have both of them dangling there. But I feel like the puppet works better. Sorry, Springtrap, you'll have to wait till FNAF 3. But yeah, these are the Hex keychains, guys. Self-promo, Hex.store. They're coming out when the movie releases with a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I'll bring the puppet today. Maybe for the premiere, if I get invited, I'll bring Springtrap or something. I don't know, put him in my suit pocket, just hang it out. And my shoes, I'm too stiff. Got my brown shoes on. I'm bringing the puppet with me. Ooh. That's it. I'm not going. There it is, guys. Hey guys, we're here literally outside the cinemas about to watch the FNAF movie early. I'm with Raz. Hiya. I'm with Ryan. Hi. I'm with Fusion. Hello. Hello. John. Hi. Kellen. Yeah, we're excited, guys. I'm so excited. I'm nervous, but yeah, let's go. Bye. Johnny's here as well, guys. Hello. Johnny Vlogs, where I steal all of the news from his tweets and I use them in my videos. Thanks, Johnny. And he's got a really nice shirt on. Is that Roosevelt's? It is, yeah. Roosevelt's. It's not Hex, so leave me alone. I don't know. Can we go down there? Yeah, it's going to be after. Yeah, it's going to be after. Guys, say hi. Hello. Hi. Oh, sorry, I was zoomed in. I just zoomed in your face. Zoomed into my forehead. Do what we're told. Yeah. Guys, say hi again. Hi. Cheers. Right, guys, we're about to go watch it. Yeah, don't bother saying hi to me. Goodbye. I hear you and everything. I'll check it. FNAF 2. Special screening, 7 p.m. Don't be late. Yeah, anime. I'm gonna be late. Guys, we just got out of the movie. It's absolutely insane. They gave us all the popcorn bucket as well. I'm kind of speechless right now. The movie's great. Obviously, I can't say anything yet. We'll talk about it in the hotel a little bit. I can't really say much though because of spoilers, but it was freaking insane. You guys are going to absolutely love it. There's so many Easter eggs and stuff as well. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm going to go to the party now, bye.
They're judging you.
I loved it so much.
You got beautiful teeth.
Alright guys, we're here at the FNAF 2 after event party and I've lined everybody up. I'm forcing them to give me a little review of the movie. John, you go first.
Amazing, scarier, love the lore. You're gonna lose your mind.
Kellen.
Great balance of story and Easter eggs. I'm a little prejudiced because I was in it, but I love it.
Woo! Raz?
I really liked it. There was Toy Chica and there was really fun stuff. That was all genuinely really good. It was amazing.
You're an
Ryan. Casual, core, and every audience in between's gonna love it. I really like Toy Freddy.
Johnny!
Listen, if you think you know what's gonna go down in this movie, you're wrong.
Yeah, he's so right. Fusion,
decisive. Loved it. Fantastic.
Yeah! There you go, guys. We're all recording you right now.
Alright, thoughts on the movie. Thoughts on the movie, what'd you think?
The movie is bigger, bolder, scarier, and full of more lore than you could shove into an animatronic chest cavity. That's not a theory, that's a fact.
Yay!
Right on the
Alright guys, I'm back at the hotel. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, I just wanted to do a little talk at the end of this video. Obviously I can't say much, just like last time, if you remember, I went to an early screening in the UK for the first movie and posted a video about it. I can't really say a lot because the film's not out yet and I don't want to, you know, spoil it anyway for you guys. But yeah, you saw our reactions when we came out after watching the movie. It's great, guys, it's great. I'm gonna say all the criticisms from the first movie that people didn't like, Blumhouse and Scott have listened. Universal, Blumhouse and Scott have listened to the feedback on the first movie. It's good, guys. It's really, really good. It's so painful that I can't say what I really like about the movie, but it's good. I said this about the first movie, but I think FNAF fans are going to be really happy, but I also think non-FNAF fans too, who have watched the first movie. Anybody who's not played the games, who's only watched the first FNAF movie, and then going to watch this second one, I think it flows well, and I feel like people are going to understand it, who don't know the game lore and stuff. It's good, it's good. I know that too because Fusion Z Gamer, obviously a massive FNAF fan, but he's not really a lore guy, and he came out and said, you know, I'm not a lore guy, so I thought the movie was great as well. So, you know, but yeah, I know I'm like staggering a little bit. It's because like I don't really know. I'm trying to be careful with what I say, obviously, but it is good, guys. Okay, it's good. That's all I can say. It's great, and I came out very happy, very, very happy. And yeah, Scott Blumhouse and everybody has done such a good job, and yeah, it's great. It's honestly so good. But yeah, just like the first movie, there's a ton of Easter eggs to look out for, and some of the Easter eggs, man, there's some specific Easter eggs in this that I really liked. Like the Easter eggs I think are better than the first movie, I can't lie. The thing, I think I mentioned this in a video before, like FNAF 2 means so much to me. You know, I love the first game obviously, but FNAF 2 is the game that really blew up my YouTube channel. You know, finding those Easter eggs in the game of like the endoskeleton or Shadow Freddy or whatever, and then it going viral on YouTube, and then that's when I started doing FNAF theories. So yeah, FNAF 2 means so much to me, and I got a bit emotional watching it, guys. I really did. Some certain parts and stuff, like yeah, pretty emotional, like just realizing like this is happening, like this is FNAF 2. And yeah, seeing all the toys and stuff and the wizards, it's nice. It was really, really nice to see them on the big screen. And after waiting for so long for this next movie, and you know, being on the movie set as well in January, and then seeing it all, you know, come together for the big screen, it was so good. And yeah, like I said, like you guys know I'm not very good at speaking. Let's be real. I repeat the same stuff, saying it's good, so good, amazing. And it's 3 AM, so I do apologise, but yeah. So without spoiling anything, I know, look, with like interviews and stuff, like, you know, Matthew Lillard said like some of the actors have said like the movie's bigger than the first one, and that they were right. Like I said, I feel like Blumhouse has gone all out with this one after the success of the first movie as well. They've gone all out. they've listened to the fans, they've listened to the criticism of the first movie, and yeah, it was good. It's just non-stop, just I couldn't like leave my eyes did not leave the screen once. Like I never got bored with the movie. Not saying the first one was, by the way, but just like sometimes with movies, you know, when you like drift off a little bit, like my attention span was on this movie like on constantly, because there's so much going on like all the time, a lot of action and stuff, and so yeah, that's really all I can say. Without spoiling anything, but yeah, it's scarier as well, by the way. There's some certain scenes in this movie that are very scary, that I was very surprised by. I didn't think they were gonna go that scary. I'll be honest, guys, like this is better than the first movie. As much as I love the first movie, this second one is better. It's better, and yeah, you guys are gonna love it. So yeah, please go and get your tickets. Please support the movie if you haven't already. Go and get your tickets now. Let's see if we can break the record. I think we're close to beating the record for like pre-orders for tickets for a horror movie this year. And we want to see it successful anyway, guys. We want to see that third movie, and maybe future movies after this if it's super successful, you know. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. First off, thank you so much, Scott, for inviting me to this. Thank you, Blumhouse, as well, and Universal for organising this, everything. I'm so grateful, and I really do appreciate it. And yeah, what an opportunity to have, and I'm so grateful. And thank you to you guys as well for making this happen in the first place, and watching my content for the past 11 years. I really do appreciate it. I won't get emotional, but you know, 11 years watching my channel, like not many people can say that on YouTube, and going and watching FNAF 2 and it all looping back, and just the memories of FNAF 2. Like honestly, guys, FNAF 2 means so much to me, because you know, that's where I started. It's core memories of FNAF 2 still in my head, and you know, as like I said, like FNAF 2 is one of my favourites, so seeing it on the big screen and seeing all the Easter eggs and references and stuff to that game, it was nice. It was so nice. So hardcore fans of FNAF 2, you're gonna love it, honestly, or just any, you know, just FNAF fans in general. So yeah, I'm tired now, guys. Just wanted to give my thoughts now rather than waking up and talking, because you know, maybe I'll forget things, I don't know, but I can't really say anything anyway. But yeah, guys, go and watch it, please. I appreciate it. Take care, lots of love. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time, guys. Insane. Please go watch it, please, please, please. Bye bye.
Josh, such a pleasure to meet you, man. How you going today?
Good, doing well. How about you?
I'm doing very well, man. I'm doing very, very well. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat. I'm super keen to break down horror as my genre. I just got to speak to Emma about it as well. And I was talking to her about the fact that obviously she's excited at the fact she was re-entering the world, making a sequel that was bigger, hopefully scarier, being a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. As someone who has done sequels before, I'm curious to know if that was something you felt on set with this one. You felt that this movie was expanding the world and doing bigger set pieces. Was that something that excited you about coming back?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I was excited to come back no matter what, because I think it's really fun to make these movies, and the world of Freddy's is weird and cool and scary. But, you know, I definitely was hoping it was going to be scarier than the first one. I think the first one is a great movie and really fun, a great ride. Not the scariest movie. And I think that there were some ways that, you know, to push that. And for sure, that was mission accomplished on the sequel. It's much scarier. It's much scarier. It rides that line of being like PG-13. Like, that's pretty scary. Like, it's tough, but it's good.
I'm excited about that fact, because from what I was gathering in the trailer with the new cast as well, there's this like E.T. Goonies sort of vibe with this new, and they were movies that kind of pushed the PG-13 limit as well. I'm curious to know that sort of vibe and mentality. What was sort of the films you were watching that had that sort of kids adventure pushing the limit vibe when you were growing up?
I mean, Let's see, when I was growing up, I mean, I loved Indiana Jones, not really kids adventure, but like that was like some intense stuff. Indiana was a
We
big.
were watching it as kids, though.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I saw Fight Club when I was 9 years old, which is just psychotic. But loved it. It was like my intro into dark film. And then yeah, I mean, I loved like oh, what's the Lord of the Flies? Like that's great. Like that was like kind of pushing the edge limit. Yeah. Yeah.
Just fun. Just I love those sorts of movies. I watched Pulp Fiction at like 9-ish as well, and that.
All right, so you
I
get
mean,
it. You get it. Yeah.
we turned out all right, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, was there an element, obviously, returning into this world where I loved Mike's backstory in the first one, and this sort of this relationship he has with his siblings, and the journey that he has to go on with that. Was there something that you were kind of toying around with the first one that you didn't get to fully explore, that you got to flesh out a little bit more this time around?
I think more than that, I think that Mike's sort of evolution as a character to me was interesting because I think that where he was in the first film, he was very obsessive over the past, finding answers about his brother and everything, and the guilt that he was riddled with. And he kind of got a little bit of a sense of closure of like at least knowing kind of what happened, and he can, sort of needs to focus on what's in front of him and sort of step up and be that guardian, that bigger brother, almost father figure to Abby, and that's where we meet him in this film. So I was excited to play a version of Mike that was a bit more grounded in the physical, real world that's happening around him, and trying to be present in that. So that was fun to explore.
Nice. I like I said, I love horror, and I think the communal experience of watching horror in a cinema is incredible. And when you have a fan base like Five Nights at Freddy's who love the lore and love the story, them interacting in a cinema with people who might not know a lot about the lore, it's like this perfect concoction for a great cinematic experience. I'm curious to know, do you have a cinematic experience? The time in the cinema was sold out. Might not be horror, might be something else, but where you just went, dude, this is what movies are all about. This is the magic.
100%. It immediately comes. Well, two things come to mind. One was I was in Atlanta when I want to say it was. I think it was Paranormal Activity 2 came out. Right. It was 1 or 2. I can't remember. I was in Atlanta and I went and saw it on AMC, and it was just like such an experience. Just like everyone screaming, everyone yelling at the screen, everyone freaked the hell out. Like it was amazing. And then also I remember when I saw Avatar for the first time in theaters. I literally left. I think it was like a Christmas time, like family movie kind of thing. And I was in Kentucky. And it was like the dead of winter, so it was really cold. And we came out of that movie, and I was so jazzed, I scaled a light pole. Just scaled it, like, full on. I was like, I'm Navi. Like, I am an avatar. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's like going to, I love going to the movies, and I think that I like going to the movies no matter what the movie is, but when you have an event-type movie like this, it just really, it feels so much better seeing it in a packed theater. It's great.
I 100% agree. Josh, I'm about to get the wrap here. I just want to say we're like similar in age. So I grew up watching the movies you were in as a kid, man, like Zathura and Bridge to Terabithia, my movies. But then seeing stuff like The Beekeeper, which I fucking loved last year, man. Like you made so many great movies that I've loved. So I'll keep watching movies. I hope you keep making movies, man. And I hope we get to do this again sometime soon.
Great
I appreciate
combo.
your time.
9647. Right.
So we're here to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which I'm so excited to see. I saw that first one back in theaters when it came out, and I thought it was a lot of fun. And everything we've seen from the second one has me pumped. Looks like we're getting more of the same thing. Looks great. So to start, I'm wondering if there was anything about, like, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that kind of really surprised you. Like, when you got the call saying they wanted you to come back and you got the script for the first time and was reading through it, was there anything that, like, kind of stood out, like, as you in your reaction to where they decided to take this sequel?
Yeah, I think that even in early iterations of the script, the amount of action, jump scares, set pieces. Like, I think that the first movie was great. I think they did a good job of capturing the lore and alluring the fans in to see the movie. But the reality is that as the second movie plays out, like, very early on in the film, the movie starts to take off And once it goes forever. I just think that it's fast, it's scary, it's got big set pieces. I think that, the animatronics are deeply involved, and I think people are going to freaking love it.
Sure. You're speaking my language. It sounds amazing.
And
And so, kind of the trailers that we've seen for this movie, they kind of give us an idea of what to expect. We know that, like, there's some more new characters coming in, some new animatronics, all of that. But we haven't really seen much, or maybe even any of your character in these trailers. And I know there's probably stuff you can't say, but can you give us, like, some idea of what we can expect to see from William in Five Nights at Freddy's 2?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, don't hold your breath to seeing a lot of William Afton. Like Star Wars or in Harry Potter, Voldemort, Darth Vader, they both sort of show up later in the series. So, unfortunately for me, I don't have a huge part in it. I do think the stuff I get to do is fantastic. I love it, but the reality is
he just spoiled it, man. For those of you who have not seen it,
that our hope is that we get to do 3 films. That's always been the plan, and everything is dependent on how the movie does in the theaters. Like if it does,
that's why you have that cliffhanger at the end.
Well, then there's a good chance, obviously, Hollywood chases big hits. And so we're hoping for another big hit so that we can go off and make the 3rd movie, which at the end of the day will be, more William Afton versus Mike. So we'll see how it goes.
Totally. I hope it happens. That sounds amazing. And kind of jumping back to that first movie, that was such an interesting case just because I feel like there were so many boxes that movie had to check. I mean, it's a video game movie, so you gotta appease fans of the video games. It's a horror movie, so people are expecting something scary, but it's also not like a Lars von Trier horror movie. It's comedic, there's humor in it, it's a fun time. So I'm kind of wondering if you can tell us just a little, what to expect as far as the tone goes, going into Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Do you think it's scarier than the first, or, is there more humor?
I think that they've done, like I said, that they've added all these elements, but the reality is that, the audience is 3 years older now, and I do think that they're building... they're giving space for those kids who were young to see the first movie grow into a little more radical version of the film. Yes, in that first film, that last sequence, I kill my daughter, that's not good as a father figure. There's all kinds of things that are happening. But the reality is that this movie has a lot more jump scares. I think that it speaks more to what the game is. And I think that people will really appreciate that in the long run.
Sure. No, totally. And that kind of jumps into what I wanted to ask you next, just because you've been a part of some huge franchises in your career and in your life. I mean, Scream, Scooby-Doo, all of that. But kind of what has the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base meant to you since kind of becoming part of this world? I mean, I know there's so many video games and books and so much related media to it, and there's fans all around the world. What's it kind of been interacting with them and kind of learning this lore and culture?
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that for me, the lore and the culture is really left to Scott and Emma, right? Early on, the first time I even talked to Scott, I was like, listen, I need you to tell me what you expect of me in terms of my, the depth and breadth of the knowledge of what it is to be William Afton. And to his credit, he said, look, I'm going to send you 5 playthroughs. So you're going to watch people play through and you'll get an understanding of the game. He's like, but more importantly, just play the first game. That's what I need you to focus on. Play the first game, understand what people have come for, what they love. And then that's where you build from. Everything else is in conversation with Scott in terms of what William Afton is. And to be candid, he's given me a lot of leeway to sort of build my version of what he is. I mean, in the new movie, there's a great sequence and he was like, I love what you're doing, just keep doing it. So, and there's, there's so little to hold on to in these films that you're doing the things you're pulling in terms of wardrobe, the choice you're making in terms of physical, the way there's a sequence in this movie that I love it. I'm really happy about it, and I think fans are gonna love it too. But it's, there's just not a lot of dialogue to pull from. And then hopefully, look, in the third movie, we'll get that showdown. We'll get that final Harry Potter versus Voldemort, Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader. That's our hope. And within that, we'll get to do more and explore more. But for now, we've got a long way to go. We got to get people into the theaters.
Sure. No, totally. Makes total sense. I'm kind of curious though, playing, like, when you played that game for the first time, did that like inspire something in you, or like click to like keep going and play all the rest of them? Because I remember I was born in '96, so like I was just out of the target demographic when that first game came out in 2014. But then like I was in college and like playing. I was like, no, I think I kind of want to keep playing these. Like, these are kind of fun, interesting. I'm into it.
Yeah. I did not. I mean, it was like I got it. By the way, and I didn't answer your last question. I'm really sorry. I was like, literally, you were talking, I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't answer your question. So real quick, just to double back, the fandoms, my relationship with the fans has been fantastic. Right? I do think that I've been incredibly well received. And from what I've read, from what I've seen, the people, from what Scott tells me, because he reads and sees everything, people are happy with what I've built or what we've built in terms of representing William Afton. And so for me, I'm really proud of that. I love every kid that comes to my table at a convention with their home build of, Springtrap or Yellow Rabbit or Foxy or whatever it is. And I do think that one of the gifts that I've received is sort of this love back from the fandom, and so I'm deeply appreciative of that. In terms of the game and playing, I played the first game, I got it, I understood it, but I love games. I play FIFA every chance I get. I play 3 games of chess a day. Like I love games, but for me, I didn't follow through. I didn't get stuck in the rabbit hole. I didn't follow that sort of rabbit hole. I loved it. I get it, but it wasn't like, it's just not something I followed through on.
Sure, totally. No, that makes total sense. And another super exciting thing about Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is we know that Ski Ulrich is going to be in the movie too, which awesome, can't wait. I mean, a little screaming reunion on the big screen. I will be there. And there hasn't been too much said about his role, but can you just tell me a little bit about kind of what it was like getting to work with him again on another horror project like this?
Yeah, I mean, we just did an interview together 20 minutes ago. He's great. I mean, the thing is, I think both of us have a deep appreciation for the fans. We grew up, we've grown up holding space for the Scream fans, and this feels very similar. Like, there's a voracious amount of people out there that have the tattoos, adore the characters. Like, all of what Scream has meant to the fans is more important than what it means to us, that's for sure. And so the thing we share is that relationship with that fan base. Can't really get into what we're doing in the movie, who he plays, and what it means, in terms of that aspect of it. But having him on board, having him be an ambassador to the community, is nothing but a win for everyone.
Yeah, totally. Again, can't wait to see it. And kind of jumping off that, I would love to ask a Scream question because such a fan, like top 5 favorite movies of all time. And I'm the kind of Scream fan. Other four? Some of them are kind of obscure, but like Sing Street, Inside Llewyn Davis, Wet Hot American Summer.
Inside Llewyn Davis?
Yeah, Coen Brothers movie?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are, I mean, it changes in and out, but Scream is definitely in those top 5.
That's funny. Okay.
But I'm the kind of like Scream nerd who has gone back and watched all of the director's commentaries and stuff like that. Wow. And my question is, in Scream 2, Wes Craven said you had like an uncredited cameo in the background of a party scene right at the beginning there. Can you confirm if that's true? If that was really Stu back there?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I was picking up, I went by set. I was friends with everyone. I was picking up Nev and frankly, Wes was like, "Why don't you walk through the back of this thing?" And I think we were making a joke like, "Oh, this is what they're gonna build the sequels on," and there's like, "This is a mistake." And so he was like, "Hey, just walk through the back." So I do walk through the back of that party scene. It's hilarious that that it pops up all the time, that people talk about it all the time, when it was literally just for a hoot and hanny, in between shots. So
Sure. Yeah, totally. That kind of answers what I was going to ask you next, because I was wondering, like, if there was a conversation there that was happening. Like, I mean, it was Scream 2, so obviously you knew it was going to be, like, sequels are going to come, it was going to be a franchise. I was just wondering if there was, like, thought at all about, like, does this mean Stu is someday coming back, or was it just, like, a blink and you'll miss it, let's have fun for a second
yeah,
thing?
I think it was more the latter. I think it was like, let's have fun. And then it wasn't until, I mean, I was supposed to originally do Scream 3. This famous story about, we had made the deal that I was coming back to run, the idea of the story was that I was going to run a group of high school killers from prison. And the reality is that Columbine High School tragically happened.
Right.
And so Hollywood, in a show of good thinking, decided to change that narrative. So, so I never got to be in that third movie, but it's been interesting because like Kevin's like, I was going to keep you alive in the third film, which means that Stu could potentially be alive, and so here we are.
Sure, yeah. Which, I mean, we got Scream 7 coming out in sometime early next year. Can't wait. Trailer looks amazing.
February 27th, in case you're curious.
That's the one. I can't wait to see it. I mean, I'm such a fan, and I obviously know there's so much you can't say, and I won't like try to press you for anything, but how was it like coming back to this world, like going back and working with Kevin again in this franchise?
Yeah. It was awesome. I mean, the reality is that I remember where I was when I got the phone call. I remember I was on the phone, I remember like in the park exactly where it happened. Picking up, seeing the phone call of Kevin Williamson. We had seen each other at a party like 3 weeks beforehand at Mike Flanagan's house. I'm like, what is he calling me for? It's so strange. And, he was talking about going into doing Scream 7, and he never, even at that party, he's like, yeah, we're about to go shoot the movie. I'm going to direct it. I'm like, that's incredible. And he never mentioned anything. And so we got on the phone, and he's like, do you want to come back and play with us? And I was like, you bastard, you could have said something 3 weeks ago. So, look, I'm excited. I think the movie, what I'm most excited about is I think that the movie, with Kevin involved, with Nev back, I love the Radio Flyer guys. I thought Melissa Barrera was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm excited to sort of see where this new iteration of Scream goes, and I'm excited. The movie's testing to the roof. I think people are going to love it. I think the fans are going to lose their minds. So it's very fun.
Well, there's one animatronic I know the fan base will just lose it over in the best way. Larger than life cameo.
Well,
I feel like I've said too much.
No,
like
you
I've
said
already
perfect amount. You said the perfect amount.
They already know what I'm talking about.
No, well.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline Coley. Welcome to Scene on the Screen.
I'm going to skip this one. Let me go to the playlist real quick. Actually, I'm going to do that. Yeah, just go to the playlist. You're an asshole. Oh, I see what I did.
welcome back to another Film Geek movie review. Today, after the old day job, I am off to check out the new horror film, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is directed by Emma Tammy, and it's starring Josh Hutcherson, Piper Robio, and Elizabeth Lowell. Oh, and Matthew Lillard. Matthew Lillard's back in this one. Man, it's always a good day when you get to see Matthew Lillard in a movie. Well, anyways, guys, I don't really know much about the plot of this movie. I think I've seen one trailer, and I believe that they're going to a different Five Nights at Freddy's, or Freddy's Freddy's Pizzeria. I forget what the damn place is called, to be perfectly honest. If you don't recall my other review I did of the first film in this series, I really don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's. My kids played the video game, and it was kind of one of those things, as I was explaining to some people I worked with today, where it was my kids' game, you know, and I didn't want to be that dad that comes in and starts playing their game and makes it immediately uncool. They're like, geez, Dad, go back to playing your frickin' Halo. This is for us kids. And so I never really got into the Five Nights at Freddy's thing. It looked like it was just kind of a jump scare simulator, but apparently it's got a ton of lore, books, comic books, toys, all sorts of crap based off of this property. So good for them, in all honesty. Now, if you're wondering, my first review of Five Nights at Freddy's, I didn't really care for this movie, to be perfectly honest. I didn't like the first movie a whole lot, so this movie has room to grow. I didn't hate the movie, I just thought it was kind of boring, bland, been there, done that kind of fare. It wasn't very scary. It was just kind of like a PG-13 horror cash grab, if you ask me. And to be perfectly honest, I don't really have a whole lot of high hopes for this one, because it is Blumhouse. I have my feelings on Blumhouse. That being said, you know what? I am just going to stop right there, because it is time for me to get to the old day job, quit the jibber jabber, and get out the door, because first off, I got to get to work, and then I'm off to check out Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Welcome back, just getting home from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And guys, yeah, I didn't like this one either. This movie is just draggy, boring, complete and absolute mess of a film. So let's get this party started, shall we? We're going to get things started with negatives, then move into the, well, positives, if I can think of any, to end the video on the ever so important high note. Now, the first thing about this movie is its pacing. Now, the movie itself only clocks in at about an hour and 40-some minutes, but it will feel like you are in that movie theater for an absolute lifetime. Now, I don't know if maybe it's because I don't know anything about the characters of Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know anything about this world. I don't know the rules of the video game. I do not know all of this lore and all of that. So maybe if I had a better understanding of all of this stuff, I would enjoy this movie a lot more. However, if you are going for mass appeal, if you want a larger audience, then you have to make a movie that's for everybody. That's one of the big complaints about the MCU, actually, is that their films are made for everybody. They're not really singling out one group of people that they're making their movies for. This film is for Five Nights at Freddy's fans. That's all it is. It's definitely fan service from beginning to end. Nothing in this movie feels like a real movie. It just seems like it's non-stop lore dump for the entire first half of the film. It's about 45 minutes into the movie, and they're still building everything. And I did like the movie at the start. When this movie started up, the very big opening scene, we are opened up to an introduction to the new villains and so on and so forth that are going to be in this movie, and they set up a really good almost horrifying scene. I mean, if I was a younger person, like if I was going in this as a young teenager or something, I would have been like, wow, that was pretty freaking brutal, to be perfectly honest. And not like brutal as in horribly gory or anything like that. It's just that all the emotions and the tension and everything that built up in that first scene, it really worked. And I thought, wow, they learned their lessons from the first movie. They are actually going to try to make some dread happen in this film. They're going to actually try to make this movie an actual horror film. That is all the horror that was in this movie, unless you want to count the endless jump scares that are in this film, which I think that's just something with the game itself. As I said, I think it's just a jump scare simulator, and that's exactly what this movie is too. It is just constant jump scares. And the thing about the jump scares in this too that are extremely irritating is they're those ones that just kind of happen really quick, you know, and it's like, come on, you know, you're not going to build any suspense, you're not going to build any tension, you're not going to make me feel like really uncomfortable and uneasy before you do anything. You're just going to have loud noises and things come jumping out at me and all. Fine, okay, I'll just keep going with this, I guess. The film itself doesn't even really want to try to be its own movie either. It seems like throughout this entire thing, it's just building to something. 45 minutes into the movie, and you still haven't got the main characters to the restaurant. That was another thing that annoyed the crap out of me, was that this movie doesn't necessarily take place, actually it doesn't. It does not take place much at all at one of the restaurants, which again was something that I did enjoy about the first movie. I thought it was neat that it was in this own environment, and the environment itself looked really cool and spooky and decaying, and it made it the film have a bit more dread and a bit more creepiness. But now they're going to just, you know, whatever. Let's not worry about that. Let's take away the thing that this entire series is known for, which is the restaurant, and let's go do something else with that. And I'm not saying that the animatronics or anything necessarily are going anywhere. I'm just saying that the movie takes forever to get there, and it doesn't spend much time there in the first place, which I kind of thought that was the point of this movie. This film also tries to build on this whole, like, big community that loves these restaurants, even though they're closed down and all these murders and everything happen. They're apparently having some kind of big festival or something going on town, and they like to bring it up every now and then, but in all honesty, it does absolutely nothing for the film whatsoever. They try to do something where you think that it's going to really pay off in the end, and it doesn't. And then this film also does something that just drives me up the wall, and to be perfectly honest, horror movies are horrible about this. And that is when things are happening and horrible craziness is happening and the proverbial shit is hitting the fan, you have one character that knows exactly what's going on, what is causing it, and what needs to be done to make it stop, and that person keeps their damn mouth shut throughout the entire film until something happens, and then they go, oh yeah, I totally forgot to tell you about that. I was gonna get to tell you about that, but I totally forgot. And then they would unveil something, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, that's right, I totally forgot I was gonna tell you about this. I should have told you about this, but I didn't. I can't stand it when movies do stuff like that. These secrets and everything that are extremely important to what is going
Extremely
on.
important, in fact.
The story itself doesn't really go to a lot of places. I thought for sure we were going to get something really unique and different with this one. I thought the film itself was going to go a lot bigger, a lot scarier, a lot darker. And it just doesn't. It just builds it up that way at the beginning of the film, and then it just goes through, like, the world's boringest mystery. They're trying to solve, like, what's going on here, when, like, the entire time, one of the characters know exactly what's going on here. Oh, God, it drove me up the absolute wall, like, every freaking time. The story, again, is extremely weak. It's very weak sauce. This film is just a middle spot for other things, and that's exactly how this movie felt for the entire film. It just felt like they were building to something else. Nothing in this movie really felt like it was permanent, or that it's going to last for anything further than just this movie, so it didn't really have any high stakes or anything. And of course, just like other films like this, all of our lead characters are covered in plot armor, so you don't have to worry about anything happening. This film is very low stakes, very low on the scares, and just in all honesty, a complete and absolute failure as a horror film. So you're probably sitting there wondering, Film, did you like anything? Honestly, pretty much the same crap that I liked in the first movie, except no restaurant this time around. The animatronics still look great. They're still being done by Jim Henson Creature Shop, and they look awesome. I love the textures. Everything about the creature design is on point. Really love those. The usage of practical effects in this film was great. I love it, and I appreciate the fact that they stick with practical effects and not diving into CGI weird figures walking around. Everything looks really cool. The textures, the solidity, all of it. I love the practical effects, the makeup, all of it. Great stuff. We are given a new villain in this movie, kind of, if you want to call him that, because this film does that stupid thing that I cannot stand where they have a twist villain. Hate twist villains. Don't do a twist villain unless it's going to be something extremely sneaky and weird. Don't do something where you just completely forget about the character, then they go, oh, like you're supposed to be freaked out when this guy shows back up and goes, okay, I'm sorry, I am positive. So yes, the animatronic creature design is on point right there. The acting is fine. I mean, everyone, all of the actors in this movie do excellent jobs. They all are great with what they do. Could have used a little bit more Matthew Lillard. You just get a little bit of him with this. I feel like they really pushed the fact that he was coming back in this movie, and once he's there, and you figure out how they're bringing him back in this movie, it was again weak sauce. It was super annoying. And I'm not going to tell you how, because it's one of the stupidest tropes in film that drives me insane when people do stuff like this. All in all, guys, this is a subpar horror film. I didn't enjoy a whole lot of it. The set design of the first film was something I absolutely loved, but that this film barely takes place in one of the restaurants, there's no reason to give them any kudos over the set design in this movie. It was boring. The film itself was boring. And there's also, I went and saw this with a fairly packed audience. There was a good amount of people there, and it's funny because there was like a fan event for the film that was going on also, but in our theater it was just normal people going to see the movie. And there's a part in the film where they have one of those moments where you think, as a filmmaker, you think the audience is just going to be like,
over to your far left, you can flip up your maintenance
do it! You know, you think the audience is going to be like, ha ha, yeah, that's right. You're going to get everybody in the audience is going to be like, and cheering. Yeah, that scene exists. Nothing happened. Like, nobody in the audience made a peep. Even the music in the movie does that. I mean, that does that cheesy boom, 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 and the entire audience is just like,
let that ventilation go offline, then you'll start seeing some crazy stuff, man. Keep that air flowing. Okay, keep an eye
still
on
on. The movie. It's still on. All in all, guys, I would have to say that this is a skip it, in my opinion. Now, if you're someone who is a massive fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm sure you're going to like this movie, to be perfectly honest. This movie wasn't for me, okay? I am a grumpy, middle-aged man, all right? I am not a fun-going teenager, okay? And that seems to be the audience that this movie is made for. There is also moments of just absolute lore dump in this film, so if you're someone who really enjoys the lore of this stuff, then you're probably going to really enjoy this movie. I have no idea telling you how accurate it is because I don't know anything about it, but yes, there's tons of it in this, so just have fun, enjoy it, eat it up, buy your games, buy your toys, have a great time, because in all honesty, this movie was made for you. This movie wasn't made for me. This movie was made for people who are hardcore fans of the series, and if you're happy with it, enjoy it. Have a great time. Don't worry about what other people say. Just have fun with it. But for me personally, guys, this is a loss. This was a loss of an hour, and let's just round it up to an hour and 50 minutes. So we're going to throw the trailers in there, too. So all in all, guys, yes, skip this film. If you're not a huge fan of the Five Nights at Freddy's, this is not a place to pick up. Let's just put it that way. So thanks again for checking out the Film Geek, guys. If you liked what you saw here today, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Ring that bell for notifications and give me the old thumbs up so I know you like what you're seeing. And if there's one more thing you can do, folks, that is keep watching movies. You know I'm gonna. Well, hey, you're still here. That's a good thing, because that means you should probably stick around for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Especially if you're a fan, because there is a mid-credit scene, and let's just say it gives you a hint of things to come. Have a great night, folks. Cheers.
Or something like that. So
I got to go to a secret FNAF event in Los Angeles where I got to see the new FNAF 2 movie trailer early alongside MatPat, Daco, and a bunch of my other friends as well. And not only did we watch the trailer, we actually went to a party directly afterwards where we could take pictures in front of the set from the movie. There was also some of the FNAF movie cast there. There was DJ sets by CG5, The Living Tombstone, and JT Music. There was also a bunch of food and exclusive merch that I'm going to show you, so this is going to be an exciting video. So the night actually started with us seeing the movie trailer, and we were actually in a little movie theater, and I can't show you any video because they literally stole our phones. They put this rubber band around our phone and said we'll get it back when the trailer's done, so the trailer wouldn't leak. But in this little theater were a bunch of my friends, including MatPat, Daco, The Regular Sauce, Unique Piece, a bunch of other people that I recognized, and we all got to sit there and watch the trailer together. Obviously, everyone loved the trailer. I honestly think it is the best FNAF movie trailer we've ever got. I'm so excited for the movie. It looks incredible. As you can imagine, I was losing my mind. Me and Daco were screaming and reacting the whole time. So after that was the FNAF-themed party put on by Universal Studios. So we were bussed over to a different location, and this is me and kind of Daco's first reaction to seeing that.
Boys, okay, we're filming. We're filming. Okay, this is a secret event. Secret event.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The sets and everything! Look at this! Wow, no way! Yeah, we'll show you more in a minute.
We literally just watched the new FNAF 2.
Yeah, we watched the new FNAF 2 trailer just now. It was crazy. I literally cannot believe it. It was so good. There was a bunch of things to do. I'm going to show you the food first. There was a ton of food. There was French fries, onion rings, mozzarella sticks, salad, pizza, cupcakes. They said that cupcakes were FNAF themed, but I think they looked more like Garten Band than FNAF, to be honest, but they tried their best. We'll take it. There was a bunch of places to take photos in front of. Here's me and Daco in front of just a poster for the FNAF 2 movie. And then one of the first things I got to do was actually meet Piper Rubio, who plays Abby in the movie. And she actually knew who I was and watches my videos, so if you're watching this, hi, Piper. There was also The Office from the movie, and this is a little video of Piper and Daco in front of that set right there. And here's a picture of me and Piper at the event. And then, like I said, there was a DJ booth, but before the DJs got started, MatPat had an announcement to make.
Game 1. Hands up if you've been here since game 1. I also think that friendship has gotten to the size that it is, right? That we live in a day and age where, like, people grow up not knowing who Mickey Mouse is, but are absolutely standing Freddy and Chica and Bonnie, right? And that's because of you guys, right here, right now, tonight. But before we hand it off to CG5, the real music man, I think we have one other special guest that this night would be complete without. Bring in our special guest.
Is it animatronic?
Andre, we got something yet. Oh, there, yeah! Give it up,
On voit quasiment pas mec. Faut trouver moyen de s'approcher.
Pagani, you have anything to say?
Oh ouais, non mais... I love you, Toy
And with that, I think we get it off. Yeah!
MatPat got to announce Toy Bonnie's entrance, and Toy Bonnie looked amazing. This was all a dream come true. I will not get over it. I also got this cute little video of MatPat and Toy Bonnie hugging each other. Toy Bonnie and MatPat. And then they opened up a different part of the event where you could take even more pictures in front of even more stuff from the movie. But the way he announced it made me freak out for a second.
All right, look at my hand. See the direction it's going? We are opening up the world right now. The doors are opening to a whole new sister location. What? You'll be able to meet Freddy himself, take photos.
So this is us walking to the sister location where there's two other areas where you could take photos, both of them obviously curtained off. And the first area actually had the sign from the movie that you could take pictures in front of. So this is me walking up to it. This is the sign.
Guys, I love John so much.
Sorry guys, sorry.
And then this is the pictures that I got in front of it. And then we got to take a picture in front of Toy Freddy, the actual Toy Freddy from the movie. This is me walking up to that.
John's going up to Toy Freddy.
And then these are the pictures I got in front of Toy Freddy. I tried to look scared, but I kind of just embarrassed myself, but that's okay. Then here's a good piece of B-roll of the sign so you can see it in high quality. I made sure to film a lot of this in 4K so you could get a really good look of this stuff. So that first room had Toy Freddy in the sign, and then the second room had this stuff.
This is crazy.
So as you can see, we have Mangle's Pirates Cove, we have the carousel from the movie, which was crazy to see. We have a little prize corner, and then we have a little table set up in the corner. It was honestly so cool. Here's Dawko recording me walking up to Mangle's Pirates Cove.
Guys, John is going to Mangle's Pirate Cove. How cool is that, guys?
And then this is the picture I got in front of it. I look a little bit awkward. And then I noticed Unmangled Mangle for the first time ever. I cannot believe I saw it for the first time ever as a real poster from the movie set, but here it is.
Guys.
It's Foxy. For the first time, Unmangled Mangle.
That's crazy.
The first time.
For the first time.
Then we moved over to the carousel. Here's a better look at the carousel, and then Dawko going to take a picture in front of it. And then Piper Rubio wanted a picture with her, me, and Dawko in front of the carousel, so here is that picture. And then this is Dawko realizing that there's actually Hex plushies inside of the prize corner, which was really cool. It was actually a Nightmare Yon plushie. I don't know if they did that because of me. I assume not, but it was cool that it was there. Matt had actually told me before I got to the party that he saw a Nightmare Yon plushie on that shelf, so I was excited to see it. Here's a cute little video of the Living Tombstone doing their DJ set. I can't play the audio because it's copyrighted. Here's a video I took of Dawko dancing, and he said if I included it, he would kill me. Send help. There was also another little area in the corner where you could take a photo op with a smaller version of the sign and a bunch of the tables, and I knew everyone would want it, so here are some high quality pictures of the posters that I saw on the walls. My gift from me to you. Here's a high quality picture of the sign. And then now we get into the exclusive merch that we got. We obviously got this little tote bag, and they had a little table where you could pick stuff out. We were a little late to the merch booth, so most of the stuff was gone, but we still got some good stuff. One of the other things you could do there was actually make your own FNAF 2 trading card. Here is me and Dawko on a FNAF 2 themed card, and then on the back there's a QR code. I don't know if I can show that. Here is the logo for the movie, and Dawko and I both signed it. This is unbelievable. I cannot believe this is real. It's a real Dawko and John FNAF trading card. One of one. Actually, there's two because Dawko has one, but this was...
Hello. For today's lesson, we will be continuing our training on proper suit handling techniques. When using an animatronic as a suit, please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit.
Such a cool part of the event that they were able to do this. So there were two other things that they were handing out. I got this little Freddy plushie, and then I got this exclusive t-shirt. I don't know if they're selling this anywhere, but this is a t-shirt from the event. I'll show you the back. It just has the FNAF 2 logo on it. This is an exclusive shirt from the event. It is awesome. One of the other people I got to meet was also McKenna Grace, who plays one of the ghost hunters in the movie. She was super nice. It was also really cool getting to catch up with Matt Pat. I have pictures and videos with him, but they're on his phone, so if he wants to share them, he can. But yeah, I'm sorry I didn't video much more than that. I tried to live in the moment. It felt like I was living in a dream. I still can't believe that happened. It was literally a dream come true. So thank you so much to Universal for putting that party on. If you like this little vlog, please make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Josh, such a pleasure to meet you, man. How you going today?
Okay, really watch this one. I think that's about it. That's about it.